She slowly poked her head inside the door, holding her light orb to see as much as possible. The inside was even more stark than the rest of the room. There was a single stone coffin in the center with no writing, no carvings, completely unadorned. It was at least 4 feet from any of the completely smooth walls of the mausoleum. Bee made to step in for a closer look, but Void screeched a warning. It came too late. Her foot crossed the threshold, landing on the floor with a soft thud. Looking down, she saw what she had assumed was an embellishment of the threshold made of a row of now glowing runes. I tried to warn Beatrice. I knew something was wrong as soon as I saw the structure, but I couldn't put my bristles on what exactly. Then, as she held up her light, I ran my advanced sensors through the part of the stone building's interior I could see from the doorway. That's when I noticed there was not a speck of dust, not a single one of the ever-present germs. Nothing. The place was pristine. That shouldn't have been right. There were thick layers of dust, grime, and dirt on everything else outside, and this door had been open. Plus, it looked like it had been a very long time since it had been moved. There should have been a layer of something on this. Something was wrong. Beatrice's foot landed on the inexplicably clean surface. Then I heard something. It sounded like the tumbling of dice, or maybe me vacuuming up those tiny plastic blocks the small human loved. It wasn't nearby. The clatter sounded far off in the distance above us, but it seemed to go on forever. It went on for so long that Beatrice had time to pull back her foot and turn to me, horror on her face. Each second it continued, she seemed to shrink into herself a little bit more, until, eventually, her ears were between her shoulders. When it finally stopped, she whispered, "Oops." I tried to figure out what we could do. I wasn't sure what was happening. However, my dustpan roiled. At first, I thought it was just nervousness from my uncertainty, but then I realized all the remaining demons were swirling as fast as they could inside me, as if in a panic. This sensation only added to my confusion. Between that and a loud thud reverberating through the chamber, I was pretty sure something terrible had happened. And then it repeated a half-second later. And then again. And then again, and again, and again. It was a single sound made up of thousands of individual smaller sounds. That was ominous. Then the lid on the box within the room began to shift slightly. Bee cringed. How could she have been so stupid? She heard Void's warning too late, but she should have figured it out for herself. Instead, she saw what Void did. It had been too perfect, like it was begging an unsuspecting adventurer to come closer. There was no dust, no disturbance, nothing indicating time had passed here. Only ominous warnings in the walls and ancient history were present. She should have turned around and never come down here. Now she feared she had failed Void. There was likely no way out of this without her leaning on his help. She had hoped that she would be able to handle these catacombs by herself. However, she had made a huge rookie mistake. Why would she, a child that was not even level 10, be able to take on something the mages had kept locked away for who knew how long? And that sound. Bee shivered in fear. She had a suspicion that she knew what it was. It was the same sound of bone dice being thrown to the floor. She was familiar with it from her father and his friends' late-night drinking, except it multiplied by the thousands. When she heard the stone of the coffin lid shift, she bolted. It probably wasn't her best decision. She should have had faith in her master, but she panicked. It was the first time she had panicked in a long while. Bee felt like she should have freaked out many other times these last couple weeks, but had managed to remain mostly calm. Now, for some reason, everything came crashing down and overwhelmed her. Her willpower and restraint were exhausted, and she felt like she had no choice. Her body acted on its own. It started running for the arch opposite where they came in. She couldn't use the entrance of the catacombs, that would be blocked. Void let out another screech in her direction. It probably was warning her or telling her to stop, but she didn't listen. She didn't think at all. All she could hope was for it to understand and forgive her. I watched Beatrice run. It was honestly a fairly reasonable decision. I called out, hoping that she'd wait for me. I wanted to get at least a quick look at what was coming out of this coffin, but running from it did seem like the next best choice. However, I saw the distance between us growing rapidly, and I measured her progress toward the exit of this giant cavern. If I stayed long enough to see what was coming out, I would lose sight of her. So I let out a softer, disappointed beep and zoomed after her. I caught up as Beatrice reached the door. We started down the slope, further into the depths. Once we rounded the curve and got out of sight, I moved in front of her, blocking her path. She scanned the area with wild eyes. I bumped into her ankle softly with a reassuring chime. I needed her to stay focused and in control. Even if I could get out of here and up the stairs by myself, I still wouldn't have been willing to leave her behind. Chapter 41. What lies between the stars sucks. Void pulled in front of Bee. It forced her to stop so as not to kick her master. She looked around and back over her shoulder. Nothing was chasing them yet. The irrational fear had passed, but the very rational and reasonable worries remained. Still, Void was here. She gathered a hold of herself and took a few deep breaths. "Okay, I'm good." Void let out a soft, conciliatory hum. It seemed to understand that she was scared, but it needed her head in the game. So they silently stood there for a second, listening to the periodic thuds continuing every half-second above. Then, after a moment, Void turned around and continued down the gentle curving slope of the catacombs. As calm as it seemed, it moved at a slightly faster pace than before. Not so much faster that Bee couldn't keep up, though she occasionally had to break into a jog. As she followed, her heart returned to the slightly elevated rate it had been maintaining for most of this trip, rather than beating out of her chest. Now that she had a moment to think, Bee was confused. She assumed the mausoleum in the empty chamber was for the hero from the carvings, or maybe one of the hero's subordinates that had been buried there. His honor guard must have been buried above or something. She wasn't familiar with the legends of these people, but it seemed to be what the images were implying. However, this was a trap. Bee had stupidly triggered the trap, judging by how the coffin lid had moved. Still, it didn't seem like something that a hero would make. Maybe it was the presence of all the skeletons over such a long time, but it could just as easily have been some massive curse. Whatever it was, it allowed the aura of death to be so strong that things exposed to it slipped back into this world. Perhaps it was done intentionally to protect the tomb, but this so clearly was the resting place of one of humanity's first saviors. She doubted that the hero himself would have been contributing to his own protection, unless she misunderstood something and this wasn't an honor thing. So either the setup was to protect something, or the hero lore was to bait a trap for unwary adventurers. Both were genuine options in her mind. They continued downward, further into the catacombs. Perhaps there was another way out further in that wouldn't make them backtrack into whatever Bee had released. Down the spiral pathway, they continued to encounter more skeletons. They steadily grew in size, strength, and number. It helped Bee to level more, but once they started showing up in threes, she wasn't confident in her ability to take them on. Bee had been doing fine despite the increased levels. However, that didn't last forever. When she was tussling with an unusually tricky opponent, Void let out a warning. From behind them came a second enemy. She would have heard it if she hadn't been in a fight, because skeletons were not very good at sneaking. The first time that Void had to assist, it broke some of the barriers that Bee's pride had kept up. Still, Bee wasn't sure where it had come from. Now Void stepped in to help occasionally, but in a small way. It quickly zoomed around, slamming into ankles as a distraction, while Bee focused on taking one down at a time. It avoided vacuuming them right up, probably to let her keep training. Sometimes it didn't even need to touch them. It would go up behind their bony feet before she pushed the skeletons over. They would trip over the small black disc, giving her an opening to smash their legs or destroy them outright. However, some of the new ones with heavy armor were harder to unbalance. The broom was surprisingly still effective against these more advanced enemies. Sure, it couldn't pierce through armor, but neither could her cleaver. It didn't quite have the hook of a halberd or anything, but it was excellent for tripping. The bristles could definitely catch the back of a knee and send an opponent sprawling, and once on the ground, she usually found a weak point in the armor and pried it off. Between its versatility and size, the broom still seemed the right weapon for her. The reach fixed her most significant disadvantage, and the bristles provided many surprisingly versatile options for defense and distraction. Plus, it was much lighter than most metal weapons. However, strength wouldn't limit her much longer if she kept leveling like this. Fighting together reduced Beatrice's share of the experience, but not nearly as much as she expected. With her being carried by an extremely high-level being, she should have been getting practically zero. However, she was getting maybe 40% of what she was used to. Void seemed to still be tricking the system into believing its level was impossibly low. After the first few fights, Beatrice had gotten better at scanning the skeletons every time she ran into them. Mostly they were fighter types, but that was only sometimes the case. The ones higher up were around level 7. However, the ones down here were much stronger. Now, none were under level 10. At first, her higher level, her broom skill, and the skeleton's poor matchup had somewhat let her overcome a lack of combat experience. But now that she didn't have an advantage in stats and skills, she was beginning to struggle. This time, when they completed a full turn of the spiral, they didn't find the same dark archway as expected. There was still an arch leading into a larger room, but it seemed to be filled with an ethereal white instead. It fluttered in a non-existent breeze, like fresh sheets on a clothesline. Bee's hand extended toward the arch, then stopped. She wouldn't make another mistake like that so soon. Void rolled forward through the arch instead. As her master touched the whiteness, it rippled slightly and moved as the black disk passed through. Beatrice quickly moved to follow, leading with an outstretched arm. She realized it was, in fact, a gauzy sheet or curtain of some sort blocking the entrance. She pulled it aside and walked through. This cavern was much different from the previous ones. There were no obvious light sources visible. Instead, an ambient glow filled the room and illuminated every corner. It was as though the walls and floor themselves were glowing. The floor was a pure, pristine white, gently sloping upward and coming to a mound at the top. It was 100 feet across easily, but still much smaller than the previous chambers. The mound was maybe 5 feet higher than the entryway at its peak. The whole thing seemed to be made of white glass. It was slick and slippery as she walked. She had to be careful to keep her balance lest she fall on her face. Perched on the center of the mound, on the very peak, was a statue. It was the size of a man and almost as white as the rest of the room. The figure wasn't composed in any unique way. It was just a man standing. The man was armored, carrying a lance and a sword attached to his hip. The white walls formed a dome overhead, but there were no adornments, lamps, carvings, or anything else interesting. The most fascinating part of the room was that she couldn't figure out where the light was coming from. The room was stunning. Bea couldn't find a better way to describe it. I rolled under the curtain and stopped. I was not prepared for this new room. I had seen many beautiful things in my time here, but this, well, I might have found a new favorite room. If only it were easier to get to, I could have spent much more time here. First of all, the place was immaculate. Not a speck of the grime from outside stained the floor here. I looked at it. In stark contrast to my other favorite room, this one had a surface made of white glass. It was like obsidian in all but color, slick and smooth and beautiful. It was even reflective enough for my sensors to pick up my own image. I wished they hadn't. My underside was filthy. Most of the demon oil had been cleaned off when I brushed against the rugs upstairs. However, our trip to the catacombs had also caked me in dust. Distressed, I turned my vacuum on full and spun around in tight circles. The combined forces of spin and suction let me dislodge some of the mess on me, and my vacuum power didn't let it get very far. Quickly, I cleaned myself as much as possible. I was still far from what I would consider a proper cleaning, but it was good enough for now. Looking at my reflection no longer disgusted me. That taken care of, I felt that I was able to appreciate this room fully. The floor was gently sloped, but not so slippery that I couldn't roll up the center mound. And in the middle of the room, I saw a statue. What was it with these designers? They would make a fantastic, gorgeous floor and stick a statue in the center. Why? It just interrupted the flow of everything. If it were just an empty room, free of obstacles, it would have been perfect for meditative cleaning. But no, they used it to display a dull statue. At least the statue was made in better taste than the one on the black floor. Where that one was some monster's image, this was of a human. Humans I at least liked. Putting a statue that looked like a mess maker on such a fantastic floor in any case, that was just tactless. Losing interest in the center of the room, quickly, I went to explore the edges. As I went, I noticed that there were no shadows in this room. That was pretty interesting. I supposed it was good because it would just detract from perfection. In this chamber, the walls were only a third of the width of the previous rooms. The walls were made of a slightly different white stone material, not glass. I couldn't see that until I got relatively close. I also noticed no exit besides the way we came in. It seemed like this was the deepest part of this area. We had reached the end and would have to return the way we came. The way it looked, the floor seemed to continue past the wall. It made me question how this had been built. As skillfully as the wall joined to the floor, it looked more like it had already been there. Maybe the wall was added as an afterthought. I spent some time just enjoying the pure beauty of the floor and aesthetics here. I couldn't decide which one I enjoyed more, this room or the black one upstairs. But eventually I knew we needed to move on. It had taken us a very long time to get down here. By my internal count, precisely 13 hours and 15 minutes. Now that I thought about it, it was likely about time for Beatrice to charge. I was fine, since I had been topping off my reserves, slowly transmuting the dust I collected, so I had no problem keeping my sanitation lamp on to clean everything. But Beatrice would need to charge soon. I looked around at the beautiful floors. Well, perhaps there were worse places to charge. Chapter 42. A Pristine Oasis. Bea studied the statue carefully. At first, she thought it resembled the hero on the griffin from the carvings. However, that was not the case. Instead, the figure seemed to be one of the humans leading a legion of humanity. More than that, though, it was lifelike. Almost too lifelike. If Bee had to guess, she'd say that this may very well be an actual man. The figure seemed to be a man, but the mask and armor made it difficult to tell. She wondered about that. The human leaders and the hero also seemed to wear masks. Why? He seemed to be in stasis, like a fully depowered demon. Her theory's only problem was the complete lack of script circles surrounding him. Though with the examples of lost magic she had seen on their way down here, ancient humans might have had some way around that. She couldn't prove anything in any case, so maybe this was just a very well-made statue. Unless... She resisted the urge to smack her forehead and instead glanced back at her master. So far, it didn't seem like Void had any way of knowing that she constantly forgot about her only active skill. Sure, she had gotten a class and a proficiency skill upgrade, but Scan was the only thing she had to activate consciously. Yet she often forgot to use it in new situations. This was not a great start to her adventuring career. Well, at least she remembered the skeletons. Bee activated Scan, targeting the statue. Name: information unknown. Race: information unknown. Class type: information unknown. Level 40+. Well, that wasn't nothing, but it was pretty close. Bee supposed she should have been grateful that it gave her a level approximation. At least she had learned something about her skill. When she passed level 10, she could see level ranges of something up to 30 levels above her, rounded down. She wasn't sure if that was the case, but it seemed true. Nazareth Gak had been marked as 30+ before she hit level 10, so it made sense. Hopefully, she wouldn't be encountering enough level 40+ things to find out. Still, being in this room calmed her. It made her feel as though she was protected. They had gone far enough, fast enough, that they no longer heard the stamp of skeletons' boots. She was curious how the skeletons she had been fighting differed from the stronger ones in the above tombs. Why were some free to roam and some not? Also, had the stronger ones appeared because of the trap she activated, or were they already there? She assumed they weren't from the tombs. No amount of broom swinging would save her from something 25 levels above her. Yet more than a couple had appeared behind them on the path down, despite Void cleaning up every skeleton fragment thoroughly. So maybe they had some other source. But they hadn't seen any coffins or crypts besides the huge one. Bee glanced around the room for other paths or hiding spots. She didn't see anything around here. Aside from the arch they had entered through, she also didn't see an obvious exit. Maybe there was something she was missing here. So far, the catacombs had only had one proper catacomb room. The rest had been hallways, carvings, a trap, and this beautiful monument, or person. Looking around, she spotted Void over by one of the walls. It seemed to be intently examining something, but she couldn't tell what. She thought about the trip back upward and realized that returning likely wouldn't be a simple operation. It had taken them over a day to get down to this point. They had essentially walked the perimeter of the entire castle almost 3 times, since each circle downward was several miles. That didn't account for them stopping and fighting every dozen minutes. And all of that was ignoring that they'd have to walk uphill on the way back, making the trip even longer, while fighting their way through what had to be thousands of skeletons. They were way too strong for her to be of any use. At least that was her assumption. Maybe she was missing something, or perhaps Void would take pity and help her, but it seemed like a pretty dire situation if not. For now, though, Bee couldn't even consider planning for the road ahead. Fighting all day took a tremendous toll on her, and she was spent. She shrugged off her pack and rummaged through for some water and food. Unfortunately, she had started to become severely dehydrated. With her last bit of panic moving her forward, she hadn't thought to rehydrate or grab food for quite a while. After she had pulled out some rations and a water skin, she carried her backpack over to where Void was examining the wall. From what she could tell, there was nothing special about the walls, but her master knew much more than she did. She leaned against the wall and slid down until she was sitting. As Void continued to examine it, she ate, drank, and leaned her head against her pack. She intended to talk to Void, to ask it questions and maybe get some answers regarding what they would do next, even if the prospect exhausted her. However, she realized she had already slid into a dream. It was a good dream, full of freshly baked bread and her mother's comforting embrace. Beatrice's eyes snapped open. She had no idea how long she had been asleep, but she was still in the white room. Void sat still next to her. The usual glow that emanated from the runes along its flat top had dimmed to nothing, but as she moved, they flared back to life. Void moved around a little bit, just twisting and turning, as if it too was waking up, before giving a cheery beep in greeting. She attempted to bow, but her pack prevented her. Still sitting upright, she settled for inclining her head. "I'm sorry, Master. I didn't mean to fall asleep." It didn't give her a verbal response, instead gently nudging her leg. She took that to mean that it didn't mind. She struggled out of her pack. Constantly wearing it had become a habit, but sleeping in it was terrible for her neck. Bee gave a quick stretch and a few pained winces as she got to her feet. She dug around in the pack again, pulling up a little bit of her food and water. She smacked her chapped lips, realizing how dry her mouth still was. They would have to make it out soon. Otherwise, it would be tough for her. There was no way that backtracking alone would work, not without relying on Void. But it seemed like there was only one entrance and not even any branching corridors. But the skeletons had to be coming from tombs somewhere, right? She could only hope. It was just one giant downward spiral forming 3 levels. How were skeletons getting in here, and how did they keep popping up in the tunnels? She would count herself lucky if she even managed to make it back up to the catacombs level. I powered off next to my human. I'm glad she took the initiative to charge. She needed it. Soon we would have to go back. I wasn't sure what was waiting for us up top, but based on Beatrice's reaction, she had some idea. Still, it would take a while to just walk out, even at a relatively quick pace. And that was under optimal conditions. Beatrice had, for some reason, chosen to charge sitting up against a hard stone wall. That might have been fine for me and my kind, but humans liked soft, squishy things when they were charging. Maybe she just preferred to charge on hard surfaces. That would explain why she had yet to use a bed, unless she was trying to emulate my charging for some reason. I hoped not. I hoped we had cleared out all the skeletons on the way down. I had yet to see any others, but we still needed to leave the room to check. Still, I wanted to get back up to the castle today or tomorrow. Things were waiting for me back up the stairs, things I needed to clean. Beatrice could rest in the hallway for an hour or two on the way back up, but skeletons had appeared too frequently. Of course, it was always possible that I could let Beatrice rest and fight them off myself for a while. But short naps didn't seem to help her as much as an entire rest did. Plus, she seemed to appreciate the opportunity to get stronger through these fights. I couldn't deprive her of that. While Beatrice charged, I searched the walls carefully. I saw nothing that indicated any strangeness or irregularities. They were just beautiful walls. I left the room for a moment because the curtain struck me oddly, and I wanted to look closer. It was made of some kind of cloth, which was strange since these floors were ancient. No one had been down here a very long time, yet the fabric had not decayed at all. Like so many things around here, this did not seem right. I would be lying if I said there wasn't an itch in my wheels, ready to get out of this place. This room, in particular, felt fine, but the whole catacombs complex seemed, well, sinister wasn't the right word. Overbearing, maybe? Overly dirty? I'd need to come back and give it a very thorough once-over. Beatrice first hydrated and then spent some time eating. With that, we began to move out. For me, the slope wasn't too big of an issue. As long as I could find purchase, I was light enough that I didn't put in any additional effort on the incline. It didn't seem to be the case for Beatrice, however. Even the gentle slope upwards proved more taxing on her. She wasn't struggling, but we moved more slowly than I had anticipated. That was okay. I had an idea. Over this trip, I used my sanitation lamp non-stop, trying to sanitize everything I could. As I did, I noticed that it had grown significantly stronger again, even compared to when we had entered. Its potency had increased by 32.4% in the last 10 hours alone. This improvement made me consider a new possibility. Could it be that cleaning didn't just increase my overall effectiveness? Perhaps the use of my individual mutations also improved their power. I thought about how I couldn't lift a blanket when I first got my arm. Then a few doors and other grabby activities later, I could suddenly lift that weight. Had my arm been getting stronger, or did I get stronger from cleaning and training? My mop seemed slightly more effective at pulling in liquid and hadn't seen much use. But I didn't see how that could be related to me getting stronger or faster. I was shocked that I hadn't made the connection before. Was I also getting smarter? I knew my processing speed was increasing. I'd noticed a while ago that I was now making connections that I wouldn't previously have considered. With my accelerated thoughts, I could even recontextualize my interpretation of those times when— Oh, yeah. I felt myself shrinking inward in embarrassment. Let's not do that. I did my best to push the feeling down and only consider the possibility of improving my mutations. The only other mutation I still needed to collect data for was my sensors. However, I needed to have the sensors longer to determine any change in their effectiveness. In the meantime, though, now that I had a hypothesis, I could put more effort into testing it. I turned my sanitation lamp on to full. There was no liquid on the floor, but I popped out my mop and moistened it to wipe away streaks of grime as we moved. I also popped out a particularly heavy skeleton head from my dustbin, hefting it in my grabby arm to exercise it with repeated upward pressing motions. Finally, with all those subroutines operating, I focused on collecting as much sensor data as possible. My energy expenditure increased significantly. It was mostly due to the lamp, but the speed at which I performed my other tasks also took its toll. Recording my efficiency at each given task, I could track their improvement and correlate it with the number of actions I took. It would be my own little research project and training session combined. I trundled down the hallway happily. Beatrice had been trying so hard this entire trip, it felt good to do the same. After all, I wanted to improve at cleaning as well. If my idea was correct, this could be just what I needed. Chapter 43. Cleanup. Void was making Bee a little uncomfortable. She had just started getting used to her master and its eccentricities, too. She still found it considerate and kind-hearted, of course, but that was hard to remember when it waved a human skull in the air like a trophy. Maybe it was a case of an unknowable being simply not considering or caring about mere mortals' feelings. Still, it didn't exactly encourage her. Even cheering her on as she fought up the pathway took on a more bloodthirsty tone. Maybe that was just in her head in any case. Still, she didn't say anything. Who knew what its goals were? She certainly couldn't claim to speak for it. Going uphill was undoubtedly much more difficult than going down. However, she had leveled up enough since the beginning of the climb. The trip was slower, but she wasn't nearly as tired as she could have been. It took her a similar effort as the descent had, which was excellent, considering that there were somehow even more skeletons waiting for them on the path up. She was starting to think that these weren't related to the trap she had triggered. They still weren't as strong as the ones in the large tomb. Plus, she realized that the skeletons were very inconsistent in dress and equipment. It was hard to tell because anything they wore was extraordinarily rusted and faded. However, when she could make things out, it seemed like their clothes and weapons were in different states of disrepair. One skeleton was even dressed in some bright, quilted cloak. Well, once bright, at least. A scan identified it as Scully, with an entertainer-type class. It was bizarre. Bee was still wondering where these other skeletons were coming from when she saw a bony arm poke out from a stone wall. She jumped a bit. The arm was about 10 feet in front of her, but it still surprised her. Quickly, a single skeleton emerged. It stopped and turned its head side to side, looking up and down the tunnel. As soon as it saw them, or sensed her life force, she wasn't entirely clear on that part, it let out a chattering cackle. Another skeleton stepped out of the wall to join the first. These were just skeletons. No armor or weapons were visible. Bee was almost grateful for the easy match. Grabbing her broom with both hands, she set the light down. A strip of cloth wrapped around the base ensured it didn't roll away. She had done this enough times that she could confidently fight multiple skeletons at once now. Well, maybe not multiple, but at least two. Two skeletons that sometimes knew how to fight together. Bee rushed forward. They would have come at her from multiple angles if she had waited, so it was best to keep them off balance, take the fight to one, and knock it out as quickly as possible. Even though her broom could guard against multiple angles, keeping her attention split like that was hard. She was always on the defensive if she got pinned. So, keeping with tradition, she charged with her broom bristle end first. The skeleton took charge and tried to back against the wall to stay upright, but she twisted the broom and swept it off to the side. The skeleton went flying to the ground with a hollow clatter. Keeping her momentum, Bee turned and swung the wood of her broom into the second skeleton. It was knocked off balance, but she had lost too much force to do more than that. Still, it gave her an opening. She darted forward to crush the feet of the downed skeleton, but it had already skittered away. The second one regained its balance quickly and stepped in her path to prevent pursuit. Unfortunately, her rush-down tactic hadn't worked, so she'd be in for a bit more of a fight. It still wouldn't be a problem, however. Smacking herself, she realized she had forgotten to scan these. It wasn't the end of the world, but she could roughly correlate the skeleton's teamwork with their level. Above level 10, they could start doing basic tactics, but they were utterly incapable below it, and often would even get into each other's way. Around level 12, they stopped getting in each other's way and actively helped each other. That, combined with their likelihood to wear armor or carry weapons, made them a real threat to her. Still, the weakness of skeleton monsters in general was evident. The fact that she, as a level 11 13-year-old girl, could take on two fully armored and coordinating skeletons was evidence enough. She brought her broom up to block the hands of the second skeleton. She struck out with the end of the broom, trying to catch it in the ribs and knock it back. However, the handle missed every bone and went right through. This lack of resistance caught her by surprise. By all rights, it shouldn't have, but she'd only been working with the broom as a weapon for a day or so, and skeletons had a uniquely large number of holes in them. Teetering from the force of her thrust, she went stumbling forward. Bee managed to regain her footing before the skeleton grabbed her. As she stumbled, the broom still stuck between bony ribs, and she bent over and lifted. Feeling the skeleton's lack of mass, she quickly doubled down and put more into the motion. Finally, the skeleton was lifted off its feet. She spun, throwing the enemy off her broom and into the wall. She could see a few of its ribs chip and crack as it fell. With one enemy taken care of for the moment, she returned her attention to the first one. It had just regained its footing. She used the momentum of her spin to smash the bristled end of her broom into its chest again. This time it slammed into the wall without time to react. It collapsed again, and she quickly stepped forward to smash its feet, scattering its little toe bones everywhere. It could still crawl toward her, but it was effectively out of the fight. The other skeleton soon met the same fate. Bee grinned in triumph. That was quite an easy victory. Then she looked around for Void. Usually it cheered her on as she fought, and it sucked up the remains when she was done. However, as she scanned the area, Void was nowhere to be seen. I watched Beatrice engage the two opponents in combat. I had confidence in her abilities, and my model predicted she had a 99.69% chance of success. That was as close to safe as I could ask for. She would have to handle this on her own, though, because I had something I wanted to test. I was pretty confused when the skeletons emerged from a solid wall. Walls didn't work like that. Things didn't go through them unless they were a curtain, or a door. Or maybe they were retractable. Okay, well, perhaps some things could go through walls, but not like this. The fact that one of these walls was not solid was a cause for an investigation. I ran outside the curved stone around where we had spotted them. As I moved, I kept my bristles slightly thwacking against the surface, cleaning up any dust along the way. But here, cleaning was only the secondary objective. A few feet from where the skeletons had emerged, my bristles started to pass through the wall. Carefully, I continued along the false wall, and only 3.56 feet later, my bristles hit solid matter again. It seemed like there was a hidden doorway here. I ran my advanced sensors over it. It appeared utterly normal visually, but my other sensors picked up no dirt or germs along the hidden door. Now that I knew what to look for, I had noticed the strangely clean areas before, but I hadn't thought much of it. I expected them to be less interesting. I had to watch out for such anomalies in the future. Carefully, I rolled forward, poking the front half of my body through. Once my sensor made it through, I could see what was inside the hidden area. It was a small corridor that quickly turned off to the right. It seemed that the path Beatrice and I had been taking was not the only route throughout these catacombs. That would make sense. I remembered one of my large humans watching a documentary about catacombs under a place called Paris. Supposedly, it was a maze of tunnels, and people would get lost there. I wasn't worried about getting lost. My mapping feature and excellent memory storage made pathing trivial. But with illusions like this light wall, things were a bit more worrying. Now that I could detect them, I was less concerned. But what if other things could mess with my sensors like this? It might be a good idea to explore these areas. For my map, of course, but also there could be other exciting things to find around. I also hoped we would find some way around the large noises that had appeared above us earlier. Excitedly, I poked my front back out of the illusionary wall. Oh, good, Beatrice had taken care of the two skeletons. Without any armor and weapons, there had never been a doubt. She was looking around, confused. I assumed she was looking for me. I let out a chime of congratulations to let her know where I was. She turned and spotted me. She let go of the broom with one hand and gave me a small wave. Shaking the skeleton head I held, I waved back. I was still sticking halfway out of the wall, which might have surprised her, but she took it in stride. I quickly zoomed out and scooped up the mess of shattered skeleton bits before returning to the false wall. I motioned for Beatrice to follow, then went back into the side passage. I had been less excited about the journey upward because we would be retracing our steps. Maybe we'd find an entirely new way with new challenges. And further information from my pathing algorithm, of course. B followed Void through the hidden passage. She was a little hesitant. This passage was less than half the width of the main corridor, and she was beginning to feel a little claustrophobic. Her other concern was that it appeared the skeletons were patrolling the area, and she was not looking forward to meeting one with so little room to maneuver. Still, B followed. She didn't have much choice. If she were right about what was waiting in the upper level of these catacombs, there would be no way for her to get out by herself, even if she weren't so tied to her master. B bent down to inspect the illusion. Looking closely at the edges from this side, she could see that it was made from runes drawn into the stone and inlaid with the same silvery material that lined the coffins above. So whoever set up this secret passage had also laid that army of skeletons to rest. The passage was a straight hallway, like the curving paths of the previous ones. It only went back about 10 feet before turning to the right. They rounded the corner and saw a straight hall stretched well past her light range. Perhaps Void had a way of telling the distance, but it didn't communicate that to her. So they began walking. As they moved, Bee noticed some doorways spaced occasionally on either side. Peeking inside revealed modestly sized rooms. There were some fragments of pottery and rusted scraps, but it seemed like anything recognizable had deteriorated long ago. Void didn't seem too interested in exploring these rooms. After looking into a few and seeing the same story, Bee wasn't either. It didn't take them very long to reach the first intersection. The makers of this place cut the hallways oddly, so they couldn't see a crossroads until they were almost right on top of it. Bee stuck her head out and looked left and right. Both sides looked like similarly long hallways. She looked down at Void for guidance. "Which way should we go? Left, right, or straight? I can't see a difference." It let out an indecisive screech, and then just continued straight. It didn't take long before they came across the next hallway, maybe another 50 feet ahead. Void kept going straight, and Bee did her best to keep up. Whenever they would pass a conjoining hallway, Bee would look at both sides and see the same corridor again, stretching out forever. Finally, in the fifth regularly spaced intersection, she held out her hand to stop Void from continuing. There was a patrol of 2 skeletons coming from the right. Bee relayed the information to Void, and it gave a soft beep of understanding. It was pitched a little bit lower than its usual beeps. However, the harshness of the sounds it made always echoed, especially in these tight corridors. Still, Bee appreciated that it was making an effort for her. Void had just been kind of a safety net for her this whole trip, but she appreciated that it wasn't making it harder than it had to be. Just because it could get away with making noise and drawing attention didn't mean she could. Bee readied her broom. There wasn't much space in the hall to place her ash imp lamp, which was a problem. Bending down, she hesitantly placed the light on Void's back. This action might be considered disrespectful and get her smited, However, she had a hunch that it wouldn't mind. Even though the ball wouldn't roll away on the floor here, they were still corners, and she wanted to be able to see fully. Broom held high, Bee charged around the corner to engage the skeletons. Void followed quickly behind and bathed the area in a yellow-orange glow. It just sat at the center of the intersection with the lamp radiating light. The fight didn't last long. With a few swipes of her broom and an occasional stamp, all that remained were shattered bones. As Void came in quickly to clean up, she bent down and retrieved the lamp. After they finished, they continued on their path straight down the hall. Running into enemies was a relatively rare sight. Over the 15 minutes it took them to reach the end of the corridor, they ran into only 3 other pairs of skeletons. None of them were particularly difficult to deal with. They were level 12, but most had no weapons or armor. Bee started to wonder about the names associated with these skeletons as she trained her scan ability on them. Were they randomly assigned, or were these the names of the humans that these skeletons had once been? Well, that wouldn't make any sense. The names Scully and Skelly sounded quintessentially skeletal. She couldn't imagine any person being named that. Some other names like Leon or Mina were more plausibly human in any case. Just another mystery to add on. Bee and Void eventually reached the end of the corridor. Instead of one of the now familiar 4-way junctions, they were met with a narrow flight of stairs winding upward. Bee considered the stairs and looked to her master for guidance. "So what do you think? Should we see what's up there or continue exploring down here? I don't see any reason to stay here. I'm still getting a decent amount of experience, but not nearly as much as I used to." We eventually reached the end of the corridor. Beatrice posed a question that I didn't quite have an answer to. I didn't think there was any reason to stay at this level. I was just as eager to get back to the castle, and this seemed like it could be a quicker path up. But, on the other hand, I liked exploring these side quarters because we were not retracing our steps, and I could clean as we went. The more we explored the area, the more concerned I became. It was massive. It would be a huge chore to clean this area, much less keep it that way. Even if I could do that, I wasn't sure I'd have time to clean this and the castle above on a regular schedule. At least, not unless I became orders of magnitude more efficient. I wasn't ruling that out. Some incredible things had happened recently, but as I was now, I considered putting this project on hold to keep the castle livable. After coming to terms with the mess that would remain here, I rolled toward the stairs, indicating my choice. I would come back to fully explore the area once I was more confident in my abilities. Beatrice graciously lifted me and carried me up the stairs. It was a short spiral staircase, which I was grateful for. I only had to be held for a short time when we got to the top of the stairs. This floor was almost identical to the one below, except for the additional stairs spiraling up from the landing we stood on. She set me down so I could indicate our next course of action. Should we continue going up this way or go back onto the ramp? As much as I hated stairs, they did seem pretty efficient here. Considering the length and depth of the spiral ramp, it would only take about a dozen of these stairwells leading upward before we reached the large room with the trap. The time savings would be about 67% at our current pace, though walking upstairs might be less pleasant for Beatrice. And for me. Don't get me wrong, I was happy that we'd found a much more efficient way of going up than following the ramp up. However, I wasn't super happy about going up this many flights of stairs. Nevertheless, in no time we'd make it to the level of the second chamber. With that analysis done, I indicated that we should continue up the stairs further. As we made our way up, we luckily didn't run into any skeletons. Beatrice was so gentle when she carried me, and I didn't want that ruined by her being stressed and swinging around a broom. However, they sometimes showed up near the landings or nearby halls. Beatrice took the initiative to get rid of them when possible before we continued our journey. I hoped that these stairs might lead up to the entrance. If that were the case, we might avoid the source of that loud noise we had heard. If not, that might be an issue. But I was optimistic. I was curious to see what we would find above. Chapter 44. The Path of Purity. "This is as far as we can go," Beatrice panted. We had gone back and forth through the hidden tunnels of this top level, looking for other exits. However, the only thing we could find was a false wall passing into the long sloping tunnel right before the cubby-filled room. Carefully, I rolled out of the stone wall to take stock of the situation. I wanted to avoid the main path as much as possible, and it seemed that Beatrice shared my desire. The sounds we heard before were now silent, but it still worried me. Rolling so just part of my sensor stuck out, I inspected the mausoleum. I quickly rolled back to process my findings. The room was packed with skeletons. They stood in orderly ranks, shoulder to shoulder, every single one with a helmet, full armor, and carrying weapons. They were better armed than any of the skeletons B had faced, and there were many, many times more of them. This was not a foe we could fight our way out of, and it looked like there was no way around this checkpoint. Beatrice looked at me expectantly, and I rotated back and forth in a no gesture as quietly as possible. Slowly, I rolled back deeper into the tunnels. I rolled as slowly as possible so as not to let the sound of my whirring motors carry far. I wasn't sure how much that would matter, since I didn't know what kind of sensors the skeletons had, but it couldn't hurt. Once we had gotten far enough away from the army, I let out a soft, descending beep. Beatrice grimaced and whispered, "That bad, huh?" I gave her a short confirmation. We would need to find a way around or some sort of distraction. Otherwise, we would be in trouble. I didn't think my vacuum could suck up all of them with their heavy armor, especially if they held on to each other. I could probably get myself out by sucking them out of position and trying to run my way through their legs, but I didn't think I'd be able to pull Beatrice along with me. B knew things were bad when Void slowly rolled away, not making a sound. After their short conversation, she needed to look for herself, so she crept back and poked her head around the corner. Yeah, they were screwed. There had to be at least 1,000 skeletons in there. Every coffin they had passed must have emptied out here. Even worse, they had weapons, armor, 15 to 20 levels on her, and probably additional intelligence to match. They didn't flinch when she looked, so she must have been outside their life sense range. It was good that this false wall was a bit further down the ramp. She retreated to where Void still sat. B wasn't exactly sure how to proceed here. She was sure Void would be able to get out itself. This many skeletons might pose a challenge even for it, but not a real threat. Still, the fact that it hadn't simply obliterated everything suggested that it wanted her to try and escape herself. Her shoulders slumped a bit at that. There was no way she could do this alone. Maybe Void was testing her? Seeing if she knew her limits well enough to ask for help? She glanced over at her master. If that were the case, she would have to figure out a middle ground. Some small favor or action from Void would still give her an opening to escape. Then she could practice her tactics and truly test her limits. But even then, she wasn't sure how she would communicate that. So maybe it'd be best if she came up with a plan, and then it could tell her yes or no. She also might get more experience that way. It was worth a shot, assuming she survived, of course. She assumed that she would as long as Void was willing to participate, but if it let her do this training alone, she might be in trouble. I think I'm going to need a distraction, Bee mused. I'm not sure how much you're willing to help me, but maybe that's a reasonable ask? Maybe something like that huge rat thing you released before. Void gave a thoughtful screech. It paused for a second, and then Bee saw a brief flash of a demon's glowering face and fangs appear from Void's back. She jumped back, but it was gone just as quickly as it appeared. That was unnerving. Calming her nerves, Bee grinned. That would be perfect, Master. Based on those carvings, demons are natural enemies of the heroes buried here. Maybe they'll fight each other. Void chirped in agreement and rolled toward her slightly. Bee mulled over the plan forming in her head. Okay, if you release a few demons into the hallway, they'll likely charge the skeletons. But if they run away, that's also fine. Either way, the skeletons would probably pursue them, right? If not, maybe they'll cause enough confusion that we can just run through them. Then I wouldn't have to fight them. She pictured the scenario in her mind. Actually, it seems unlikely that all the skeletons will run out at once. Maybe if you're willing to send out multiple demons, you can space it out to draw some skeletons off each time? Planning was arduous when your partner didn't talk. Still, it sounded like a good plan. That's the best plan I can think of without relying on your strength too much, unless you have a better idea in mind. Void rotated side to side as though shaking its head. Bee sighed. She had hoped she had missed some easy, less dangerous solution here. It didn't sound like it, though. Could you release the demons while I sit in the side tunnel? Then, once enough pass us, I'll try to run through. Does that sound all right to you, Master? In response, Void rolled forward, back toward the central passage. Well, crap. Bee wasn't ready. Wait, Bee desperately whispered after it. Void stopped and turned back to her. I want to make some preparations first. Potions and the like. They should help me keep up with you. The two retreated further into the network of tunnels and found a mostly empty room. Bee softly closed the door behind them, though she was sure they were too far away for the skeletons to hear. She set her pack down and pulled out her alchemy equipment for the first time since she came into this dungeon. She was fortunate that nothing had been damaged. The pack had more than once taken a blow or fallen outright, but the linen she had used as cushioning seemed to do a good enough job of protecting everything. As she set up the equipment and organized the bags of ingredients, Void cleaned off a surface for her to work. Once it did that, it idly cleaned the rest of the room. She appreciated the assistance. There were a few things that Bee wanted to prepare. First, she'd make a few speed potions. Those would increase her movement speed and allow her to dodge faster. While she hadn't tested them before, speed would be critical here. Even if they only made her a tiny bit quicker, it could be the difference between life and death here. Still, she wasn't sure if she could keep up with Void. It seemed to move faster than a horse, and she wasn't sure if that was at top speed. Though she hadn't run all out since she had leveled up either, so she really wasn't sure how fast she was. She smiled to herself. She was excited to find out, even with the imminent danger. While she had everything out, Bee mixed a few batches of smoke powder and other distractions she had researched. They might not fool the skeletons, but they could distract the demons if things went wrong. Plus, it never hurt to have more tools at her disposal. She also prepared some healing salves, just in case. They were slow-acting and would lose potency over time, but they would be better than nothing if she was really hurt, especially if she actually made it out. Altogether, mixing these potions took her an hour and a half. It was longer than she would have liked, but better than expected. These weren't exactly the best circumstances for testing a new recipe. Bee packed away the last of her equipment and looked over to Void. It had been pacing the room, doing its whole glowing, mopping, skull-waving routine that it had made a habit recently. "Okay, Master, I think I'm ready to go." It chirped a happy note and rolled to the door, opening it for her. Together, they made their way back to the illusory wall. Bee crouched a little ways behind the illusion, while Void rolled ahead. It looked back at her briefly, as though making sure she was ready. Then it glided forward. My human's plan sounded good. I was glad that I could help with it, actually, since I was starting to feel like she was doing all the work here, except for the cleaning. Though I guessed that was the critical work. Still, though, she had become so self-sufficient during this trip. Really, I was proud of her. She was planning to make her repair glue and whatever other interesting stuff she had brought materials for. I wasn't sure what the golden yellow liquid or the gray-black powders she made were, but surely they would be useful. Hopefully, we could get many skeletons to chase the demons down the hallway. Unfortunately, from what I had seen, the demons would likely attack rather than run. Either way, as long as Beatrice ran quickly after me, maybe I could help clear a path for her with my vacuum. As I rolled out to the center of the hallway, I checked my dustbin. 14 warm masses roiled around inside. The lesser demons I had captured so long ago. I thought Beatrice's second idea of letting out a few at a time would be best. They were small things, but they were pretty quick, so they would be able to escape pursuit for a while. Also, if the skeletons only recognized them as minor threats, they might not immediately send everything after them. Maybe I overestimated the skeleton's tactical skills, but it was better to play it safe. I selected a couple of demons to release. I sprung them loose as I reached the hall's center, trying to eject the messmakers toward the skeletons. Again, I was confused. Just like with the small fuzzy messmaker, the demons didn't look anything like the small black-furred apes I remembered. For one, they were no longer identical. The first was a scaly behemoth. It was larger than any humans that had rudely attacked Beatrice by 11 inches. In addition to its height, it also had curved horns and sharp claws. Yellow eyes with vertical slits glared, and its pointed teeth gnashed as it spotted the skeletons ahead. The second demon was much harder to notice. It was not much larger than Beatrice, but it was black and seemed to shift with the shadows. I couldn't really make out its exact shape. Despite how different they looked, they both made the same screeching sound as they whirled around to glare at me. They seemed upset. I wondered if that's because I put them in timeout for so long. Well, in my defense, they had made a pretty bad mess, and tried to attack me. So really, what did they expect? Before I had time to wonder about their appearances, both demons charged at me. The large-scaled one crashed forward like a boulder in a river, whereas the shadowy one flickered like a flame in a smooth gliding motion. I let out a panicked beep and started to reverse as fast as I could. Bee watched as the demons seemed to be stretched and pulled out from Void's back, landing in front of him. She didn't exactly know where it was summoning things like this from. Still, she was pretty intimidated by these two and the giant rat monster. According to a scan, they were an advanced shadow demon and a reptile demon. Both were in their mid-20s in level. These were way far above anything that had awakened in the castle yet. Maybe it had collected some of the demons that were still in stasis and were keeping them somewhere in its stomach? Like all plans, this one went immediately awry once the demons were released. Instead of attacking the skeletons, they turned on Void. If she had needed any more convincing that Void was not a demon, this would be it. They were trying to challenge or even fight Void, meaning they weren't servants or under its direct control. Her master had, at some point, overpowered them, and they hated him for it. Void taunted them and then led them down the hallway at breakneck speeds. Perfect. It was adapting the plan. As soon as the skeletons spotted Void, they shifted. But when the demons came out, they moved. The skeletons weren't exactly marching so much as running in step at a full sprint. Perfectly timed feet caused the ground to tremble as they raced down the hallway. A deafening rhythm of clattering bone and clattering metal shattered the quiet of the tomb. Beatrice ducked back under cover as the skeletons streamed past her. Even at their speed, it took a full minute before the last skeleton passed. As the sounds receded slightly down the hallway, she poked her head out to see the army vanish in the dim passage. She checked the room to see if it had indeed been that easy. Unfortunately, there were still a few skeletons remaining in the mausoleum, but it seemed that they had only left a token force. A group of 10 skeletons remained to block the path up from the mausoleum chamber. That was still a lot, but it was way better than she had hoped. She wasn't concerned for Void. Her master could take care of itself. She didn't see how these comparably weak skeletons could harm it. Even so, she felt a little bad leaving it behind as she approached the mausoleum. She was very sure she couldn't fight this many skeletons. Even if they were her level, it would be too much. But all she needed was an opening to get through them. It didn't seem like more help from Void was coming, so she needed to figure this out. Pulling out her broom, she advanced on the squad of skeletons and prepared for battle. Chapter 45. A Brush with Death. I raced away from the demons. But, unfortunately, it seemed like the skeletons had joined in the fun. Everyone wanted to chase the little robot vacuum down the hallway. I didn't think I was having nearly as much fun as they seemed to be. Then, of course, I realized that they weren't actually playing a game and probably intended to rip me apart piece by piece. But thinking of them trying to play chase really helped me stay calm. Even while fleeing, my sensors could calculate each party's speed. It seemed that I was faster than both the demons. The lumbering one definitely couldn't keep up, but the shadow could outspeed me in short bursts. Thankfully, I could maintain a higher top speed for a long time, which I was very grateful for. However, it appeared that the skeletons were even faster than me, let alone the demons, so the chase didn't last very long. Maybe a minute in, the first line of skeletons caught up to the larger demons. This forced them both to turn around and fight their pursuers off. I released a massive puff of exhaust in relief and slowed my pace a bit. Still, who would have thought that I had 2 massive killer demons in my dustbin instead of a bunch of small ones? Actually, what had happened to the others? I checked and realized I still had 12 demons in there. Something odd must have been happening in my dustbin. It was like how my small, fuzzy messmaker came out so much different than I remembered. It's almost as if they were growing inside me. That was slightly concerning. If they grew powerful enough, would they be able to escape? As scary as those 2 lesser demons had become, I was pretty sure I could still take them if they hadn't been chased by a literal army of hostile skeletons. But it was still a considerable risk to let them be. If these 2 were angry, the other 12 wouldn't be different. I couldn't release them here, even as distractions. They would be dangerous to both Beatrice and me. Plus, who knew how big of a mess they would make in revenge? To be safe, I started transmuting the remaining demons one at a time. Each time I did, I felt my battery surge. The first one completely topped me off, and the next made me vibrate rapidly. I felt the air around me crackle with electricity. With each additional demon transmuted, the tunnel filled with more and more flickering blue lights. Energy swirled within and around me. I felt myself becoming stronger and faster. My processing speed increased dramatically again. The voice came offering me a new mutation, but I could barely hear it over all of the crackling and static. The energy threatened to overflow, overwhelming me to the point where I could barely focus. Still, I pushed ahead, feeling like I was about to burst. The charge built up until I had transmuted 10 of the demons. Then the energy exploded out of me. I was shot like a projectile back toward the skeletons. With the force of a cannon, I slammed into the first one, having been completely lifted off the ground by the power of so much energy being expelled from me. This was not what I intended, but with my souped-up processing, I instantly made a plan to adapt. I turned my vacuum on as I made contact. I passed through the skeleton without resistance. Then the next. Then the next. I flew through line after line of bony figures without slowing, leaving a cloud of white, pulverized bone in my wake. With each impact, I felt more and more energy pour into me. The halo of electricity I had felt was much larger now, damaging the other skeletons and sending them jittering everywhere. I turned my vacuum up as far as it could possibly go, and it completely outpaced my expectations. Everything around seemed to bend and shoot toward me with a whoosh. The voice yelled at me again, but I still couldn't hear it over the roar. My little vacuum entrance struggled, but managed to take in an astonishing amount the whole way. All the skeletons, their armor, the remains of the demons, everything just vanished into me. Huge squiggles covered my vision incomprehensibly. Some part of my processor registered that I really needed to ask Beatrice what they meant. At some point, I skidded to a halt across the floor. It was over. I sat all alone. Everything else that had been chasing me was pulverized and gone. Sparks still flew off my wheels, and continued to do so for a solid 10.63 seconds. I was stunned. Who knew I was sitting on so much energy just in my dustbin? And how had I sucked up that much around me? That was unheard of. With this level of suction, I needed to be careful. But in theory, I could clean entire hallways by just going through them once. Of course, I might rip everything off the floor and walls and destroy the room, but maybe I could become more precise as well as more powerful. The voice came back. It sounded a little less impatient than it normally would be at this point. Level up times 12. Level 32 reached. 6th mutation reached. 7th mutation reached. Choose 2 mutations. I knew that was a lot of energy, but 12 levels? That seemed like a lot. It had taken Beatrice this whole trip to get half of that. But it was a much more impressive display than a lot of things I had previously done. Out of nowhere, B suddenly got a huge chunk of experience, an incredible amount, more than she thought you could get at once. She was just about to engage the skeletons, and suddenly her level shot up from 11 to 15. At the same time, she heard some sort of explosion behind her. Void must have done something. But what? The shockwave hit. Both the skeletons and B were blown off their feet, sending everyone sliding halfway to the mausoleum in the center of the room. Void must have been angry. Unleashing a power like this seemed completely overkill to wipe out a few demons and skeletons. Perhaps the demons had tried to betray her master? It didn't matter. She flew to her feet and dodged through a gap between the skeletons before they fully recovered. Then, without looking back, she started running up the ramp. Maybe she could outpace the skeletons and find somewhere to hide above. However, fate wasn't so kind. Bee heard the rumble of footsteps from ahead, though the footsteps didn't sound like bone. They sounded like something larger. Still magically enhanced, Bee drew her broom. She hoped that she could surprise whatever this thing was and dodge around, preferably before it knew she was even there. Soon enough, she saw it. An undead monstrosity was charging down the hallway directly at her. It looked like a giant rat, but with festering wounds and patches of fur matted with blood. She prepared to fight, but it skidded right past her and kept running down. Strange. Void would have no problem dealing with it, so she just let it go. Beatrice continued up the ramp. She ran with her hand along the wall, hoping to find another side passage and some stairs. But no such luck. After a few minutes of running, she started to slow down. There would have been no way she could have maintained this pace even a few levels ago, but now that she'd hit level 15, she could move much faster. It would take her a while if she really had to go up this entire ramp. It had taken them hours to walk down, so she slowed to a light jog. This pace would hopefully be more effective for a longer time. She had heard soldiers passing through her hometown talk about marching pace, and this was what she imagined it would be. When she slowed down, she considered the prompt calling her attention. She needed to choose a new skill. She was pretty glad Void was not around this time. She wasn't sure that its suggested skill choice would have aligned with what she wanted. And sure, that choice may have been the right one last time, but still, there was something to be said about choosing your own skills. Level up. Level 15 reached. Choose a skill. Improved pathing, iron bones, sweeping proficiency. The voice told me to choose 2, but it only gave me 3 to choose from first. So, while I knew there was another mutation I'd have to choose, I didn't know my options for the second one. That was a mild inconvenience. Since it had become apparent how valuable these things were, I didn't want to waste any. I had been lucky so far that I had chosen the best skill each time from instinct. I couldn't count on luck to be with me much longer. One of the many things I had to get Beatrice to teach me was anything she knew about these mutations. I didn't understand some of these at all. When thinking about my options, though, one stuck out right away. Not because it was great, but because the others seemed awful. But since I didn't know what they did, I hesitated to just toss them out without proper consideration like I had before. My options were spray bottle, undead dominion, and demonic presence. I thought I knew what a spray bottle was. I had seen humans use them for cleaning, so it was definitely the lead choice. Meanwhile, undead dominion wasn't a concept I was familiar with. I could piece it together based on the individual words, but what the skill did might be slightly different. For example, undead would mean things that are no longer dead. I assumed skeletons fell into that pile, and so far they had been relatively useless. Dominion usually meant to have control over some area, and I didn't have any interest in controlling skeletons. Demonic presence. I didn't particularly like demons, from what I had seen from them so far, and I certainly wouldn't want any gifts to give to them. Really, what kind of mutation was that? A demonic present. Actually, multiple presents. The voice had said multiple presents. I didn't want to become a gift to demons, especially not multiple ones. I wasn't sure how that would work, but it didn't sound very pleasant. I'd pass. I guessed the process of elimination just left the spray bottle. Making my selection, I felt the spray bottle mutation appear behind my front bumper. There was no extend command like the other mutations. Instead, there was just a simple command of spritz. I activated it, and some liquid flew out of my front, leaving a light sheen on the tile. I knew this option was awful. It just shot liquid. But I still extended my mop and swiped it up. Drawing it in, I analyzed the composition. This didn't seem to be water. My sensors returned an interesting entry. Apparently, it was sodium hypochlorite. I didn't know what that was, so I dug a little deeper, and it said it was a solution of sodium, oxygen, and chlorine. That wasn't helpful either. Perhaps it was a cleaning material. It did seem to leave the ground that it was sprayed on exceptionally spotless once I wiped it up. Looking at the spray bottle functionality a little bit more, I found that I could actually eject other liquids I had sorted inside me. But the default liquid sprayed was this solution, and it seemed I only had a small amount of it that slowly refilled up from nowhere. That was odd. Well, I suppose it could have been worse. Now I wouldn't need to draw in water every time I used my mop without liquid. The voice seemed much more polite than it usually was. This time it let me experiment with my mutation for a few minutes before prompting me to choose again. Choose. Okay, I get it. Just let me get the last little bit of liquid outside my reach. I tried to roll forward and found I couldn't. One of my wheels just wouldn't move. This was quite disturbing. The other would rotate, but this one was seized up somehow. I ran a system diagnostic to find the issue and became even more distressed. My plastic shell was cracked. Some of my advanced sensors were providing corrupted data, and there seemed to even be some exposed wiring in my undercarriage. I couldn't tell much else because of all the damage, but I was in need of repair. I hoped Beatrice would come back soon. Otherwise, I might be in some trouble. I struggled to use my grabby arm and one working wheel to move forward. I could inch forward a bit, but it was slow progress. I extended my mop for all it was worth, trying to get the last little bits of liquid, and finally managed to clean the entire mess. That's a lot of work. At this pace, it would be very slow progress making it up around this bend. Well, I wasn't going anywhere for a while until Beatrice came back for me. So, having nothing better to do, I looked at my next mutation options: automatic maintenance, spider climb, and Tesla coil. Okay, sure. Now give me 3 awesome things to pick from. I was almost quite upset. I knew what spiders were. I had seen them climb on walls and ceilings. If I could climb like a spider, I would be able to clean everything. I might even be able to— No, I couldn't get ahead of myself. It seemed utterly unfair that I got all the good options at once. I would have loved a Tesla coil as well. I wasn't sure what to use it for, but it sounded cool anyway. This was a hard choice. Perhaps the options got better the higher leveled I was. I felt at my stalled wheel. My situation seemed to almost force my hand. As much as I wanted to pick spider climb, there was no way I could pass up the first option in my current state. Pining over the alternatives, I idly wondered how Beatrice was doing. Chapter 46. Time to Clean. I sat on the floor, motionless, for quite a while. I could feel my systems knitting themselves back together, slowly but surely. The problem was that my new automatic maintenance mutation did not indicate how long my repairs would take, at least not in any way that I could understand. When I chose that option, a couple of squiggly lines appeared in the upper left corner of my vision. They were next to small pictures of gears. I was reasonably sure they held some meaning, but the squiggles next to them were utterly indecipherable, though they did look similar to something Beatrice had looked at previously. There wasn't much I could do in this state. I wanted to conserve energy, just in case it would speed up my recovery. So, in the meantime, I was just waiting for my wheels to propel me forward again. After a few hours of this, I discovered that I didn't like waiting, specifically when I couldn't clean while I waited. I hadn't been able to sanitize, mop, vacuum, or even explore. I had to just sit here in this open hallway with not so much as a skeleton to keep me company. The only thing besides my internal clock that changed was those new squiggles next to the gear pictures. I noticed that the pictures frequently changed, pretty much every second. Now that I paid closer attention, they changed exactly every second. So, with nothing better to do, I began to study the squiggles, just to see if I could make them out. There were 6 individual squiggles. First, 2 squiggles, then 2 dots stacked on top of each other, followed by 2 more squiggles, 2 more dots stacked on top of each other, and 2 final squiggles. These 6 individual squiggles seemed to be part of this pattern, and after observing it for a while, I thought I might understand the pattern. Every single second, the rightmost squiggle changed, and then every 10 seconds, both the rightmost and the one directly to the left of it changed. That would happen 6 times, and then the last 3 squiggles would change. Then, after 10 repetitions of that, the last 4 would change. It might be crazy, but what if this was the human representation of time? Instead of an up voltage and down voltage, as everything should be represented. Watching the squiggles more carefully, I realized there were 10 distinct squiggle shapes. It made no sense, but they could use a base 10 number system instead of the base 2 I knew. I didn't understand why they would do that. It just seemed much more complicated. Still, that would be a way to represent a number between 0 and 9. Unless there was some weirdo that started to count at 1, but I was sure humans had a concept of 0. It wouldn't make sense otherwise. So the rightmost squiggle would count down 10 seconds, and then the one to the left of it would count how many times 10 seconds had passed. Then the weirder thing would happen. It would count minute hours with a maximum of 6 squiggle possibilities in that digit. I supposed this was probably the best way to indicate the time for a non-electric being. With more careful study, I started to identify the 10 individual squiggles and the numbers they represented. The only thing that left me stumped was figuring out whether the numbers counted up or down. I knew whether each digit was a 0 or 9, a 1 or 8, and so on and so forth, but I couldn't tell which one was 0 and which one was 9. It was 4 hours into my analysis when I realized that the 2 leftmost numbers had stayed the same. That was the key. I could see that the last number had become a 9 or a 1. If it changed, and the number to the left also changed, we were probably counting up. But if only that second number changed, we must have been counting down. Furthermore, I would know what 0 looked like. Then I'd be able to decode the rest. I vibrated with excitement. This was the most exciting thing that had happened in a long time. Well, maybe not the most, but this would be a huge discovery. Eventually, the squiggles changed once more. The leftmost number didn't move. I inwardly celebrated. We were counting down. Now I knew which one was 0, and watching the numbers tick away, I could figure out with high probability what the other values were. The only issue would be if these numbers weren't correct for some reason, like if it started with an offset and then counted down. That seemed unlikely, so I was going to assume that I knew what 0 was for now. Based on the historical data, it only took me 0.03 seconds to figure out 1 through 9. Okay, so it seemed like the timer was counting down. Also, based on my new info, I had a little under 8 hours before it hit 0. I wasn't 100% confident about what would happen at 0, but I had an idea. I could feel my repairs progressing very slowly. If my hunch was correct, they would be finished right when the timer hit 0. I still had almost 8 hours of sitting around, not cleaning anything. Just to check, I tried using my sanitation lamp and grabby arm to train while I waited. However, that added 1 to 3 more hours to the timer, depending on what I did. I supposed I would just have to be patient then. I hoped Beatrice would come back soon. I didn't go into sleep mode because if she came around the corner, I wanted to be awake to greet her. B considered her options carefully. She immediately ruled out sweeping proficiency. She didn't need another proficiency skill even more specialized than broom proficiency. That might disappoint her master, but she was definitely going to take advantage of this and choose something more immediately helpful. She hoped it wouldn't care too much. That left 2 options: iron bones and improved pathing. She really didn't want to choose iron bones. There were many reasons, but mostly it just wasn't the direction she wanted to take her to build. If she had wanted to be a tank getting into fistfights, she would have taken Brute as a class. Instead, she wanted more magic, and she wanted to embrace Devotee. That strategy was where all the best builds came from. However, Iron Bones was tempting for other reasons. First and foremost, she was tired of breaking her own brittle and non-metallic bones. It had happened twice in the last month alone, and it wasn't an experience she wanted to repeat more. There was also the lack of information she had on improved pathing, but its name made it seem like a navigation skill. That was something that no adventurer could pass up. Many of the guides she had read when researching her skills and classes insisted on at least one navigation skill. Perhaps it could also be used for fighting multiple opponents at once, or even running away. B mulled over the options. As much as she would like to avoid being hurt, she figured that her best defense usually was a good escape when it came to fighting. Plus, her healing salves had been effective so far, so getting hurt wasn't the end of the world, especially with Void around to protect her from the most dangerous stuff. So she probably didn't have to choose a skill right away, but she wasn't sure when Void would catch up. Once her master learned of the choices, it might end up insisting on something like broom proficiency again. Sure, it had worked out well so far, and she couldn't complain. However, it just sounded dumb, and she wasn't a maid. It was a silly reason to turn down a skill. B considered that perhaps this was why not many 13-year-olds were choosing skills at all. Way too much risk of picking something that sounded cool over something practical. Though Beatrice steered away from that line of thinking quickly. By the time people had to choose a level 15 skill, they were usually well into adulthood. But still, if it had been up to her, she probably wouldn't have chosen broom proficiency, even though, in hindsight, it was clearly the best choice. Her thoughts were still indecisive. Finally, she went with her gut and chose. Likely, her master would have chosen differently. Still, between the other 2 options, she had an inkling that her new improved pathing would have been the choice it most approved of. At least B wouldn't be a total disappointment. B had been walking for quite a while at this point. It had taken her a long time, but she started to get a sense of her improved pathing skill. At first, she wasn't entirely sure how to control it. First, it had told her to move back and forth between the walls, slowly pushing her way up the hallway. It honestly seemed like a distinct downgrade in pathing. Still, giving it the benefit of the doubt, she'd tried following the route for a little bit. But still she gained nothing. It just seemed to be a very, very slow way of progressing up the ramp while covering every single square inch of it. Eventually, she'd focused on her skill and her goals, putting particular emphasis on wanting to leave the catacombs quickly. It took her a couple hours to get it right. Still, it eventually showed her a particularly straight line up the hallway. Showed might have been the wrong word, though. She just knew that if she continued this way, she would return to where she wanted to be faster, out of the catacombs and into the castle. She had just gotten the skill and was still pretty low level herself, so it wasn't the most effective thing. Hopefully this skill would grow, because it gave her no idea of how far away the exit was, how viable the path was, whether there were any obstacles, or whether this was actually the most efficient route out. So it honestly seemed pretty bad as a navigation skill. There was no choice, though. She was half hoping it would show her some side passages or a stairwell, like Void had found on the previous floor. But it seemed the best route she could take was just continuing up the tunnel. So, as Bee walked, she kept her hand trailing on the inside wall of the spiral. Perhaps she would get lucky and feel an illusion on her way up. Her travels continued for several hours. She stopped and took breaks, occasionally sipping the last bits of her water and nibbling on her food. Without her master to push her on mercilessly, she didn't make as good time, but her speed also ensured that Void would catch up with her. What first was complete confidence in its pursuit slowly trickled into a bit of doubt. After several hours, there was still no sign of her master. It didn't take me the total 12 hours of repairs that my timer initially estimated, at least not before I could move. With still 5 hours left in the timer, I could start rolling at a slow crawl. It wasn't much, but still it was better than nothing. Slowly, I made my way up the tunnel after Beatrice. I was only able to meander along at speeds similar to what I could manage before coming to the castle. At this rate, it would probably take me many hours to make it anywhere. I wasn't that far down the tunnel from the mausoleum, so it didn't take long to get back up to that point. I trundled in like one of those snails that occasionally invaded from the outside, but instead of leaving gross slime, I left a trail of spotless stone behind me, even if using my vacuum a bit meant I repaired more slowly. I found an odd sight about 15.8 feet behind the entrance as I entered. There were several skeletons in full armor, with weapons, sitting in a circle. Not on guard, not sprinting, and not attacking anyone. Instead, they seemed to have gathered around what looked like the no longer small, fuzzy messmaker. How did that get here? The fuzzy messmaker that had attacked the humans was chattering its jaws at the skeletons, who were nodding and chattering back. It was quite the odd sight. They seemed very engaged, maybe even entertained. I slowly edged around, careful not to disturb them and sticking to the shadows. I was lucky they were so engrossed with their conversation that they didn't take note of little old me. My black chassis blended in with the shadows quite well, and with my low speed, my usual whirring wasn't audible. It started off slowly, but as my repairs progressed, I got closer and closer to my previous speed. Soon I was moving much faster than Beatrice could walk. It was still not nearly as quick as I could be, but I was at least hopefully catching up. I was worried about her being on her own for so long. That had never ended well. Chapter 47. Getting Detailed. Bee had hoped Void would catch up to her soon, but there was still no sign of her master. This left her in an awkward position. She poked her head around the corner into the catacombs level. Even knowing its capabilities, she might have started to worry. Still, there was no sign of any skeletons coming up from behind her. Indeed, that was promising. Looking into the massive room, she could make out much more this time. The oppressive darkness from when they had first entered this room seemed to be gone. Her light source still didn't illuminate the entire cavern, but it no longer felt muted and contained. She would need to do some research when she returned to the library, because it seemed that once the skeletons had left, so had the oppressive doom. It was really disappointing, but she would have to go through it alone. Ordinarily, she would have just waited for Void. The tunnel had been safe so far, but she was low on food and water and probably needed to get out sometime today or tomorrow morning before she started having issues. So, without second-guessing herself anymore, she crept out into the open. Of course, sneaking might have been pointless if her enemies had the ability to sense life, and she was carrying a massive light in her hand anyway, but still, she did her best not to make a sound. It wasn't entirely rational, but it made her feel more secure. Bee stayed near the center of the room, away from the walls. If there were still skeletons in the cubbies, she didn't want to risk raising them. Best not to disturb them if she didn't have to. She remembered that they hadn't actually explored the center of this room, so she was equal parts curious and cautious as she worked her way toward it. It took her a minute or two of quiet walking before she saw there was indeed something in the center. It wasn't a mausoleum this time, but it looked like a raised dais with an altar on top. The dais was maybe 6 feet high, and there were no stairs leading up to it. From this side, she couldn't see any way up. She also couldn't make out what, if anything, lay at the top. This side of the dais was entirely blank and smooth. It didn't even have any natural patterns or marks from tools. Edging carefully around the corners, she found that the other sides were similarly featureless. Bee had a choice: keep investigating the dais or leave and continue upwards. Well, she knew what she wanted to do. It might be rash, but many of the things she had done recently were rash. In many ways, indulging in such things might have been the only way she felt in control of her life at this point. So, instead of continuing for the exit, she took a closer look. She had confirmed there was no easy way up, so she looked for alternatives. Looking for a place she could climb up or something she could use as a stool, Bee paused and remembered what had happened in the mausoleum with the trap. If someone climbed up there, the protections might assume they were a trespasser or were here for riches. The skeletons would spill out, overwhelming them instantly. It would almost be a worse trap than blocking the exit, like the one she had triggered. Considering this, she stopped and thought, then looked over at the walls. She couldn't see the cubbies from here, but she knew many skeletons had been released from the earlier trap. There might not have been any more skeletons here. If so, it would be her best chance to get a good look at any sort of carvings or information up on this altar. To find out, she'd have to test it. It was a risk, but this was a risk more consciously chosen and better calculated in Bee's mind when she compared it to some of the other risks she had already taken. The knowledge this place had given her didn't include a way to deal with the lieutenant, but it had given her a place to look. So, really, was it much more of a risk to investigate this place, or to wait for the lieutenant to wake when she was unprepared for it? Still, she didn't have to be stupid about this. Changing her mind about an earlier decision, Bee walked toward one of the walls. It was better to find out if there were still skeletons guarding this place by disturbing a few, rather than accidentally causing a bunch to come out at once. Right as her light hit the wall, she stopped. It was still far away, but she could see into the cubbies. They appeared empty. Each and every one. She paced down the length of the wall and didn't see a single skeleton. That was one side clear. Then, deciding to be thorough and not risk being more stupid than she had to be, she made her way to the other side of the room. Repeating the process, she found no skeletons. One cubby at the very end, though, had something left behind in it. Holding her light up, she looked a little closer. Inside was something small and shiny that had caught the light. Looking closely, she saw a chain of silver glittering in the amber light. It was threaded through a dull black pendant. The pendant was dark enough that it didn't reflect light well, but not the otherworldly black that void was. It was simple, shaped like a teardrop, and about as large as Bee's fingernail. Bee reached her hand into the cubby. She didn't think it would be a trap. This was too subtle and easy to miss. Carefully, she pulled the chain out and held it dangling in front of her. Nothing happened, and she breathed a sigh of relief. When she looked closely, she saw that the chain was silver, but not tarnished. She wasn't sure if it had been preserved or was actually some metal other than silver. The pendant, though, was more complex than she first thought. Sure, it was a dark-colored stone, but its setting and face were intricately etched. She couldn't quite make it out in the light, but it seemed to be a foreign language. Gingerly, she slipped it into her pocket. She'd have to look at this more closely later. Now confident that there were no skeletons left to ambush her, she returned to the dais in the center of the room. She tried to reach the top of the ledge by standing on her toes, but could barely touch the lower lip with her fingertips. Beatrice was tall for her age, but not nearly as tall as a fully grown adult. Still, she had the experience and knowledge of a child that didn't take no for an answer. She had climbed many things that she probably shouldn't have. Slipping her pack to the ground, Bee hopped up and could barely grab the slippery lip. She tried to pull herself up, but it was difficult, even with her newfound strength. Dropping back down, she took a few steps back. Then she ran forward, kicking off the wall and launching herself up. Her hands made it above the edge, and she pulled herself up using the momentum of the move. Part of her chest made it onto the dais's top, and her belly soon followed as she flopped forward. Panting with effort, she rolled over onto her back on the platform. Realizing that she could have just gotten herself into a precarious situation, Bee got to her feet. In the center, what she had thought was an altar was more of a podium. Other than that, the surface of the dais was utterly featureless. On the podium sat a book. It was bound in pale leather, with blocky black lettering on the cover and a thick layer of dust coating it. The pages were thick and yellow, but perfectly cut. Bee took a closer look at the cover. The lettering was of an alphabet she didn't recognize. Well, that wasn't entirely true. She recognized the alphabet, but she couldn't read it. It was similar to the writing on the archway she couldn't read further down. Something was odd about this. Not just that she couldn't read the language, but the letters themselves. They were too perfect, almost like they were carved into stone. She doubted that a human's hands could have made them. Closely examining the book from every angle, she couldn't see anything besides a leather-bound book on top of a simple stone surface. With an abundance of caution, Bee reached out and flipped the cover open to a random page. The lettering was square and blocky. Every line was perfectly straight, with the exact same amount of spacing between it and the next one. Every letter was exactly the same width. There were no places where the ink wavered as a hand cramped or a quill needed refreshing. Who wrote this book? It was slow going as I made my way up this ever-increasing incline. I hadn't realized how much I had grown used to Beatrice's company. While cleaning, I could dive into myself and enjoy my work, but this was boring. I had to limp up the hallway. I moved at a plodding pace. I didn't even have the luxury of a job well done. I tried to clean as I went, and the same thing happened as when I tried to use my light or exercise my arm. My repair timer started increasing, and I did not want to wait longer than I had to before I was back at full functionality. By the time I reached the first level, I could tell my repairs had made significant progress. I still had several hours, but my state didn't hinder me nearly as much as it did previously. My pace increased, too, and I had started going faster than I knew Beatrice could comfortably maintain, so I could catch up with her soon. I hoped she was okay. It was nice to see that she had apparently managed to skirt past the group of skeletons in the second layer without being noticed. Still, I didn't believe her luck would last. I was using my advanced scanners to watch the area around me. That was the only thing I could do that didn't seem to increase my repair time further. However, I couldn't extend them for a very long distance yet, but every hour or so that I kept them on, I noticed I could reach a little further. I would have liked precise numbers on my range increase, but it seemed somewhat variable. Either that or I still needed to collect more data to have an exact correlation between the time used and any improvements. The expansion rate also seemed to change when I investigated different things with my sensors, so it might have been in vain to even hope for such a formula. When I first rolled into the first level's room, I didn't notice anything. But as I moved toward the center, I caught Beatrice on my sensors. Oh, good. She was fine and safe. However, as I got closer, I realized she might be in a slight predicament. There was a single raised platform in the very center of the room. It was way too tall for Beatrice to climb up or down, yet she stood on top. Honestly, she never ceased to amaze me. At least she wasn't getting attacked again. I had to help her find a way to get down. At a distance, I circled around the giant platform so I could keep my eye on her. There was no easy way up or down. It was 6.04 feet of slick wall on any side. I supposed she could try jumping down, but I didn't want her cracking apart. I still had yet to find her any replacement parts. On one side, I saw her satchel lying on the ground. Seeing that nothing had approached us yet, it was probably safe to make myself known. I was here to help. I tried to convey that message in a greeting beep to reassure her. Beatrice looked up. She had been studying something intently, but I couldn't see what from this angle. When she saw me, she smiled and gave me a little wave. I popped out my grabby arm and waved back. It was really lovely to see her. Now I just had to help her out of this predicament. Chapter 48. Dressing Down. Turned out Beatrice wasn't in as much trouble as I first thought. Truly, I envied the versatility of human bodies. After waving hello to me, she carefully dropped something down onto her pack below. Then she grasped the ledge, swung her feet over, and carefully lowered herself. Finally, she dropped the remaining distance and landed in a crouch. I cheered her graceful show of acrobatics. "Hello, Master." There was a cheery grin on her face. She seemed to be in a good mood. I had to say I was too. It was quite pleasant to see she had made it out all right. In fact, looking at her, she seemed entirely undamaged. Considering her state every other time she went off on her own, this might have been a first. "It's good to see that you're all right. I assumed that the mighty explosion was your doing, but without any other sign of you catching up, I have to admit I started to get a little worried. But how could I expect otherwise?" Beatrice's face brightened suddenly. "Oh, I reached level 15. I let out another cheer of congratulations. 15 was good. It was even further behind mine than she had previously been, of course. Still, she had yet to destroy nearly as many skeletons as I had. It seemed a little unfair, given how much harder she worked, but I supposed the only thing I could do was continue to help her the best I could. Bee shifted her gaze to the side. "I already chose my skill. I picked up something called improved pathing. I wasn't sure exactly what it did, as it wasn't a skill I was familiar with from any of the books I'd read, but it seems to have worked pretty well, Beatrice elaborated. Improved pathing, huh? That sounded like a promising skill. It was one I was almost envious of. I was pretty good at planning paths, but I'd had to work hard and clean countless rooms before becoming good at them. But for her, getting such a helpful skill so easily was excellent. We would be so much more effective. And maybe, if her skills improved with use, as my mutations did, she could also avoid danger and gain more functionality. At first, I was a little caught up in her new skill, but the other important part of her statement registered soon after. She had read about skills in a book. This further confirmed my suspicions. These books seemed like my built-in protocols, but were understandable and transferable between humans. They contained knowledge about more than just floor plans as well. This only increased my desire for Beatrice to teach me about squiggles. Ever since I had figured out the numerical digits 0 through 9, I had noticed them cropping up everywhere. Humans sure liked to use numbers more than I had given them credit for. For example, the large squiggles that floated in the corner of my vision when I cleaned something or defeated a messmaker were numbers. I wasn't sure what they were for, but they seemed to be calculating a total of something. I also noticed numbers in many places when I went through my memories looking for matching squiggles. Unfortunately, I needed more time and energy to do a full scan of everything. Still, prominent everyday things like the TV or the ticking clock turned out to be heavily reliant on numbers. My musings were interrupted by Beatrice holding an item out to me. It seemed she still needed to finish filling me in on her adventure. I also found a few things in this chamber, Master, like this book. She held aloft a heavy book that was of a pale tan color. It was precisely 4.56 inches thick, an entire standard deviation above the average library book I had encountered. There were not squiggly squiggles on the front, but blocky representations of squiggles. I recognized all characters from the deepest arch, but needed to figure out the meaning. There were no numbers, though. Urging her to explain more, I let out an inquisitive chime. Well, I don't understand this language yet. I'm not even familiar with the alphabet. Still, I hope the library will have something on it, and maybe I can work on translating the title, at least. I think the whole catacombs were constructed as a security measure for the lieutenant. I feel like this book might have some answers to my questions about it. This bit of information gave me quite a few things to think about. First, the concept of an alphabet was foreign, but sounded relevant to understanding these representations of ideas. Also, the notion that more than one existed had not occurred to me, and the fact that Beatrice didn't know how to read this one was a bit disappointing. However, she could use the library to learn to read another one of them, which made learning one alphabet all the more critical. That could all be taken care of once we got back to the library. I began to roll toward the ramp at a comfortable pace. Beatrice fell into step beside me. We began to work our way up to the castle proper. It was about time we returned. We needed to catch up on our cleaning. Harold steeled himself as he stepped into the outer chamber. This room was accessible only through secret passages deep beneath the king's castle. These passages were so ancient and well hidden that even the king was likely unaware of them. But Harold was, and he had business down here. His meeting with the king hadn't gone very well. He winced at the still fresh memories of his dressing down. He didn't expect this next one with the warden to go much better, but it had to be done. Outside the warden's study door, there were 2 guards with metal faceplates that concealed their identities. They made no move as he opened the door between them. The door swung inward smoothly on well-oiled hinges. Inside was a simple room. A desk and 2 chairs were the sole furnishings within. Calling it a desk might have been a bit generous, though. It looked more like a farmer's dining room table and a couple of chairs that might have matched his neighbor's table. The chairs weren't facing each other over the table. They were positioned sideways, facing a small fire crackling in the hearth. The far chair in the room was already occupied by a man dressed in dark robes with a hood hiding his face. Harold shut the door behind him. As he made to sit down, the hooded figure removed his cowl. So much of this was a ceremony. The warden's identity was meant to be a secret from all but the inner circle. However, Harold had known his identity long before he joined that circle as the Dean of Demonology. It was still best to keep up appearances, but now that the door was fully shut and they were alone, the pretense was exhausting. The warden was not a young man. In fact, based on the number of wrinkles that decorated his brow, he looked to be in his 8th decade. Harold knew that couldn't be right, though. The man had aged much since taking on this position. Too much. But despite the aged and sagging face, his eyes still blazed with intelligence and intensity. An intensity that Harold did not look forward to being the focus of. He felt sweat begin to bead on his brow as he started his report. The warden sighed. He had a headache. Again. At this rate, they might as well be chronic. But no, he still had occasional blissful moments when things went right, when someone else showed just enough competence that he didn't have to personally come in and clean up their messes. Usually his meetings with Harold were just a formality. A simple letter would have done fine. Harold typically never needed permission that wouldn't be granted to him automatically. He never asked for extra funding and had yet to come to him with a true disaster. From what he had heard, though, that was likely to change. Of all of his inner circle, Harold had been one of his favorites, but he was starting to regret his judgment. As he looked at the man sitting next to him, he leaned onto the table with one hand to rest his chin in his palm. "So, let me get this straight." As the warden spoke, he stared into the fire. But his words were pitched perfectly so Harold would have no problem hearing them. "You, the head of demonology, messed up summoning an archdemon so badly that you let loose an unclassified, more powerful demon." When he sensed Harold opening his mouth to defend himself, he gestured his other hand sharply, cutting him off. "And your response to such a blunder was that you and all your staff fled the castle, leaving the demon unchecked by probably the only people capable of dealing with it within weeks of travel. So not only was the demon released, but you also left the lieutenant completely unguarded with a creature that would have every possible motivation to free it." With every word, the weight pressing against the warden's temples seemed to increase. "I'm going to ask you a straightforward yes or no question. Don't want to hear any explanations or excuses first. Is this what happened?" Harold made an audible gulping sound. "Yes, sir." The warden turned to take a look at Harold's face. The blood had drained away, leaving the other man deathly pale. He wasn't looking the warden in the eyes. Instead, his gaze was distant as he stared into the fire. The warden sighed and leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. "Okay, now that we have the basics, I'd like to hear your rationale. And it better be bloody good." He heard Harold take a deep breath, In hindsight, there might have been more we could have done, but the decision seemed sound at the time. I still stand by it. We ran because there didn't appear to be anything we could do. We had already flung our most potent demon repellents. We tried all sorts of various magic items on the summoned being. Nothing had an effect. It didn't even slow down when it broke through our strongest circles, as if it didn't register that they were there. Whatever it was is so far beyond us that even if we had stayed and fought, surely we would have all died. By the end, Harold's voice had taken on the edge of desperation and fear. Hearing this did not please the warden. As much as he liked Harold, he would have preferred his subordinate to be completely incompetent. At least then there would have been a chance that the situation was being overblown and that the threat wasn't really so severe. Harold being wrong would have been much preferable to a threat so dire that the demonology department couldn't even think to contain it. The warden closed his eyes. But unfortunately, that headache wasn't going away any time soon. And the lieutenant? Its protections had been refreshed recently. Even if the first thing it did was remove those protections, it would still take months for the lieutenant to awaken. So we still have some time. But if we weren't able to repel this new foe, there's no way we would have been able to do anything to further contain the lieutenant. We couldn't match the original restraints that held him in place. So there's nothing we could have set up that it couldn't break through just as easily as everything else. Nothing that would have lasted longer than the month, anyway. Harold took a deep breath before continuing. If we have a force powerful enough to subdue the new threat, we should be able to regain control of the lieutenant before it wakes. Well, at least there was a chance. The warden considered. It would be difficult to convince the king that they needed to deploy the army so far away from the capital when the country was being threatened by their neighbors. But everything that Harold had said pointed to this as the best solution. They would need a lot of manpower to take this thing down, and with the current state of the war, their best and strongest were too far away to make it in time. Sheer numbers might be their only chance to take down a demon of this power. But to convince the king, the warden might need to let him in on the secret of the lieutenant's presence. That was something he didn't relish doing, but that might convince him, whereas some vague threats of an unknown foe from the demonology oddballs would not. So many regrets played through the warden's mind as he and Harold watched the fire for a bit longer. Chapter 49. Dust Devils. Bee followed her master up the last ramp out of the catacombs. She was exhausted from all the exertion and trials of the last couple of days. She was looking forward to a nice nap. Perhaps she would move a mattress into the library so she wouldn't have to sleep on the floor again. It was a long walk, but it seemed to fly by as she became lost in thought, considering everything she had seen. It felt like she had learned so much, yet knew even less than she had previously. A lot of the evidence down there contradicted the myths of her people. It appeared that the church didn't tell the whole truth about history. Also, it seemed that humans could get much more powerful than anyone believed possible. Yet, despite all these new pieces of information, she was still no closer to learning how to defeat something like the lieutenant. Nazareth Gak seemed like it had been defeated by vastly superior numbers of much more powerful troops than she had any access to. Without leaning on Void's help, she didn't think there was much she could do. There were a couple leads, but to use them she would need to identify and then learn a language she had never even heard of before. So her work was really cut out for her. By the time Bee and Void reached the stairs leading up to the iron-banded door, she was about ready to collapse from all the walking she had done. However, when they were about to open the door, she heard strange noises. It seemed that they were not alone in the castle anymore. They were not noises that Bee was familiar with, but she had a sinking suspicion she knew where they came from. One of the downsides of going into the catacombs was that she had lost the ability to monitor the other demons that might escape. On the other hand, Bee probably knew enough alchemy at this point that, with some references, she could redraw the containment circles. Still, Void had decided to leave them as training for her, and she had resolved to let them escape. She wasn't going to lie. The thought of destroying them while they were still recovering had crossed her mind, but there were a few reasons she wouldn't do that. One, because she wouldn't get nearly as much experience from the incapacitated foe, so she was better off combat training against them. And two, because if Void had really wanted them to be destroyed, it would have done so itself. She wasn't going to assume the same thing about the lieutenant. Sure, she might risk interrupting her master's plans that way. Still, she certainly wasn't ready to train against the lieutenant. It seemed worth the risk of annoying her master to prevent the lieutenant from escaping, no matter what Void's plans were. But it would have been best to fight the demons as they escaped one at a time, rather than now when they could all be loose throughout the castle. She hoped that just one or two of them were making noise, but she didn't believe her luck would go so far. Reaching the base of the stairs, she picked up and carried her master to the top. Once the noise subsided, she cracked open the door and peeked outside, checking to see if the coast was clear. There was no apparent danger in sight, so she set her master down before closing the door after them. Void let out a small screech and rolled away. When Beatrice set me down, I was aghast. I took in the sight, the horrifying sight of dust everywhere. Much more dust than should have accumulated in 2 days' time. Not only that, but there was also dirt caked over every surface. It was pounded into the stones, and some places had a coating of it all over everything. What could have possibly caused this? Without wasting a moment, I turned my vacuum on as soon as possible. It was much stronger than normal, and as I moved, I could see that dust was being pulled from a massive radius around me. I turned it up to only a fraction of what its power could be to protect the decorations and rugs. Once it was on, I moved toward the carpet that ran down the center of the hallway and out the main door. I steadily increased the power until I noticed the carpet ruffling quite furiously underneath me. Any more, and I would start to damage it. I looked over and saw Beatrice, hair whipping in the breeze. She was staring at me with a shocked expression on her face. I supposed this power was a bit much. It would help me clean the room faster, but I was worried about knocking things askew on the walls, too. So I toned it down 54.5%, finding the perfect balance between efficiency and caution. Still, the entryway only took me a few passes to clean. Not only was I cleaning the floor, but if I went up against the wall, I also cleaned a good bit of the dirt off the wall. I checked the side rooms, and they were not nearly as bad. They looked like no one had stepped in them for a few days since we had last cleaned them. No one had passed through the narrow doors. At least, nothing that had caused all this dirt. Finally, I cleaned the entryway at the base of the stairs. It only took me 46 seconds. That was only 20% of the time it would have taken me before. While I worked, Beatrice just watched me. To be fair, there wasn't much for her to do, as this was pretty simple. But she also started looking up at the stairs, and when I was done, I joined her. Unfortunately, the stairs were a mess. This was a significant issue. I couldn't clean the stairs. That might have to be Beatrice's job, but it looked like she had her work cut out for her because the amount of dirt tamped down on the carpet was excessive. Even the stone next to the carpet runner seemed like it would require quite a bit of attention. But if the rest of the castle was anything like this, there would be a lot of work for me to do, too, just to get the place in reasonable order. We probably would have to make multiple passes throughout the castle. Perhaps she could get started on cleaning the stairs while I cleaned all the floors. Then we could go through with a fine-toothed comb to ensure everything was cleaned up. Suddenly there was a loud roar from somewhere up the stairs. Oh, right, whatever was causing this mess needed to be dealt with, too. That probably needed to be done before we cleaned anything, or else it would just cover the area in another mess. Looking back, I started to make connections that I had missed earlier. So, those lesser demons came from the smaller cages, and those smaller cages were ringed by circles. These circles were in patterns. Sure, while they were mostly dust and white powder, those patterns might mean something. The other cages were also ringed with powders. Perhaps those cages had something in them, too? Some of the comments Beatrice made earlier that I hadn't understood started to make sense to me now. I needed help understanding the mechanism for containing these mess makers and the reasons for it. Still, the idea of releasing them made sense if the mechanism involved those chalky, powdery circles. How messes kept in mess makers. But if I took that at face value and realized I had erased chalk circles around many other things, those might have had a similar function. Oh no, maybe this mess might have been my fault. I would have to work extra hard to rectify my blunder. Beatrice looked at me. I rolled toward the stairs and stopped, waiting for her to pick me up and carry me. She let out a long breath before picking me up and trudging up the stairs. It seems like she needed to charge. I hope she didn't leave to take care of some of these demons, though. They sounded louder than the previous ones, and I didn't think she would be able to recover while they were running around. Loud noises seemed to disturb human charging. So she set me down, and I began to lead the way to the library. Hopefully it was still undisturbed, since the doors were shut. Perhaps I could leave Beatrice there so she wouldn't get hurt while I went and dealt with some of the mess makers. Right as we were about halfway down the main hallway, something significant lumbered into view. I could see dirt raining down from it, tracking the mess everywhere. I let out an angry screech as I charged full speed right toward it. My vacuum whirred furiously on high power. Slowly, the giant messmaker turned to face me. My suction tugged at it. I could feel the pieces of dirt that fell off it change directions toward my vacuum. However, my suction was not powerful enough to budge the giant creature. As I zipped toward it, I considered how I would damage it. I didn't have a sword or other heavy counterbalance to knock pieces off of it. I thought my mop would only help a little, as the being wasn't made of liquid. I could try batting at it with my grabby arm, but that seemed inefficient. My best solution was still the vacuum itself. As I got closer, the suction became more intense. I could see pieces of the creature being pulled off and floating away from it. I couldn't move the whole creature, but it seemed that my presence tore off small chunks. I turned my vacuum up as high as I dared, and the rate at which it disintegrated increased. It seemed I was taking a negligible bit of it. Still, it would be entirely gone in about 15 to 20 minutes of me being in close proximity. However, I doubted it would let me do that. As I zipped around it, trying to stay close, I took the sight in. It was a hulking beast and moved like it. The demons I had seen before looked like hairy, small chimps, aside from the two that had come out of my dustbin, of course. This appeared to be a gorilla made of sand. The sand was multicolored in shades of brown and black. Still, aside from the general shape, there were no distinguishing features on the monstrosity, besides ridges and impressions on its surface. Despite this, different shapes and formations constantly shifted and disappeared along its body. As I observed, I saw something resembling a face pass across its head, and something else almost claw-like. I was lucky that it wasn't swift. It spun around, trying to keep me in its sight, but it couldn't even turn as fast as I could speed around it. Eventually, it just gave up on that tactic. Instead, it placed one lumpy limb on the ground and spun in the opposite direction I was going. It appeared to be trying to sweep me off the ground. However, I was too fast and just retreated a little ways away from it. But as my distance increased, the stream of particles coming off it stopped. Before it had a chance to go after Beatrice behind me, I darted back in. This dance was set to continue for a very long time unless something changed. I tried to mix it up. I couldn't get my mop near it safely. In a last-ditch effort to speed up this encounter before some unknown factor came along to mess it up, I turned my sanitation lamp on the creature. Chapter 50. Soil Sucking. Bee watched as Void danced around the Earth Demon's blows. The demon seemed utterly lost as it spun around, trying to follow the small black blur nipping at its heels. In fact, she might have said that its blows looked clumsy, but that was only in comparison to Void's darting form. Still, that didn't mean that the monster was harmless. Every time a fist or foot hit the ground, she could feel the vibrations, even from a dozen yards away. It wasn't quite enough to crack the granite, but if those blows were directed at her, she would be squashed instantly. Bee was relatively certain that Void was not playing with the demon, but it sure looked like it was. She watched as small parts were methodically ripped off from the tremendous earthen mass and consumed by her master. It was not a fast process. Of course, such a foe was beyond her ability to damage, but her master seemed to have no issue. Bee belatedly remembered to scan the earth demon. Sure, she had scanned them when they were in cages, but she wasn't sure which one this was exactly, and it looked more powerful than she would have expected. The results confirmed it. Name: not applicable. Race: Earth Demon. Class type: Tank. Level 32. She already knew most of the information, but level 32 was the critical part. It was more than twice her own level. Dirt scattered toward her from a wayward blow, and she took a couple more steps back to avoid it. Void's illumination showed forth brightly. Bee averted her eyes as the ghostly light made them itch more intensely than before. From the corner of her vision, she saw a bright spot appear on what must have been the demon's chest. Strangely enough, the illuminated area seemed to cave in slightly, as though it was being corroded by the light. It seemed that her master was done playing around. Frantically, I danced. Every second, it felt like I was courting death by a hair's breadth. The giant beast's arms came down repeatedly, thundering all around me. Only with my improved cognition speed and quick reflexes was I able to stay just ahead. My vacuum slowly siphoned away the creature's mass as I stayed as close as possible. But that wasn't the only way I was weakening it. Every time its fists slammed into the marble floor around me, more pieces of it went flying. I altered my paths slightly to collect as much stray material as I could before it was reabsorbed by the messmaker. As it attacked faster and more fiercely, more and more of the material making up its bulk disappeared into my vacuum. More than even that, though, my sanitation lamp seemed to be way more effective than I expected. On full power, the demon's body seemed to almost dissolve wherever it shone. This effect was also greater the closer I got. My calculations indicated that at a distance, the sanitation lamp accounted for 7.8% of the mass loss of the demon. However, closer up, it accounted for 21.2%. That meant it was scaling even better than my vacuum, though the vacuum was still doing more overall. That was very odd. I'd have to do some more testing later. It was draining my battery, but nowhere near enough to cause me concern about lasting through this fight. I don't think I could run out of energy even if I tried before defeating this thing. No, the much more likely outcome would be me being crushed instead. In a last-ditch effort to speed up the process, I tried spraying it with my new spray bottle. Unfortunately, the liquid misted out in a too small puff. I had to move out of the way as its arm passed through the mist. There was no visible effect as the liquid came into contact with the dirt making up its body. That was too bad. Now that it wasn't my mortal foe, I had come to appreciate how effective liquid was at getting rid of dirt. I was hoping it might wash away this creature made of dust, but it seems that the quantity wasn't enough to do anything. Maybe, as with my other abilities, it would get stronger with use and levels. However, for now, I stowed away the new tool. We'd only been in this dance for 10 to 15 seconds now. Still, I could already see that the creature's total mass was significantly reduced. I estimated it to only be 97.3% of its previous volume. That meant that if this continued, I would win in about 5 to 6 minutes. The creature might not be completely vanquished, but it would be small enough that I could probably suck it up more wholesale. However, I wasn't sure I had the time. I didn't know if this creature had any friends, or, worse, if it would realize it was losing and go for Beatrice instead. So far, it mainly ignored Beatrice, choosing to focus on me instead. I was doing my best to be a distraction, but I couldn't be sure that would last forever. A particularly close blow sent me flying forward. It had missed my rear by millimeters, but the shockwave hit me hard enough to jolt me off my wheels. I flew through the air for a few feet before touching the ground and regaining control. I had no choice. Between needing to end this quickly and wanting to be safe, the best option was to weave between its legs, getting closer than I had dared this whole time. There was a good reason for that. As I moved between its legs, trying to find the best places to hide, it started stomping its feet. It didn't seem to see where I was, which was my only saving grace. If it had been able to locate me, I surely would have been pancaked, but its stomps came essentially randomly. The constant threat of being crushed wasn't the only issue, though. The shockwaves of each step shook the ground, making me lose my grip briefly on the floor. This made it slightly harder to twitch out of the way of the next strike. I looked at the carpet, fluttering in the breeze from my suction. These were desperate times. I would have to risk damaging it to end this. I cranked my vacuum power up to the max. The wind howled. It seemed to lash at the beast. At this rate, it would be unable to damage me in less than a minute. It seemed the messmaker was intelligent enough to understand if it didn't change things, it would fail. However, it didn't want to go down without a fight, so the next thing it did was drop to the floor. Next, it tried to crush me under itself in a giant belly flop. The sudden cease of crushing blows was the only thing that gave me a warning, but it also was the only thing that let me get out from underneath it. It only took me a fraction of a second to process what was happening, and I used it to make my escape. Sure, I was no longer in danger of being crushed, but I also was not damaging it nearly as effectively. Finally, it stopped and looked at me for a solid second. This gave me a bad feeling. It swiveled and turned around. Only then did I realize that it had gotten between Beatrice and me. I had come out on the wrong side of its feet and was no longer protecting my charge. It raced toward the stairs, and I followed at full speed after. I wasn't sure what I could do, but I turned my vacuum on high and tried to take off as much of it as possible. I cared even less about keeping the carpet intact now that Beatrice was in danger. It didn't seem like I was capable of stopping it, but I could do as much damage as I could. I hadn't thought it was intelligent enough to see that I was protecting her. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it just thought I was too annoying to deal with and wasn't worth fighting. However, it didn't matter now. I had a human to protect. Luckily, Beatrice had decent self-preservation skills. Seeing the beast charging at her, she turned and leaped down the stairs as fast as she could. The demon was right on her heels. She ducked into one of the side rooms and slammed the door shut as it landed at the foot of the stairs. The door didn't seem like it would be enough to stop the beast, but it might give her more time. It started hammering on the door, trying to break it down, but it was having surprising difficulty getting through. This castle was really made of strong stuff. Not only was it high quality and beautiful looking, but it was built to last. I stared down at them from the top of the stairs. I was helpless. Without someone to transport me down, there was nothing I could think of to affect the fight further. As the creature battered at the walls and door, the only thing I could do was turn my suction on full power. I could see a small stream of dirt heading toward me, but it was insignificant compared to before. It would be a long time before it made any appreciable difference. Bee leaned against the inside of the coat room door, panting. She could feel the door shake as heavy fists repeatedly pounded into it. The demon seemed to have slipped past Void as it played with it. These doors were solid oak, but even she didn't think that would hold it back for long. With her master trapped at the top of the stairs, she didn't think she could count on help coming either. She looked about the room, trying to find some way out of this predicament. She cursed her terrible decision. If only she had gone through the other door. That side led to servants' corridors. She could have possibly escaped through those. Unfortunately, this was just the coat room, and there weren't even any coats here. She still had her pack and her broom, but that was it. As good as she had gotten with her broom, she didn't think she would have the strength to do any damage to a level 32 Earth demon. And she definitely didn't have the speed to survive a prolonged confrontation. Inside her pack, there wasn't much left of her supplies except for the alchemy kit. But wait. Quickly, she shrugged out of her pack and started digging through it. She still had a few potions she had made earlier. She hadn't needed them for the skeletons, but maybe they could help now. There were a couple of the distraction ones that made smoke screens and a speed potion. This might just be enough to get her past the demon. Quickly, she downed the speed potion. She felt her reflexes and muscles react as though electrified. Finally, they were ready to respond, and even as she started getting ready to fling various distractions, she noticed the difference in her hand speed. Propping the pack against the wall to retrieve later, she prepared to fling open the door. Before grabbing the handle, she dropped one of the smoke bombs. Then she opened the door and tossed another one right at the demon. They both broke, immediately billowing out grayish-white smoke. Then, using her newfound speed, Bee dropped into a slide between where she thought the creature's legs were. Judging from the fact that she wasn't immediately clobbered, her distraction seemed to have worked. Coming up the other side, she took the stairs 3 at a time, hopping back up to her master's side. The speed potion only lasted for half a minute, so she didn't have much time. She spoke quickly. "Master, may I have your permission to head to the library? I don't think I'll be of much assistance here." It gave an affirmative noise, and she took off running, trying to take advantage of all the speed she had. Bee was lucky that the library wasn't far off. When she made it around the corner, she saw another demon, similar to the last, at the opposite end of the junction. Luckily, it was walking away from her. She sprinted in the other direction toward the library. As she skidded to a halt in front of the door, she wildly checked for enemies. Though there were none immediately visible, she heard something coming around the corner. She slipped in and closed the door before she was caught. Now safe in the library, Bee thought about her next moves. First, she would need to figure out a way for her to deal with earth demons. She also needed to see how many had gotten out. The worst case would be all of them, but perhaps things weren't that bad. Finally, she would definitely need more speed potions. along with maybe some strength ones and other kinds that would help her in these situations. If she could only get the ingredients. Bee sighed inwardly. Just when she had started to feel safe inside the castle. Hopefully Void would take care of it quickly, though. It did not seem happy with the new intruders. She quickly scanned the shelves to find anything of worth, her tiredness forgotten. Chapter 51 Of Voids and Vacuums. As Beatrice rounded the corner toward the library, the demon made to follow. But I met it as soon as it started up the stairs. This time I didn't hold back. There was no concern for preserving the carpet. I just had to ensure that the demon was stalled long enough for Beatrice to get away. It seemed to have figured out the futility of attacking me. It also couldn't just sit at the base of the stairs. It didn't seem capable of going through any side doors and hadn't even tried to leave the castle. So the demon's only options were to be slowly drained of all of its mass until it was no longer a threat to anyone, or make a break for it. It charged at me, obviously intending to barrel past, yet there was little I could do to block its advance. The only thing I could do was stay close to its feet, consuming matter as it ran. I considered transmuting a few more of the demons inside my dustbin, but I didn't think it would do much here. One, there weren't as many demons inside me now, and two, I didn't want to destroy the castle. The carpet damage from my overpowered vacuum was one thing, but bringing down walls might damage Beatrice as well. It made it to the corner Beatrice had turned, but I was right on its heels. Already, the creature was down 20% of its total mass from when we first met. I was pleasantly surprised that the process was accelerating. It seemed that the less powerful it was, the less it could resist the pull of my vacuum. The demon seemed to realize it wouldn't catch Beatrice or escape me. So instead, it turned all its might into another attempt to crush me. It flailed about randomly, slamming both fists into the stone floors, trying to smash into me. I tried to dodge, but its slightly decreased size brought a degree of maneuverability it previously lacked. Despite my best efforts, I couldn't get it down more than another 5% before a blow sent me tumbling away. I felt part of my outer shell crack as I rolled sideways. Soon I came to rest upside down. In that moment, I surely thought this was the end of me. Being on my back was a mostly unfamiliar experience. It had only happened once before, and I didn't like thinking about it. I lay there on my back, waiting for the demon to come and smash me. However, I wouldn't go down easily if this was the end. So I turned my vacuum up as high as possible for a finishing blow. A cyclone of debris and dirt raged above me, the poor carpet flapping upwards in protest. Yet despite all that, my sensors didn't detect an incoming blow. It only took me 1/10 of a second to realize that the demon wasn't coming toward me. In fact, it was running away. It seemed that it would take advantage of my helplessness to escape, which left me in a bit of a strange, anticlimactic position. I turned down my vacuum. What more could I do? I wasn't like a turtle that could rock around enough to flip over. I didn't have that sort of mobility. Though, just to make sure, I wiggled my wheels around a bit. Nothing happened. Dang. Oh, wait. Maybe I did have an option. In my panic, I had forgotten about how much I had changed. I was no longer the same creature that had come to this place. So I popped my grabby arm out and used it to push off the ground. It was rough, since it wasn't quite long enough to flip me over completely, but between that and a decent amount of wiggling, my wheels soon touched the solid ground again. I glanced around and regained my bearings. In the distance, I could see the shrunken demon running down the hall. Hesitating, I considered my options. Should I follow it and finish it, or should I make sure Beatrice was all right? I glanced down the hallway Beatrice had retreated to. The library wasn't far off, and I hadn't heard any more commotion from that direction. She was probably fine. Taking another glance at the disastrous mess along the hall, I swiveled and raced after my foe. B couldn't tell what was going on outside the library. There was some faint noises, but they weren't loud enough to distinguish anything specific. She hoped her master wouldn't be too disappointed with her for running away, but it seemed to be the only logical option. Every other path led to fighting an enemy she couldn't win against. Well, couldn't win against them yet, anyway. At B's current pace, that might change sooner than she could have dreamed. However, in the meantime, she found some interesting books that might help. She set another pile on the table and surveyed her newest collection. On the left were manuals covering advanced potions of speed and strength. Those might help her survive in the immediate future. On the right was a stack of tomes on earth demons. They were a common enough type of demon that there was plenty of information for her to comb through. Sighing, Bee slumped gratefully into her seat and selected a book to her right. Apparently, earth demons had a weakness to water, specifically to large amounts of water. One of the many advantages of having bodies made entirely of earth was that they could shift them around so that lost limbs and the like could quickly be replaced, meaning that they had no particular weak spots. However, when wet, the mass couldn't be shifted around as easily. This left the demons vulnerable. It also allowed for larger chunks to be broken off all at once. She also read that if you could freeze the wet part, you could shatter large amounts of it more efficiently. This was a demanding series of actions to pull off, however. Plus, if you were skilled enough to pull a stunt like that off consistently, you were likely powerful enough to defeat an earth demon without resorting to such tricks. At least that was what the book said. It was apparent that swords, spears, and other bladed weapons were essentially useless against these demons. Even axes weren't recommended. Much more effective was a hammer, or something that could really knock off large chunks at once. The most challenging part was preventing the lost mass from being reabsorbed by the demon. That was often where the water came in. Bee considered her broom. It wasn't a hammer, but it was quite literally designed to remove dirt and debris. Of course, it depended on how tightly the dirt was packed, but the broom end could sweep apart significant bits of sand or earth-like material with each swipe. On top of that, it would do a decent job of scattering that material. With Void's ability to consume matter, she shouldn't have much trouble keeping the lost mass away from it. As long as she had her master by her side, that is. She didn't think Void would have any problem with helping her in such a way. Plus, monsters that were literally made from dirt seemed to go against everything Void stood for. Bee paused in her reading. Actually, that didn't make sense. Why would Void release these demons of all things? It could have easily kept these locked away and released the other demons for her training. Was it possible that it hadn't known what it released at the time? She considered that Void might just have known the power level of these demons and not their species. It seemed possible. She thought that Void wasn't likely to intentionally release this level of debris and destruction across the castle. However, that called into question even more things. If Void didn't know that, what else didn't it know? Setting aside those doubts for later, Bee continued thumbing through her books. She definitely needed to restock her supply of speed potions. Those had saved her life and allowed her to evade the thing in the first place. She also found a recipe for a freezing potion that could be hurled at an enemy. She'd have to do some testing to determine the range of effect and power, but the ingredients were not super complicated. She would have to figure out how to get into some storerooms where the more valuable components were kept, but that shouldn't have been impossible. She was pretty sure she knew where a couple sets of keys were. Besides speed and freezing, she needed a way to get the earth demons wet before freezing them. Running through imaginary combat in her mind, Bee frowned. Actually, freezing might not be the best idea. She would need to crush the frozen part of it to complete that combo, and her broom wasn't meant for heavy hitting. It would probably break against anything less brittle than bone. That's not to mention that she still wasn't the strongest herself, though strength potions could help with that temporarily. So she would need a hammer, and to be in range to strike it. Glancing down at the small meat tenderizer in her belt, Bee shuddered. That didn't seem like the best idea, even with greater speed. She definitely needed to think about it a bit more. A loud growl interrupted her musings, and Bee sat bolt upright. The good news was it was only her stomach. The bad news was that she was getting quite hungry and thirsty again. Bee set aside the books for the moment in favor of her more immediate needs. She needed more food and water. She had to at least make a trip to the kitchen pretty soon. Maybe she could grab alchemy supplies at the same time, but without Void's help, would she be able to make it? Bee considered. Well, she was much more capable than before, not to mention a higher level. But now there were also more than just lesser demons roaming the halls. However, the catacombs had helped her understand Void a bit better. While her master had thrown her into difficult situations before, it had never put her in an impossible situation without backup. She didn't think that Void would let her come to harm, so it seemed unlikely that it would make her travel alone in these conditions. She had someone to watch her back, and she didn't have to take the same risks she did before. So, before going out there, she needed to wait for her master to return. She hoped it wouldn't be that long. She was starting to get thirsty. It didn't take me long to catch the demon. I didn't try anything fancy. I just stayed outside of its crushing range and let my vacuum and sanitation lamp do their work. Already it was significantly smaller than it had been. When it realized I was too fast to outrun, it gave up on that plan. Instead, it returned to just charging at me futilely. I kept dodging to the side, leading in a large circle. I spent my time leading it on our merry chase, trying to stay in the same area. I didn't want to get too far away, lest there be other mess makers like this one. They might see us and join in on the fun. That wouldn't be great. Well, it seemed that I could take this beast on alone with some planning and caution, but I only wanted to try to take on one at a time right now. Perhaps it would be a different story once I had a chance to train up my sanitation lamp and vacuum power. This dance continued for a few minutes, but eventually I prevailed. The creature shrank enough that I didn't worry about it hitting me. Satisfied, I got in close and turned my vacuum up. The whole thing dissolved in a couple more seconds and flew harmlessly into my dustbin. I was curious to see if it was still moving like the other demons I had absorbed. Checking in on my dustbin, there were still 4 lesser demons inside. There were also a bunch of other things, things with energy that felt different from electricity. They felt more similar to the demons than anything else. The sheer amount made me think this was related to the army of skeletons I had consumed, but I could also make out the remains of the earth demon separately. It was scattered everywhere, but I could somehow recognize that the scattered parts belonged to one entity. I considered transmuting it for energy. I had used quite a bit during that battle, after all. However, as I consumed it, I noticed a large number flitting across my vision. By this point, I had associated the numbers with cleaning activities, but now I considered their meaning. Maybe it was telling me the amount of energy I had absorbed? Chapter 52. Securing Supplies. After finishing off the earth demon, I happily trundled toward the library. I tried to collect as much loose dirt and debris as I could along the way, but I couldn't get everything. This whole area would need a real deep clean. I turned the door handle and pushed, but felt more resistance than expected. That was strange. It didn't seem to be locked, so I pushed harder. Finally, the door groaned inward in protest. I saw Beatrice standing across the room, staring in my direction. When she saw me, though, the tension left her shoulders. She smiled and gave me a small wave. I returned it as I retracted my arm. As I entered, I noticed a bookshelf propped up against the door. No wonder it was so hard to open. Who would have thought that I had gotten so strong? Anyway, I rolled over to Beatrice to see if she was all right. I ran my advanced sensors over her, but didn't find anything unusual. Judging by her appearance, she'd escaped the situation without any damage sustained. This was a relief. But it also made it 2 times in a row that she had been out of my sight and made it back without any damage. If she kept this up, I might have to change my mind about her competence. It might even be time to accelerate her training. She seemed to have similar ideas. She gave me a slight bow and asked, "Master, can we make a trip to the kitchen and then some of the storerooms? I would like to get some ingredients to make something to work against these earth demons." I thought about this. Was Beatrice really ready to take on one of those? No, she definitely wasn't. I could barely do it myself, and that was only because they were quite clumsy. But maybe she could help. If she distracted one, I could stay closer to it for longer. Plus, brooms were great for cleaning up dirt. So if she had other tools, maybe some cleaning agents that she could make with her glass containers, perhaps things would go all right. I supposed there was nothing wrong with an excursion to the kitchens. Humans needed to eat anyway, so we'd have to do that eventually. And while we were out, we might as well get her whatever she needed to prepare. So I gave an affirmative beep of agreement. However, I waited to head out. I was pretty sure that Beatrice needed to rest at this point. She hadn't done so since the bottom of the catacombs. Plus, the walk up was just full of excitement. After that much, she would probably be low on battery. I had her return to her usual spot with her pillow and blanket. I prepared her for sleep mode before I settled down to keep watch. When Beatrice finished charging, we quickly got ready to go. The path was clear on the way to the kitchens. That was lucky since I could see Beatrice was moving a bit slower than normal. She seemed to be rubbing her eyes a lot and making a strange sound every once in a while. It was somewhere between a sigh and a strange honk, something I wasn't used to humans making. Perhaps she wasn't up to date with her usual maintenance. Maybe that's why she wanted to go to the kitchen, to fix herself up. But if that didn't work, I was going to get concerned. Still, I was glad that we made it to the kitchen undisturbed. However, when we got there, things were different from how we had left them. The kitchen had a set of pushable double doors. This made it so that I didn't need to use my grabby arm to enter. However, it apparently also meant that the large demons could get through. There was little left intact. The counters and cupboards were smashed, dented utensils and bowls littered the ground, and even the pantry was in shambles. Beatrice examined the water barrel and found it shattered, wood fragments littering the floor. There was still a small puddle in the cracked bottom of the barrel from which she drank greedily. However, it was clear we would not be getting what she wanted from here. I watched as Beatrice spent some time digging through the ruins. I wanted to begin cleaning everything up. However, I wasn't sure what was valuable and what wasn't to her, so I left her to sort through some of it. Soon I would need to clear the rubble and repair all the damage done. I would repair what I could, but I didn't know how to make cabinets. Perhaps Beatrice could teach me using one of her books. It only took a couple of minutes for her to pick out a few things from the wreckage. She came back to sit beside me, frowning. "There isn't much that I can use from here. This is going to be an issue. There may be some food in other storerooms, but I'm not sure where those are, or if those supplies are even still good. Also, I think most of the stuff ready for consumption was kept here. I could try to prepare food myself, given ingredients, but—" She waved an arm toward the disaster area in front of us. That didn't sound good. I knew humans consumed food like how I consumed dust. I didn't know what I would do if I couldn't do that. Hopefully, we could find a solution soon. Still, the kitchen was one of many reasons we had come. She also wanted other things. I gave her an encouraging beep. We would figure things out. As she followed, I turned around and began to roll back to the hallway. The second part of our trip could have gone more smoothly. As we crossed the castle's entryway landing, we saw another dirty messmaker rounding the corner. We both froze. It didn't. It immediately charged at us when our gazes met. Beatrice looked at me, but I didn't have an answer. She brandished her broom and took a combat stance as if to receive the charge. That was a horrible idea. She was much smaller and lighter than even one of the demon's fists, so I quickly darted forward to intercept. I shined my sanitation lamp directly in the face of the demon. That seemed to get its attention, probably because its head started to dissolve. Then I darted to the side, retreating down the entryway hallway. Sure enough, as soon as it reached the corner, it turned to chase after me. That left Beatrice able to go forward. She seemed to realize what I was doing and ran. I started the now familiar dance that I was getting better at. Weaving around the fists of the demon and in between its legs, I quickly siphoned off a large portion of its mass. But as soon as I ended up behind the thing, I followed Beatrice. I saw she had made it pretty far down the hallway. She looked back at me and slowed as though to stop, but I let out an encouraging beep for her to continue. I would distract this one, leading it while following Beatrice so that I could help her out if needed. I did just that. I continued dodging the blows and siphoning off mass from the demon, all the while keeping Beatrice in sight. Luckily, our destination was pretty close to the corner. As I saw her slip into a side doorway, I focused on whittling away this demon's stature. Already it was 30% smaller, and now, not having to lead it in a certain direction or at a given pace, I focused on staying as close to it as I could. Really, once I got used to their movement pattern, fighting them wasn't too hard. No more challenging than getting out a really tough wine stain. That is to say, it wasn't impossible for me anymore. If I had fought these when I first arrived, I would have been spare parts scattered all across the floor. Now, however, I could handle such a challenge in just over 5 minutes. Reality came knocking just as I felt a bit of pride in my accomplishments. Further down the hallway, near Beatrice's side room, another earth demon appeared. That was bad. I may have gotten too cocky there. I was still a couple minutes away from finishing off this demon. Luckily, it didn't seem to realize the danger it was in like the last one had, as it was still pounding at me. I also didn't risk getting close enough that it could try to belly flop on me this time. But with a second one, now I was going to have to get creative. I switched to focusing my sanitation lamp on the second demon whenever I had the chance. I twirled desperately around my two foes. Luckily, Beatrice was still inside the room, so I didn't have to worry about her. While I moved, my processor worked overtime trying to figure out a way out of the situation. Unfortunately, I was only getting null values. B ducked inside the lesser storeroom. It hadn't changed much since she had last been here. Still, she moved in a hurry. She grabbed a few of the bags by the door and found the barrels she needed. She needed a decent amount of crushed ice peppers for the ice potion. She wasn't sure why they were called that. Her mom had been a fan of cooking those in savory dishes, but they hadn't ever felt cold on her tongue. That might make more sense if their names were instead related to alchemy uses. When she had finished stuffing those into a bag, she moved on to the remaining few things on her list. Nothing too abnormal. Ground wheat harvested on the summer solstice and fireflies collected on the equinox were probably the weirdest things here. Otherwise, it was simple things like various types of salts or ground-up herbs that could easily be scooped. She was careful to ensure she got more than she needed for everything. Only after she checked that she had everything on her list did she allow herself to be concerned about the food situation. It was good that she still had alchemy supplies, but running out of food was not good. Sure, she'd mentioned to Void that there might have been other storerooms, but she didn't know where they were, and if they were in any better condition. Besides, that was usually unprocessed food, meat that was still curing, or rice or flour, for example, things that she might not be able to cook without a functional kitchen. Bee started considering alternatives. Water wouldn't be an issue. She'd have to go out and get it from the well, but that was doable enough. There were also gardens that might be producing sometime soon, so she would have to check on that, and there were animals. But she didn't know how to care for animals, milk a cow, or anything like that. She could maybe get eggs, but she still had to cook them. All of this was assuming that the animals and garden were in better shape, of course. Either way, she wouldn't have food for a bit. Finally, she found some jerky and a couple of apples, which would only last her a day or two. Food was becoming an issue in general. She was tired of always running out and worrying about her next meal. It would be good to solve this on a more permanent basis. While the food was an issue that would need a solution, it wasn't her most prominent issue. Her master was protecting her from demons, but she wasn't sure how long the fight would last. She poked her head out to see what was happening, then quickly shut the door again. It seemed that her master was whittling down the first demon they had come across, but it looked like Void might soon be in a bit more trouble. A second demon had come in from the other direction, and this one did not appear to be nearly as small. Could she really just sit here and watch? Void didn't seem to be having much trouble, but seeing how long it took to finish just one, maybe it needed her help. It didn't seem like this was her master's limit, though. Perhaps it was just waiting for her help? Well, her uncertainty didn't really matter too much. Bee had decided to act. But first, she just needed a plan. Chapter 53. A Splash of Truth. This was not going very well. After the second demon came along, not only were there twice as many ways for me to get hit, but I also had to split my attention. This led to a drop in overall efficiency. I wasn't just dividing my damage across two different sources. The sanitation lamp, at least, was less efficient than the vacuum. The nice thing about suction was that it worked from all directions. Unfortunately, I couldn't quite be as effective for each demon. Still, I was able to do significant damage to both just by being in their proximity. However, this wasn't going to last. I begged my processor to come up with some ideas as I dodged and pivoted around their ankles. I started trying things that probably wouldn't work. I started spraying them with my cleaning solution more and more. It didn't seem to have any noticeable effect, but I got a number floating up in my vision every time I did. And if that was getting me energy or measuring something important, why not keep doing it? Occasionally, when I would get close enough, I'd grab a little piece off of them with my arm. It didn't seem to be very effective, but it was something. I even got close enough to touch one of them with my mop. It had no effect. I didn't even get a number in my vision, but it was worth a shot. However, the margin for error between me and their strikes was getting smaller and smaller every second. Soon enough, they started to force me into a corner. While the lesser demons had worked together, usually by holding hands, they weren't very good at strategy. These demons, though, were significantly smarter. They actually seemed to understand basic tactics. They would come at me together in two different directions, timing their motions to coordinate with each other rather than attacking randomly. Several times I actually tried to escape, trying to lead them away from the door with Beatrice behind it. However, they quickly learned to have one drop to the floor to block my path. The other would use that as an opportunity to get a free shot in. Well, at least their continued proximity to me did damage them. It was likely that they were going to get a lucky hit in before I managed to wear them down, though. My models predicted now that I would only have a 1 in 100 chance of rolling away without any damage. That was an improvement from the beginning of the fight, so perhaps they hadn't played it perfectly. As long as I made perfect moves and they continued to make mistakes, there was a chance that the odds of success would grow. But it was still incredibly risky. After I sprayed the ankles of one demon for maybe the 5th time, I picked up a slight color change in the dirt there. It seemed to be less flexible, too, based on the creature's movements. This gave me an idea, and I focused on targeting that particular spot again and again. After about a dozen sprays, I noticed that that part of the foot was quite waterlogged. I tried shining my sanitation lamp on it. Aside from some fumes coming off of it, nothing else happened. Well, it was more liquid than solid now. Maybe my mop could help. I set up the next couple of maneuvers, predicting what the demons would do so that I could get within mop range of that spot. I waited, sacrificing potential damage to try this out. I touched the spot with my mop when I got a chance, and the whole section of the beast's foot disappeared. My mop was soaked with muddy water, so I brought it back inside and wrung it out. Looking at the composition of my foe, I noticed that I had just taken out a considerable fraction of the demon's total mass. Also, while it seemed to be able to shift shape and fill in thinner areas, this sudden damage still threw the demon off balance, as it was suddenly missing a large portion of its foot. It started to topple over. With this new tactic and the demon out of position, my model increased my chance of success from 1 out of 100 to 58 out of 100. And that was assuming that both parties would make optimal moves every single chance they got. I was pretty sure I could maintain optimal moves. These demons, while smart, had definitely not so far. I was confident this chance would increase even further, especially if I took advantage of this new opening. With some fancy maneuvering, I managed to sneak past the temporarily incapacitated demon and try for a better position where I was no longer surrounded on both sides. This was starting to go my way. Bee stuck her head out the doorway again. They weren't right in front of the door anymore, so she had to stick her head out a little bit farther than before and look around. The battle was still going on in the hall back toward where they had come from. This was perfect. She didn't have a lot of equipment with her to make anything too fancy, but there was a bucket and a barrel of water. It was salt water that was intended to be used for potions, but it might help hinder the earth demons, and even helping out a little would be great. For one, she would get some experience from it and be able to assist her master. Though Void looked like it needed even less assistance than when she had last checked. It ran circles around these demons, keeping them bunched together. It seemed to be able to time its movements perfectly so that the demons would get in each other's way. It was truly a masterclass on combat. The sight reminded her of one time when a royal guard troop had passed through town escorting some important noble. While they rested, One of them had come over to the group of kids, scraping in the mud with sticks, pretending to be warriors. The guard had challenged them all to come and hit him with their sticks, and he skillfully wove between the blows without ever drawing his own sword. As a result, all the kids ended up smacking each other or tumbling in the mud harmlessly. All this without laying a hand on them. To her master, these earth demons likely seemed like children. Still, that didn't mean it wouldn't appreciate the gesture of help. Neither of the combatants had noticed her open the door, so she tried her best to remain stealthy. Tiptoeing up behind one with a bucket of salt water, she quickly twisted her body and flung the bucket at the smaller demon's back. Its body instantly stiffened and solidified, darkening as the liquid soaked in. That got its attention. It turned around to roar at her while the other tried to swat at Void. But she was already sprinting back toward the storeroom door. Bee slipped through the crack and slammed it behind her. She hoped her master could take advantage of the opening. Going back to the barrel, she grabbed another bucket, cracked the door open, and waited for the next opportunity. I watched Beatrice repeat the stunt with the water bucket. I wasn't sure if she'd seen my spray bottle move earlier to get out of the tight situation, but this would provide me with some opportunity. Luckily, this time the water arced low enough that I could reach the affected areas with my mop. The previous one had struck too high up on the demon. Still, it did seem to limit its combat capabilities by a tiny bit, even if I couldn't take full advantage with my mop. I started positioning myself to optimize this opportunity. My models of the Earth Demon took this new weakness into account, and within a handful of seconds, I was behind the demon with my mop out. I turned sharply, the tassels cutting a swath through its limb. In an instant, an entire section of wet demon crumpled into the cloth strips. When I turned my vacuum on that much-reduced demon, it quickly disintegrated. Soon I was facing a single demon that was already much diminished from this extended tussle with me. Having lost its ally, this one proved to be just a minor threat. It was slightly smarter than the one that I had vanquished. This was the one that had come upon us after I was already in combat, so perhaps opportunity-seeking was in its nature. Either way, it tried to run. It wouldn't make it far. It only took a second to chase down. With a few repeated sprays to the ankle, I was able to remove the supporting joint long enough for it to topple over. As it fell, I pounced, and was able to rip a large chunk off of the prone form. Soon it was bite-sized enough to be finished off quickly. Large numbers again floated through my vision. I waited for a voice to tell me if I had reached a new level, but nothing came. That was too bad. I'd figured that I would be getting close to another milestone by fighting 3 of these large demons. After how useful some of these last upgrades were, I was quite looking forward to the next advancement. Oh well. I rolled over to the door Beatrice was behind and knocked on it with my arm. I gave a reassuring beep to let her know it was safe to come out. It took a couple of seconds, but soon she poked her head out and looked around. Seeing no demons, Beatrice took a step out. She had apparently packed up all the stuff she wanted, as her bundle was much larger than before. I wished I had better conveyed my appreciation for her assistance. She shaved almost 7 minutes and 38 seconds off the fight time. Plus, she had drastically reduced the risk of me getting damaged again. Luckily, she had an idea of what she wanted to do next. "Master, can we address the food situation? The pantry seems to be out of commission, but I remembered that we have gardens and livestock outside. I figured the livestock might be gone by now since it's been several weeks, but the gardens might be okay." Of course we could. I beeped in the affirmative. I wasn't sure what gardens or livestock were, but if they were related to human food, that was good enough for me. I knew that Beatrice needed to consume that regularly. Also, with the damage done by the demons in our absence, it made sense that it was more of a scarce resource. Beatrice just nodded and led the way. It wasn't until we started down the hallway toward the stairs I started to get concerned. Where were these gardens? I didn't remember anything downstairs except for the catacombs and a few small side chambers. When she stopped at the stairs to look at me and made to pick me up, I got a little concerned. I let her pick me up and carry me down, but I was getting a bad feeling about this. My bad feeling was confirmed when Beatrice started opening the large doors at the base of the stairs. The last time we went through these doors to the outside, things hadn't gone very well. I shuddered at the memory. The image of an endless dirt landscape still haunted me. But I was different now, stronger. Surely I could handle something like this. I felt my mind was clearer, and I understood a lot more things, for sure, but still, the prospect was daunting. I wasn't sure if I was ready to face that again. Eventually, she got the doors open and stepped outside. Should I follow? I edged around the door slightly so I could see. It was as I remembered, a wide area of incredibly dirty stone stretched out for about 30 to 40 feet in all directions. Straight ahead, stairs led down to a gentle slope to the right and left. Beyond that was an almost carpet-like green surface. However, as lush as the carpet seemed, it was a trap. My sensors indicated that just below the surface was the thickest layer of dirt, soil, and grime I had ever encountered. It made the castle hallways, caked as they were in sandy debris, look absolutely spotless by comparison. I'll admit I trembled a bit. I didn't think I was quite ready to clean out here. Maybe I could wait here, just while Beatrice went to go check on her gardens. Chapter 54. Farm Upkeep. Bee stepped into sunlight for the first time in almost a week. Just like last time, she simply stood there for a moment, feeling the sun on her face and the wind in her hair. She closed her eyes. It was amazing how much she had missed the outside after being in the deep catacombs for so long. Sighing contentedly, she made sure to check her surroundings before setting out. There were no humans that would bother her this time. She hoped that the demons were contained within the castle, for the most part. She wasn't about to count on it, though. She knew there were other areas used to contain demons, some of which Void probably hadn't gotten to yet. However, even if it hadn't destroyed those circles, the natural power of those containment rings would be fading soon. She would need to replace them with fresh components if she wanted to keep the demons in check. However, she wasn't too certain about whether she should. If she did it this one time, she'd feel committed to doing it in the future. It might be better to just let them out, kill them, and reap their levels. Besides, if there was any real need for demons, she could probably summon more herself. All her research into demons had led her to some interesting areas of summoning. Also, the mages kept most of those specimens around more for convenience, so they could study them and their behavior or exposure to the world. She assumed there was more than just that, but those were the obvious reasons. But Bee wasn't studying demons. She was just trying to survive, and having to worry about replacing their magic circles with limited supplies seemed a bit wasteful, especially considering that she was still so inexperienced around magic. Still, it would be good to know what she would face soon, and maybe even get an estimate for how much time she had to prepare. In the upper levels of the castle, she was pretty sure that she had seen some air demons from peeking through the occasional door. It would make sense that there would also be fire demons somewhere, but she had never seen them herself. There were also all the other kinds of magical beasts kept captive amongst the castle upper levels that she needed to take care of, if the other apprentices' complaints were to be believed. Most of them were self-sufficient, but they were also a source of fresh ingredients that might actually be worthwhile to keep around, assuming she still wanted to study magic, of course, which she did. She had never really explored the area outside the castle herself. She had a rough idea of what was there from passing conversations with other apprentices and overhearing the mages speak. It was not in her duties to clean outside, yet she knew there were some gardens and some livestock and maybe a few horses. However, none of this had been tended to since Void first appeared. She assumed that the animals may have died or run off by now, but the gardens might be okay. She finished enjoying the fresh air and made her way onto the grass to the right. She'd make a loop around the castle grounds and see what she could find. It only took her a few steps into the grass before she realized her master wasn't with her. Turning around, she saw its black shape sitting still by the entrance of the castle. Concerned, she hurried back over the short distance. "Master, do you want to come with me?" It let out a noise. For the first time in a long time, Bee wasn't able to figure out what it meant. Normally, Void's intonations were expressive enough that she was able to understand them clearly, as though it were truly speaking to her. However, this was a flat, emotionless note. There was no comfort, positivity, or negativity at all in the tone. Bee waited for Void to elaborate or add to its response. It stayed silent, though. It twisted back and forth, as if uncertain. She had an idea. "Can you not travel on grass very well? I can carry you if you would prefer." I had to think about Beatrice's offer. Would being carried above this desolate landscape of pure dirt be better than rolling amongst it? I had gotten used to being carried, but I still wasn't a huge fan of it. On the other hand, rolling in the dirt sounded awful. I wasn't sure what grass was, but if it was this green stuff, I don't think I would enjoy rolling in it either. It seemed like it would get caught up in my wheels and brushes. Kind of like long hair, but thicker and dirtier. But the real question was whether I wanted to go outside at all. Beatrice could carry me, but I didn't know if that would offer me any more comfort. With my confidence in human infallibility shaken, I couldn't trust anyone besides my humans. While Beatrice was certainly nice, and I would consider her to be one of my humans, she wasn't perfect. The more I traveled with her and saw how she interacted with the world, the more I realized that humans in this place were just flawed. They couldn't compare to my humans back home. Well, even so, that just meant I had more responsibility to care for Beatrice and ensure she had a livable home, though she could never take the place of my original humans. So, I supposed the question wasn't about whether I could keep myself well-maintained outside, or whether I was ready to clean something on this scale. It was more about, could I keep her safe? Actually, that still wasn't quite the question. Could she keep herself safe wandering around without me? That wasn't a very hard question. The answer was definitely no. She may have managed on her own a few times inside the castle, but there was much less threat there than there was out here in the unknown. I didn't think there was any way I could trust her by herself. I flipped my attention back to her. She was still standing there, waiting for an answer. There was no way around it. I knew what needed to be done. I rolled over and bumped her foot. She blessed me with a smile before bending down to pick me up. I could get a better view of the outside from a higher angle. The castle seemed completely surrounded by an outer wall set 100 or so yards away from the building. This little plateau we were on was set into a gently sloping hill that extended from the castle to the wall. At the front of this plateau was a set of stairs and a path to a gate in the wall. To either side of this platform lay a strip of grass that then turned into a gentle hill down further away from the castle as it sloped toward the wall. After 50 feet, it leveled off, leaving a large, flat area between the wall and the hill. Beatrice began moving along the top of the hill. It was a long walk around the castle, but it allowed me to really take in the scale of the problem. Just off to the side of the path toward the gate, there were a couple sets of buildings. I couldn't tell what their purpose was, but there was a large area of packed earth off to the side of one. I had to shut off my visual sensors briefly at that. Loose dirt was enough of a scourge, but something like that? It would be magnitudes harder to clean than muddy boot prints on a hardwood floor. Cleaning endless numbers of earth demons was the closest approximation I had here, and it still couldn't compare in the slightest. Calming myself, I reopened my sensor data stream, focusing instead on the large red building with white stripes. We skipped the area and continued around the castle. Around the bend, we saw a set of large dirt fields with green plants growing in them. Beatrice walked down the hill toward that area. I couldn't make out her purpose. Did we need to clean these dirt fields? That was a lot of dirt. It wasn't as dense as the other area, but it was still, more than I thought I would ever face in one area. I was starting to regret my choice to come outside with her. I'm sure she would have been fine. There was no danger out here. Not that we'd seen. In fact, maybe I could head back right now. She wouldn't mind, right? She'd be safe. Before I started trembling again, I cleared my mind and tried to focus on happier things. On clean linens and freshly polished floors. On my favorite rug and head pats. Those thoughts soothed me and helped to organize my thoughts. I could do this. I would stay with Beatrice just in case. She needed me. Even if we did need to clean all this, we'd take one thing at a time. Focus on what you can do, not what you cannot. She started talking to me. Maybe it was just to fill the silence, maybe because she realized I didn't know what was going on, but she started explaining that this was a garden. Apparently, this was indeed our destination. She reached down with her free hand and started investigating the ground. From the dirt, she grabbed a clump of green plant and began pulling at its base. There was a small, whitish-orange knob-like item at the end. She muttered, almost to herself, "These carrots look very small. I don't think this is ready to be eaten yet." Despite her words, she brushed off the dirt on her pants and took a bite of the orange part. I cringed slightly at her dirtying herself. She made a face and tossed the rest down. "Definitely not ready. I wish I knew more about farming, but I don't think I'm able to get enough food this way." We moved on to check a few more different types of plants. I stored away the names of turnips, beets, cucumbers, squashes, pumpkins, and a few others in my memory banks to remember what humans could eat. It definitely seemed that a lot of these things required cooking. Unfortunately, I didn't see her bring any of her glassware out, so I imagined she couldn't try them now. But after checking every field we could find around the castle, Beatrice was quite discouraged. "These gardens are not ready yet. I think with some care they could feed me for a very long time, but I don't know how to care for them. But that still won't change the fact that I need food soonish." She sighed. "I suppose the only thing we can do is check on the animals. I have less hope for them than the crops, though." I didn't have much hope of checking on animals either. In my experience, they were mostly useless or actively detrimental to a place's cleanliness. The only slightly beneficial thing was the cat that I briefly chased before. The way she had explained a cat's function made it sound useful, but I hadn't seen it since. I wondered if it was hiding. After the gardens, we made our way towards something called a coop. Approaching it, my sensors alerted me to a higher concentration of new particulates in the air. Analysis indicated that they were made up almost entirely of filth and some sort of animal excrement. This did not give me any sort of confidence. I did not want to meet these chickens. Still, I was intrigued by the new sounds I picked up coming from the small outbuilding. Beatrice seemed to hear it too because she gave a small sigh of relief. We opened the door, and I was aghast. The area was filthy. Not only was there straw and debris everywhere, but there were feathers and poop along with bits of grain and everything strewn about. Whereas the rest of the outside shocked me with the quantity of dirt, this was a kind of variety that I had never encountered. Even craft day wasn't as bad as this. At least the stuff I cleaned up on craft day had some other purpose than just being filth. Some very thin, angry birds swarmed at Beatrice's feet, clucking something fierce. She seemed just about as uncomfortable as I did. She mostly managed to ignore them, even as they tried pecking at her feet. She did a little hop dance to dodge, but actually made her way farther into the building. Eventually, she started talking to them. I wasn't sure of the purpose of that. They clearly couldn't understand her, but maybe it made them feel calm. "You poor things. Where's your food? How have you survived? You must have been pecking up the ground and eating everything. Where is your food kept?" I wasn't sure of the purpose of these questions. They certainly weren't getting answered. But regardless, she made her way over to what looked like some bags in a cupboard that she had unlatched. In a fit of clumsiness, she spilled the contents of said bags all over the ground. What was she doing? They were just full of the same grain debris that was already scattered all over the place. I knew this whole thing was horrifying, but she didn't have to make it worse. Against all odds, these disgusting little birds managed to redeem themselves a little bit. They gathered around and began freshly cleaning up the mess Beatrice had just made. Perhaps she had done that on purpose? Did these birds need training, as they too would help keep the castle clean? Maybe they were specialized cleaners. After looking at their living conditions, I'd say no. But humans did have some weird partnerships with animals. Perhaps this was just one of them. Chapter 55. A crummy situation. Bee did her best to search for eggs while the chickens ate. She was lucky enough to find several that weren't too covered in droppings and filth. However, she had no way of telling which ones were fresh and which were not. She supposed she had two options: either leave them and let them hatch, or toss all the ones she could find and wait for new ones to be laid. Though looking at how quickly they were cleaning up their feed, she wasn't sure how much food the chickens would require daily before that happened. Also, she wasn't sure how chicken egg-laying practices worked. She started to gather all of the eggs she could find. Not that she found more than a couple. The occasional bits of shattered eggshell she found suggested that these chickens may have gotten desperate. She found only a few that had fallen out of their reach. It was hard to do one-handed, since she sensed that Void didn't want to touch the ground here. She had tried to put it down at one point. However, her master had protested quite loudly before she even made it halfway there. Looking around the chicken coop, she was pretty sure she understood why. Honestly, she didn't want to be around here any more than she had to. The smell was awful. Still, she found a basket nearby that helped her gather immensely. As she worked, she considered her situation. She only had so much chicken feed stored away. She wasn't even sure where to get more from. From what she recalled, there was a small hamlet only a half a day away where the castle could get some supplies and fresh goods. That was where the stuff that the college didn't maintain themselves came from. That or the village that was a bit further away. Bee had never been, but she had heard about it from the other apprentices. Apparently, even calling it a hamlet was a bit excessive. She always figured hamlets to be small villages. Apparently, this was just 4 or 5 huts with a few livestock. It was just a group of farmers who wanted privacy, and the nearby land was decent. Sometimes the college had to make quick supply runs and trek down the long road dirt path. It was only barely wide enough for horses, much less a cart or wagon. Since she hadn't heard about the area from her father, she suspected they also didn't pay much in the way of taxes. The thought of horses made her realize that her next stop had to be the barn. After collecting all the eggs, she put them to the side. She wasn't sure if she had a use for them, but she knew nothing about raising animals. Hopefully, when she checked back tomorrow, there would be some fresh eggs that she knew she could cook. Then, having fed the chickens and filled up their water from the nearby well, she moved on to the next point of interest. She knew they kept horses in the barn, but she wasn't sure what else to expect. She didn't remember ever having any milk here, so she figured dairy cows were out of the question. Also, the mages didn't really want to spend more time tending livestock. She hoped that no surprises were waiting for her. Pushing open the barn doors, Bee realized the place was empty. She checked several of the horses' stalls, but they all were deserted. Investigating more, she noticed that one stall had a broken latch at the end. The back door out to the corral was busted too. After a bit of neglect, it looked like the horses had broken out. Granted, she knew nothing about horses, but she figured they were trained to stay in their stalls, usually. Looking at the back pasture, she just thought a horse probably could have jumped the fence if it really wanted to. On the one hand, she was quite glad that she didn't find any dead horses, but on the other hand, it would have been nice to have one around still. It would make traveling much more manageable. She checked the trough, and there was still water there, but it looked like the food in their stalls had all run out. The chickens might help her with her food situation for a while, but she was going to need help if she wanted to keep them alive. Even more so if she wanted to keep the gardens healthy, too. Besides, that chicken feed likely wouldn't last very long. Having nothing better to do outside, she started toward the castle entrance. I had to say I was not a fan of the outside. So far, it was all just dirt and filth everywhere. I was quite glad to be heading back inside. No wonder why the humans that came from the outside behaved so poorly. If someone had to spend their entire life in the dirt like that, it was not surprising that they would have no manners. Still, Beatrice appeared disappointed in her finds. It seemed that she didn't get the food she needed. I wasn't sure how I could solve her problem. Honestly, I believed it was something she had to figure out for herself. But, of course, if she asked for help, I would be more than willing to oblige. When we got to the top of the stairs inside the castle, I was finally set back on the ground. I felt an urgent need to clean myself, even though I hadn't touched the floor at all outside. Hopefully, my automatic maintenance would help with that. I'd have to experiment and see. But honestly, outside was a horrible place. We headed back to the library. Beatrice spent the trip deep in thought. I assumed she was trying to figure out how to solve the issue that plagued her. It was good practice for her to figure out how to do things herself, so I didn't interrupt. However, when we rounded the corner, we passed the entrance to the great hall. From the alcove with the broom closet in it, I heard some odd noises. almost like a woman crying. Beatrice didn't seem to notice at first, lost in thought as she was, so I rolled in front of the door and stopped to get her attention. She also paused and seemed to listen. Her face went through a complicated series of emotions: surprise, curiosity, horror, confusion. It was quite an impressive progression, to be honest. Eventually, she reached over and grabbed the doorknob to wrench it open. It was a bit of an unpleasant sight. In the far corner of the small closet was a woman curled up and shaking violently. She didn't look very healthy. She was quite dirty, and my sensors told me she had a significantly lower percentage of water than an average human should. Beatrice gasped and ran forward to crouch in front of her. She tilted the woman's chin up gently to look into her face. I saw the face of the woman and recognized her. She was the woman who had attacked Beatrice. Clearly, this was not one of the good humans. I moved forward to protect my small human, but the woman made no aggressive actions. I remained cautious, though even more suspicious now that I had seen her living conditions firsthand. The woman looked up into Beatrice's face uncomprehendingly. Beatrice asked her a few questions, but she made no move to answer. There was no recognition in her eyes or anything. Eventually, Beatrice let her head drop and stood back. This motion caused the woman to finally move and look around slowly. Finally, her eyes settled on me, and she started to scream. Beatrice got between the woman and me. Then she quickly motioned for me to get back. I rolled around the corner out of sight. I couldn't figure out why she was so scared to see me. Sure, I tried to scare her off when we last met, but I didn't think I was that intimidating. Still, it was hard for me to feel much sympathy for her. She had been part of the group that attacked my human. But if my human was going to treat her nicely, I might as well try to do the same. "Are you okay?" Bee asked. No, of course she's not, Bee thought. She tried to put her hand on the woman's shoulder comfortingly, but she only shied away. "How long have you been in here?" Looking at the cracked lips, she figured the woman must have been hiding in the closet for quite a while. She was severely dehydrated and clearly in need of a doctor. Was this what I looked like when I was stuck in this same closet? Bee thought. She didn't think she had been this bad. She had ventured out before she was anywhere near this state. Of course, she'd only had a few lesser demons to contend with, whereas now full-blown earth demons were running around. But then again, she hadn't even made level 1 at that point. Even after waiting several moments, there was still no answer. Bee wasn't sure what else she could do. She tried one more time. "How did you get in here? I thought you and your friends left." This got a slightly different response. The woman started making a keening noise. It was strangely high-pitched, enough that it hurt Bee's ears. That's not progress. Carefully, Bee took the woman's hand from her shoulder and started pulling her to her feet. The woman resisted at first, but Bee soon found that she was stronger than the weakened adventurer. When Bee had first scanned the woman, she had been at a significantly higher level than Bee. It seemed that in only a few short days, Bee had caught up. It only took a couple of seconds for the woman to give up and allow herself to be pulled to her feet. Bee slung the woman's arm over her shoulders. She half-carried, half-dragged the woman out into the hallway. The woman made no move to assist Bee, but wasn't fighting her either. Her head simply lay against the smaller girl's shoulder as her feet dragged on the floor. Checking the woman's face with her free hand, Bee realized why. It seemed that the woman had passed out. Bee stopped trying to support the woman and just picked her up, cradling the unconscious woman against her chest. It was an awkward position, not because Bee didn't have the strength to do so, but because of the size difference. It just put into perspective how much stronger Bee had become since meeting Void. She was at a high level now, well beyond what someone her age would have ever dreamed about, but her proportions were still the ones of a young girl. Carrying her awkward burden, Bee made her way from the library toward the closest room. She watched as her master sped ahead. Bee hoped that it was going to clear the way for them. She really didn't think she would be able to escape from even a lesser demon like this. She made it to the first bedroom without seeing any demons at all. She silently thanked Void for protecting her and turned slightly to grab the door handle. It was a bit awkward to open, but she managed it. When navigating through the doorway, she bumped the woman's feet against the doorframe, but managed to keep her head from doing the same. Once inside, she set the woman down on the bed. Taking her water skin, Bee carefully dribbled water over the woman's parched lips, praying that she wouldn't end up drowning her. With a slight cough, the woman swallowed a couple times. Bee sighed in relief. When the woman's eyes fluttered open and saw Bee's face, she shrunk back and quivered, whimpering. Eventually, Bee gave up trying to talk to her, just leaving her some water on the nightstand. She shut the door behind her as she left. Bee supposed that the woman would be relatively safe in the bedroom, at least as safe as anywhere else in the castle. Bee made her way back to the library, where she found Void waiting for her. "I don't think I'll be able to care for her. She seemed to almost be as afraid of me as you. She must still think that I'm possessed or something. Well, I guess she would still think I'm serving a demon." The young girl rubbed her forehead tiredly. "I think we are going to need help, both with her and with food. Maybe I can get some help with the lieutenant, too." Chapter 56. The Road to Salvation. I was still trying to figure out what I thought of Beatrice going to find help. I had several issues with it, actually. First, it meant she'd be going outside. Far outside. Outside near the castle, that was reasonable, since there were apparently helpful things here. But farther than that, it would be dangerous. Who knew how much dirt would be there, and how many other violent mess-makers? Plus, every bad human I had ever met came from the outside. Second, who knew what kind of help she'd end up with? Based on how she treated the human woman we found, she seemed to like the humans that attacked her. It didn't give me much faith in her as a judge of character. She could bring someone back who would only hurt her or cause more messes. What if they were a slob, like some of the little humans' friends back home, the kind that just left messes everywhere they went? They tracked dirt in, threw things around, and spilled their food. She could bring someone like that into the castle. Sure, the castle was bad enough that things couldn't be much messier right now, but soon it wouldn't be. I would have to work hard to fix it, but once I finished exterminating all these large dirt demons, I could get it into a reasonable state at least. Third, and perhaps most selfishly, I would be left alone. I supposed there would be the one human she'd leave behind, but this was not a good human, nor one I wanted to associate with. I usually learned a lot from humans and interactions with them. Who was to say anything I learned from her would be useful? I wouldn't want to be influenced by anything negative. More than that, though, I'd get lonely. Having a human around all the time was quite nice. I liked listening to Bee talk and having her carry me up and down stairs. Also, it gave my work meaning. Why would I clean if there were no humans around to appreciate the order that I left behind? In that case, if I simply didn't clean, no one would even notice. Therefore, my job would have no purpose. Besides, standard human activity generated approximately 95% of the reasons I had to clean anything in the first place. So if there was no human to both appreciate my work and give me work to do, I thought I would feel rather pointless. I really hoped that she would find another solution to her problems, but the food issue wasn't something I was particularly equipped to solve, nor the matter of human repairs. I still had yet to find spare human parts for Beatrice to use. Well, now that I thought about it, there might be a source for spare human parts right nearby. But then again, maybe not. I wouldn't want Beatrice to get affected by parts from a bad donor human. I guessed, when it came down to it, it really was Beatrice's decision to go find other humans. I could only wish her the best. When she first brought up the idea of going to get help, I briefly considered going with her, but ultimately, that was a horrible idea. I was quite happy here in my castle, and I saw no real reason to go outside. Moreover, I didn't think I'd be any more prepared to deal with any threats out there than Beatrice was at this point, as long as there weren't massive demons roaming about there too, which there probably were. Or worse. Though Beatrice seemed oddly unconcerned about such dangers, I decided to trust her judgment on this one tentatively. After all, she seemed far more familiar with the outside than I was. Still, I wasn't exactly happy about the outcome, but as she explained more about her plan, I started to come around. Apparently, it was only a half-day's journey there and half a day's journey back. She would be back in a day. While I didn't doubt her theory, I would believe it when I saw it. As she gathered her supplies, I stayed close, fussing over her selections and ensuring she got everything she needed. She had her broom, a set of glass tubes, and some extra food and water. She also brought a few books, along with many other things I needed help determining the purpose of. Soon I went from worried that she wouldn't have everything she needed to quite concerned about how she would carry all this stuff. Her pack was almost bigger than she was. Sometimes I forgot how meticulously she liked to plan for a job before she did it. Well, I was totally a fan of that, but there was such a thing as paralysis by analysis. Sometimes you just had to start cleaning, and as you cleaned, you figured it out. Early the following day, I escorted her to the top of the stairs above the castle foyer. I waved goodbye with my grabby arm as she began her journey, fading from sight as she shut the castle door behind her. I had to stop and wonder what I was going to do next. The other human seemed to still be recharging, and Beatrice asked me not to disturb her, as she still seemed scared of me for some reason. So, as much as I would have liked to keep an eye on this bad human we had invited into our house, I would honor Beatrice's wishes and leave her alone. Provided that she wouldn't cause any trouble, of course. No, I figured it'd be best for me to set some goals. The first, and most obvious, would be to get the castle back in order. But before I could restart my regular cleaning schedule, I needed to deal with the cause of this chaos. If each cage I had seen held an earth demon before, then 34 earth demons were now running around. I had only managed to consume 3 so far, so I still had 31 to go. At my current rate, I figured I could get at least 25 of them cleaned up before Beatrice made it back, if she only took 24 hours. However, I expected her one-day estimate to cover all of today and most of tomorrow in reality. It just made sense, given her charging schedule. So I could aim to eliminate all of the earth demons before she got back. I thought that would be a good goal. The only issue I had with it was that I might have trouble finding them. My estimates only included a few minutes between finding each one. That seemed to be fine right now, but as their numbers dwindled, I imagined it would become more difficult, especially with how infrequently they were already appearing. There was also the consideration that I would hopefully become faster at this with practice. Leveling up seemed to help with that, as the skeletons had proven. Unfortunately, I had yet to reach the next threshold where the voice would tell me to pick a mutation. That would be at level 35. Currently, I was at least level 32, so I should definitely hit level 35 soon, assuming these demons gave me lots of practice. Maybe even level 40? With a plan in mind, I got to work, dedicating 3% of my processors to imagining what new abilities I would learn next. Bee walked down the castle steps, her backpack thumping lightly against her with each step. Despite it being stuffed to the brim with heavy books, it felt like it weighed nothing. Part of that, of course, was her increased strength as a level 15 human, but really she figured it might come from something else. Freedom. She was walking out of this castle for the first time in several months. She had been outside, of course, but being outside of the castle walls was different. As she exited the gate, she thought about it. What was stopping her from never returning? She was level 15. This was about the same level as the adventurers had been. Most people wouldn't reach that kind of strength until their middle years. And if she trained, she could become a famous warrior and adventurer. With her current level, she could probably get into any academy she wanted. A full sponsorship, one where she never had to rely on her father again. So why did that feel so wrong? Why did she throw the thought out before truly considering it? First, of course, there was the concern that she had promised her soul to an all-powerful being, but the more she got to know Void, the less she was concerned about that. Maybe her master might actually support her if she wanted to strike out on her own. Of course, she wouldn't even be surprised if the whole owning her soul thing was a slight miscommunication. But even so, that didn't really matter. She still held the weight of her oath on her heart, even if it wasn't what Void intended. If Void called her home, she instinctively knew she'd have to answer for the sake of her own word. Even though it didn't strike her as the type to hold her to it, even if it might release her if she just asked. Still, despite all those considerations, she had every intention and desire to return to the castle. She had been 100% honest with her master. She planned to go to the hamlet and see if anyone could come to help her get the farm and chickens in order for a few days. Barring that, she'd hoped to buy as much food as she could carry. Bee was also pretty confident that all the tools she needed to fix the kitchen were in the castle. However, she was not nearly so certain about the associated supplies or how to use said tools. So maybe she needed someone not only to help with the farm and the chickens, but also to help with remodeling a kitchen. That was probably a bit of a stretch, but even basic carpentry would be very helpful. That would be plenty if she could just fix the water barrel and some of the stoves. Her earlier concern about insufficient water was laid to rest when she discovered the well outside was perfectly intact. Still, the food was an issue. She didn't know how to cure meat or butcher animals, so many options were out. She either needed someone who knew how to do that or the ability to trade for what she lacked. The more she built up this list in her head, the more she realized she might need more than a bit of help. It sounded like the castle really needed a full-time staff to function. Perhaps not to support her alone, but definitely to take advantage of all the resources and maintain all the different areas regularly. It was something she intellectually knew but had never really thought about too much. She figured the mages had probably deduced that themselves a long time ago. Hopefully, she could make do with a much smaller workforce than the mages. There was also the issue of pay. She was sure that the castle had large amounts of wealth somewhere, and clearly there were lots of valuables that she could probably use for trade, but she hadn't had the freedom to pick any up before leaving. With the earth demons roaming around, it was just too dangerous. So she had only brought what little coin she had picked up so far. It likely wouldn't be enough to hire anyone, but it probably wouldn't be enough to get her robbed either. Not that she was really concerned about where she was going. There were very few people, and they had a good relationship with the castle at this point. They kind of needed to keep it that way, as it was their biggest customer. These thoughts kept Bee busy as she found the path leading off through the woods toward the hamlet. As she considered where she needed to go, her pathing skill triggered and pointed her directly off the track in a line leading right into the woods. Bee sighed and continued on the beaten path. This skill had seemed like a dud so far. Perhaps it would take time to improve. Maybe she was just oblivious to how walking directly through a massive pile of leaves and turning to cross through that pile of deer droppings qualified as an improved path. Maybe it would become more powerful in the future. It was hard to say, especially since the skill didn't appear in any of the library books she had searched so far. It was almost as if she were the first person to receive the skill. That was unlikely, though. All in all, the trip started off pretty uneventfully. It was a wide enough road that a horse could comfortably walk on it, though if two horses met going opposite directions, one would have to find a spot to pull off. That likely had never happened in the history of this road. It was unpaved, more of a slightly compressed trail of dirt rather than a real road. Weeds and greenery encroached on the edges, threatening to take back the infrequently used path and hide it. However, as she walked, she started noticing something. If she stopped paying attention and followed her skill, she found that, while it would avoid rocks and other obstacles like fallen trees, it would lead her right to rough mud. Once it even caused her to veer off the path to stomp through a puddle. She really needed to figure out this skill. It seemed she still had a long way to go. Chapter 57. Sleep Mode. Despite the amount of work I had to do and my newly set goals, there were still a lot of emotions I was trying to process, more than I was used to. I wasn't used to being worried about a human. Normally, I wouldn't give something as small as my human going out a second thought. At times, all the humans in my previous house had left for days, even weeks. They hadn't even left the television on to keep me company, yet I had never worried about it at all. I tried to take solace in that as I thought about Beatrice's departure. She would be back when she got back. But now that I had seen the outside, I trembled. Well, it made being carefree just that much harder. As much as I was concerned over Beatrice's safety, I couldn't let the worry consume me. No, that would distract me from my work. I looked around me, scanning up and down the hallway. Boy, did I have work to do. It wasn't just the several dozen earth demons running around. What bothered me even more was the mess they left. Their filth caked everything. A thick coating of dust, dirt, debris, and even some mud marred the once beautiful floor. The granite and marble were almost completely hidden at times. In some areas, the coating was deep enough that I couldn't even move forward without vacuuming the debris first to clear a path. On top of that, the demons had damaged many things. I spent a moment of silent mourning over a shattered vase that I had particularly liked. Normally, there wasn't much I could do about damaged equipment, materials, or anything like that. However, I now had a much broader range of skills than before, so perhaps, with some ingenuity, I could figure something out. That wasn't to say I would become a master carpenter or anything, but who knows? With my improved grabby arm, I could manipulate things much better than ever before. Probably not to the level of a human with two opposable thumbs, but nothing too shabby. If only my automatic maintenance would work on other things as well as myself. I wondered if I had any way to influence a mutation's growth like that. I brought my thoughts back to the present. I was getting ahead of myself. I still had to take care of all the demons first. If I started to just clean up the dirt they had left, they'd move around and I would end up just where I started within a day. I knew that true cleanliness was temporary, sure, but I wanted to make sure it lasted a little longer than that at least. Also, I needed to make sure that these demons weren't around by the time Beatrice got back. I didn't think she was anywhere close to the level of fighting these yet. She still needed lots of training, but something this strong would just get her killed. Besides all that, I had also been asked to look after the woman in the bedroom. I would do my best. Based on her actions when we first met, I wasn't exactly her biggest fan. But if Beatrice was willing to forgive her, then I would also give her a second chance. I considered putting her on probation when she was up and running, so I could watch her every action carefully. If she so much as knocked a potted plant over, I would have to politely insist that she leave as soon as possible. Still, it would be a danger to her as well as Beatrice if demons were creeping around. I continued down the hallway, deeper into the castle. There wasn't anything more I could do for Beatrice on her journey. I had trained her in cleaning and defense and hoped that these were adequate enough to survive outside. But I could ensure that she had an orderly home to return to. Focusing back on the task at hand, I pirouetted at the hallway intersection and trundled slowly towards the main room. It was time for me to deal with these messmakers. Hunting demons wasn't nearly as fun or therapeutic as cleaning. When cleaning, I could make a plan, execute it, and measure my progress easily. In the end, a pristine floor was left behind, sparkling and giving me a sense of satisfaction. There was a clear journey and destination, both of which I appreciated. However, demon hunting had none of this. For one, it was much more stressful and variable. I had to chase moving targets and predict where they might be based on incomplete information. Even worse, the process of cleaning them up constantly had my processors on high to make adjustments and update my predictive models. All that just to get rid of the messmaker, using as much effort as I could usually spend optimizing my route for a whole floor 10 times over. The process was just tedious and unpredictable. While necessary and good, the results also didn't feel as satisfying. After each encounter, I had to control my disappointment at the soiled floor around me. I cleaned up some of the dirt, incidentally, but still, it was just so frustrating. Why couldn't these messmakers just behave? If they didn't spread so much dirt around, I wouldn't have to consume them, and we could just coexist peacefully. I wouldn't mind too much. Of course, I tried to explain this to the first demon that I came across. It didn't seem very interested in listening to me. Not that I honestly expected it to. Instead, I tried to see the positives. Every time I vanquished a demon, there was less dirt being created. As I moved from one demon to the next, searching for my next opponent, I left my vacuum on. By no means did this refresh the floor to my usual standards, but just having it on did wonders for getting the surface dirt out. I wasn't sure how much time it would save me when I came back to deep clean, and I specifically avoided that calculation, but it did make me feel better along the way. The first several demons were very easy to find, thankfully. Soon enough I was rewarded for my efforts after capturing the third one. The voice finally returned with new mutations. Level up. Level 35 reached. 8th mutation reached. Choose a mutation. Air affinity, air freshener, endless hunger. Hey, these options weren't half bad. I wasn't sure why, though. Were the earlier options just that terrible? Or was it that the voice was learning what I wanted? Another thought occurred to me that felt less right but still plausible. Perhaps I just understood the implications of each mutation better. I thought back to the previous options I had received. It seemed unlikely since I couldn't really think of another option I would have reasonably chosen. The choice that stuck in my mind, though, was my first one. I did slightly regret not taking the flight mutation, or interdimensional travel. In fact, I couldn't quite believe that I had dismissed them so easily in the first place. But even then, I still considered limitless dustpan the right choice. I needed to stay true to my purpose, and the first few days here would have been unmanageable without it. Plus, heights scared me. However, now there was not just one clear choice. That's what made me consider that these options were being tailored to me more seriously. Maybe I was getting the option of air affinity because of all the vacuuming I did? But that didn't make sense. I should have been offered this way earlier if that were the case. Maybe it was due to how I was using my vacuum to vanquish these earth demons. After all, it gave me water affinity after I started using my mop more actively. Honestly, I could have gone with any of these. Air freshener was the safe choice, though, but I wasn't quite sure. I'd have to think about it for a bit longer. Hopefully, the voice didn't mind. Patricia was running. Down hallway after identical hallway, with no end in sight. Matthew's screams seemed to come from every direction all at once. She wasn't sure if she was running toward them or away from them, but she did know that she was being pursued. Shapeless, demonic figures of every size chased her, practically nipping at her heels with every frantic step. She was exhausted and weak, but she couldn't stop. Their cackling and groaning mixed with the screams to form a mad cacophony that she couldn't escape. Her steps felt as slow as molasses, and the doors that lined the hallway seemed to only get further and further away as she approached. Gnarled fingers and hooked claws grasped at her, snagging on her cloak and hair. Patricia squeezed her eyes shut as she desperately ran. But all of a sudden, everything disappeared. The sound, the pursuers, the claws, everything was silent and still. Then, hesitantly, she opened her eyes. A figure stood before her. A young girl, about 13 or 14, with long brown hair and pale skin. She was dressed plainly, in simple pants and a tunic, with a smock draped over her front. However, the feature that most caught Patricia's attention was her eyes. They were red, glowing orbs hovering above a broad, toothy grin. It was her. Before she could even register the new danger, Patricia felt a new sensation, an unseen force. Her entire body was being pulled back toward something. Dread settled over her as she looked back, horrified. A massive black disk, at least 15 feet tall, loomed over her. Darkness and wind swirled around it in a deadly cyclone, sucking in even the screams of the demons swirling helplessly around it. What had been a stone hallway was now a fractured facade of stone, pieces breaking off and disappearing into the hellish monster as it advanced. Patricia tried to scream, but the sound was whisked away from her throat just as quickly as it formed. The force sucking her in became stronger. Sprinting forward, she quickly lost her footing and slammed to the floor. She scrabbled about on the smooth stone, trying desperately to hold on as the force slowly and steadily threatened to drag her back. All the while, the little girl's face grinned devilishly at her. Patricia woke up in a panic. She had to stifle a scream, holding herself completely still so that she didn't alert anything out there with the noise. It was a dream. Only a dream. Once her breathing and heart had settled, she noticed that she wasn't where she had expected. Looking around, she didn't see the now familiar closet interior. Instead, she was in a bed. It was not a particularly soft bed, but it felt like a feather mattress compared to the stone floor. Sheets were pulled up around her. Cautiously, Patricia moved her arms and legs. She wasn't restrained. She was just in bed. An unfamiliar one, to be sure, but a bed nonetheless. As the adrenaline receded, the dehydration and hunger crashed over her once again. Her fear and suspicion weren't alleviated, but were put on a slight hold. She felt parched, but not nearly as much as before she had nodded off. Perhaps there was water or food around here. Sitting up, Patricia glanced around a small, nondescript room. There was a hearth, chair, wardrobe, and nightstand beside the bed. On the nightstand sat a leather water skin and a couple of apples. Slowly, she reached out for the water skin. It still felt mostly full, and an experimental taste indicated that it was just water. Slowly, she wetted her lips and took small sips of the precious liquid. It was tempting to gulp the whole thing down, but she had learned better from Matthew. As she sat, she began to consider what had happened. Where was she? Had she been dreaming about the broom closet? Had someone saved her? She rubbed her head, trying to piece together the events of the past week or so. It felt way too long to be a dream, and too detailed. But she couldn't find any explanation of where she was. Her hunger and thirst told her that the broom closet hadn't been a dream. It was very real. That meant that someone must have moved her here. Perhaps they sent out a second scouting party after them, or Arnold had brought reinforcements. Unless maybe Matthew had saved her. She tamped down the flicker of hope kindling in her chest. If he was alive, then everything would be okay. But she couldn't count on it. Her thoughts felt slow and plodding as she worked through other explanations. Slowly, a grim picture began to form in her mind. She couldn't think of any reason she was being treated so well unless she hadn't been rescued. She looked at the door and saw that it was nearly identical to one for the broom closet. She was still in the castle, but had been captured, and they had plans for her. If they had left her unguarded, it was probably already too late. But it wasn't certain. She wasn't about to give up just yet, just because her captors had confidence in her cooperation. What did they even want? Thinking about her captors, she remembered the demon and the girl. Whether the girl was possessed or willingly cooperating, she couldn't really tell. Perhaps the girl had just been tricked. Patricia wasn't sure what the demon had planned for her, but it couldn't be good. Maybe it would try to brainwash her like it had the girl. Maybe she would be sacrificed or possessed or any number of terrible things. Well, she had woken up before they had expected, so she had to take her chances and try to escape. She munched on an apple gratefully and glanced at the water skin once more suspiciously. Maybe this was part of their plan. Even so, she was so weak that she'd have no chance of escape without sustenance. It took Patricia a decent amount of time before her limbs were fully functional again. She was more dehydrated than she'd thought. Over the course of 20 minutes or so, she finished off the water skin. Eventually, she was able to swing her legs out of bed and shakily get to her feet. She was still in her combat gear, for the most part. None of her knives or equipment were on her, but her clothes were. They felt stiff and crusty after several days of living in them. Still, hygiene would have to wait. Looking around the room, she actually found her staff, knives, and other equipment in the wardrobe, along with her cloak. That was very odd. She supposed if the demon had planned on possessing her, it would be useful to still have her tools nearby. She must have been very lucky that their plans didn't work. She wasn't sure if it had failed and they just hadn't realized it yet, or if they simply hadn't acted yet. Either way, she needed to make her way out as fast as possible. Her legs were still shaky, but now that she had all of her gear, she needed to get out. She pictured the castle layout and figured the best way out was the fastest. It wouldn't be useful to try to retrace her steps. She didn't trust herself to be stealthy in her state, and the longer she took, the more likely she was to encounter one of the castle's guards. Earth demons were not something she could fight right now, or really fight at all by herself. She would need a full party behind her to finish one off, not to mention the sheer number she had seen around here. No, her best chance was speed. She'd have to hope she just got lucky and avoided everything. Still, that didn't mean that she had to be reckless. She carefully opened the door and peeked out. Right outside, gliding past, was the demon. The small, black, uncategorized demon. Dust swarmed toward it and was sucked into its underbelly. Even the light itself seemed to do the same. She could actually see particles in the air bending toward it as it went by. Its very presence caused everything around to be devoured. All of the composure Patricia had maintained was gone in an instant. She let out a shriek and ran, stumbling toward where she thought the castle entrance would be. Chapter 58. Charging Station. It was getting dark by the time the small gathering of huts came into view. The trail Bee was on didn't lead directly there. Instead, it led into a huge clearing in the forest and just kind of stopped. In the center of the clearing were small, squat buildings with thatched roofs, but all around were fields growing crops. The trail took her a quarter of the way around the clearing before she found a clear path through the fields, where she wouldn't trample over any crops as she approached. It was taking her way longer than expected to get there. She had spent almost an entire day walking. Her improved pathing skill had prevented her from getting lost, but she wasn't sure it had expedited the trip. There were several unexpected forks on the trails, and she always knew which one to take, but the way it led her through a lot of the more minor obstacles resulted in a lot of her falling down or having to spend time picking burrs out of her pants. By the time she had made it to the hamlet, the sun was disappearing behind the horizon. As she was about halfway through the field, an older lady spotted her from afar and gave her an inquisitive look. The woman yelled something over her shoulder, and a young man jogged out of one of the huts. Taking one look at Bee, he ran toward her. As he approached, Beatrice got a better look at the man. She'd been able to tell he was older than her from a distance, but now that he was closer, she could tell that he had reached manhood fairly recently. Out of habit, she ran a scan on him. Name: Anthony Gonzalez. Race: human. Class: farmer. Level 6. Oh, nice. Her scan had given her more information. It gave her both a specific class as well as the man's last name. She guessed those were effects of leveling up. She was rather impressed by what she saw, though, since she expected a level 6 man to be older. He must have worked really hard. The farmer class was a common one, but still one that provided substantial benefits in its field. Trying to farm without it was practically impossible. Still, living out here in such a remote area must have given him plenty of options for hunting to receive those first 5 levels. Bee stopped and waited for Anthony to reach her. Her tiredness had started to take its toll, though quietly and without her noticing too much. She didn't even realize that she needed steadying when he reached out his hand and gripped her shoulder gently. She looked up into his face and found his eyes. They were sky blue with speckles of green in them. His irises were hidden behind long lashes and a fringe of dirty blonde hair that flowed down his forehead. After she took in his eyes, she glanced over the rest of his face. That was when she realized his mouth was moving. "Sorry, what?" Bea blurted out. "Are you okay?" he repeated. She watched his eyebrows pinch together in worry. Apparently, she had been staring while he waited for a response. "Yeah, I guess I'm just tired," Bea finally said. "I didn't realize that the trek was only half a day on a horse." "Where did you come from?" Anthony asked. As he spoke, he moved to help her out of her bulging pack. She obliged, shrugging out of the straps. The pack almost hit the ground when she dropped the weight off of one shoulder so he could take it. Anthony swung the pack over his shoulder with a grunt, giving her an appraising look. "I came from the castle. Do people come from anywhere else?" As Bea spoke, she gestured to the trail she had come from. Anthony shook his head. "No, but usually we expect William, and he normally rides a horse with a train of pack animals." "Oh." Bea blinked slowly. "Just me this time. There have been some, changes at the castle." "You're one of the apprentices, right? I didn't know that they took them in so young, and they didn't even give you a horse. How are you supposed to bring anything back with you?" "Hey, I'm 13, Bea pouted. At this point, no one would get away with treating her like a child. "But I've only been there for a couple of months. I'm actually the only one there right now." "What? They left you all alone there? Why would they do that?" Bea winced at that last outburst. He sounded angry and had been rather loud. "There were some extenuating circumstances. I don't blame them." Anthony took a deep breath and held out a hand. "I'm sorry, where are my manners? I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Anthony, but my friends call me Tony," he said with a smile. "It's nice to meet you, Tony," Bea said, feeling her cheeks heat up. She was glad she hadn't accidentally called him by his name before he introduced himself. That was one pitfall to watch out for with Scan. She also had forgotten to introduce herself. As a guest, how rude was it to show up unannounced and not even give your name? Bea guessed she had technically said who she was, but had just forgotten to state her name. "I'm Bea." "So, Bea, were you not able to go home to your family after everyone left?" As Tony spoke, he began to lead her back to the huts. Now that Bea wasn't carrying her pack, walking felt much easier. "And what brings you out here?" "Well, I'm in a bit of a bind. I need to buy some food and maybe get some help with repairs." Bea kept things simple for now. If she went into her long list of problems, she might overwhelm him. That and the demon situation was pretty intimidating. Tony didn't need to know about it yet. The man's mouth turned down into a frown. "Get some supplies? Repairs? There is no one there, you said, right? Why don't you just leave for wherever home is? If you need to, you can stay here for a while." That caused some bitter thoughts to resurface. "Home isn't really an option. I appreciate the offer of hospitality, and I might just take you up on it for a day, but I really need to get back soon." "Well, at least stay the night. You're not getting back today, even if you left now." Tony pointed at the stars beginning to faintly show overhead. "My parents even have a spare room. It's no trouble at all." Bea gave a grateful nod as they walked toward the group of huts. Meanwhile, Tony told her a little about life in the hamlet. Apparently, there were a few families that lived out here for 9 months of the year. During the winter, they would go stay in Greg while there were no crops to tend. Apparently, supplying the mage's college was more of a long-term job that paid rather well. This was the first year his older sister hadn't come to help, as she had gotten married to a local merchant in the city. Without her help, his parents weren't sure how much longer they would be able to keep this up. He was the oldest of 6 brothers and sisters that provided most of the workforce. All but his sister were here to help with the crops. However, his parents were getting up there in age. This job had paid well enough for them to buy a nice house in Gregg, and they had probably saved enough to retire. They had been trying to convince Tony to take over their family business ever since his sister married. "Do you want to run the family business?" Bea asked. Between her lightened load and the casual pace Tony set, she had recovered a bit. Tony hummed thoughtfully. "I'm not sure. I like it here, and I got the farmer class, so it would make sense. But I've been doing this since I could walk, about 20 years now. I would like to go somewhere new for a bit, maybe have my own farm. Sure, the castle pays really well, but it's not the same as running your own thing." As Tony continued on, Bea just listened. Tony was a talkative guy, but not in an overbearing way. Honestly, he was good at telling stories. The way he spoke with a captivating, soothing tone. Not just the words he said, but the way he said them. He spoke with such passion and seemed to not just be speaking for speaking's sake. He would pause to make sure she had a chance to speak if she wanted to, and sometimes she asked a question about what he thought or what kind of crops he liked. Not that she knew anything about crops or farming, but he made it sound so interesting. She felt like she could listen to him talk for ages. Soon Bea found that they were in the hamlet proper. Tony pointed out the hut nearest them as a couple of younger children came out to greet them. A boy and a girl, both a few years younger than Bea. Tony called out to them, "Miranda, go tell Ma that we have a guest for dinner." The girl, Miranda, apparently, grinned widely. She darted back inside with a quick, "Kay." The boy ran up to them and started peppering Tony with questions. "Who is she? Where did she come from?" Tony just laughed and reached out to ruffle the boy's hair. "She is right here. You can ask her yourself." The boy followed Tony's gesturing hand, his eyes not quite meeting Beatrice's. His face turned red, and he muttered something to the ground. Tony nudged Bea's shoulder, a faint look of surprise flashing across his face when she didn't even budge. He caught himself quickly. "Don't worry, Jake still can't talk to pretty girls." Now both of them were bright red. Tony just laughed at the children and led the way to the farmhouse entrance. Bea realized that she had misjudged the size of what she thought were huts. They were really just much further away than expected. Now that she was up close, they seemed to be ordinarily sized houses. As they walked in, the cacophony of children's voices and banging pans assaulted her ears. She soaked it in. After all these days alone, Bea felt the presence of so many friendly people wash over her like a wave. I was quite surprised to see the woman stick her head out the door. I was even more surprised when she yelled at me and then began running. What was she doing? I wasn't sure what her plans were, but running in that direction, she was pretty certain to find a demon. I had been clearing out all the enemies, starting from the front of the castle by the entrance and working my way backward, but she was running right into a troublesome area. I zoomed ahead of her, trying to cut her off. She must have heard me coming because she started running faster, doubling down again when she looked back and saw me. I really didn't understand humans. I didn't think the demons would be very nice to her. Despite her best efforts, I was much faster, and I spun around in front of her with a warning beep. I did my best to impress upon her that this was not the direction she should be going. If she really needed to go for a walk or get some exercise, she should have done so in the safe areas at the front of the castle. She seemed to get the message as she skidded to a halt and started running just as fast in the other direction, which, to be fair, was not very fast. Honestly, even Beatrice could probably outrun her. Curious about what she was planning on doing, I followed her at a distance, matching her pace. I stayed close, but tried to keep enough distance so as not to scare her. I had promised Beatrice to look out for her, so I needed to be close enough to help if she got too close to an earth demon. As I followed her, I tried to do a bit of cleaning, just so I wasn't completely wasting time. Even if I wasn't going to be removing more earth demons right now, that didn't mean I couldn't be productive. When she ran down the stairs to the front door, I wasn't able to follow anymore. Well, at least there weren't any demons out there that I knew of. She would probably be safe. It was where she belonged, after all. I hoped she would make it home just fine, as long as she didn't come back. Chapter 59. A Bounty of Crumbs. Bee followed Tony into the house. She hung back, a little wary of stepping into the flurry of people scurrying about. The noise was slightly overwhelming to her after so much time alone, though honestly, she wouldn't have been used to it even before her stay in the castle. She was an only child, and her father had been well off enough to hire a cook, so this chaotic preparation for a family dinner was something new. Dinner was meant to be an uncomfortable affair with stern looks and boring adult conversations, more of a training ground to practice etiquette and manners than anything else. Bee stood in the entryway, frozen, as the complete opposite of that happened all around her. Tony called out, "Ma, we got a guest." A rather rotund woman with hair in a graying bun raised her hand and waved without turning around. She tended to a cast-iron skillet, cooking something that smelled delicious. Tony just stepped up and started helping his siblings ferry dishes to the table. A few seconds later, the woman turned around, flipping a slab of meat and smiling at Bee. She beckoned Bee over. When Bee finished carefully wading through the bustling family members and navigating over to the woman, she was handed a dish full of mashed potatoes. "Dear, place those on the table, please." Then the woman turned back to the stove. Left slightly confused, Bee carried the dish over to the table. Standing amongst what felt like a tornado of activity, she looked for a spot to place the potatoes. Luckily, someone came to her aid. Bee hadn't noticed the little girl, no older than 5, suddenly standing at her elbow. She barely avoided spilling the potatoes as she jumped. The little girl just placed a trivet on the table and then slid it to the center as far as her little arms could reach. Bee took the hint and placed the warm dish on it before sliding it the rest of the way toward the center. The little girl had already disappeared. This left Bee standing there, still slightly bewildered. That is, until she got roped into helping with the silverware. The bustle came to a halt all of a sudden, and Bee found herself sitting between Miranda and Tony. Her plate was heaped high with all sorts of food, and she was helping pass around the dishes. Her mouth watered at the aromas. Still, she had to skip many of them. They looked amazing. Steamed vegetables, warm bread, and various cuts of meat wafted temptingly under her nose. But there was no more room on her plate. If she was lucky, there might be some leftovers of the sides once she cleared some space. When everyone got what they wanted, they all dug in. As they ate, no one talked. But it wasn't the oppressive quiet that had reigned at her father's table back home. The noise of people eating and utensils clinking filled the air with a merry atmosphere. After a few minutes of everyone digging in, the older man sitting at the head of the table asked for someone to pass him the butter. With that, a spell was broken, and everyone started talking at once. Bee watched as the scene unfolded before her. The mother cajoled her youngest daughter into eating her vegetables, shooting a sharp rebuke across the table at the brothers as they fought over the last roll. Tony spoke with his father about something farm-related, as some of the other siblings vied for their attention or chatted with each other through mouthfuls of food. Miranda made sure Bee wasn't left out. "We just got done with some of the early crops and stuff. Normally it's not this formal." This left Bee taken aback slightly. Was this formal? She finished swallowing her food before answering, a courtesy Miranda hadn't bothered with. "What's it normally like, then?" "Dunno, just normal." We eat, but it's less food, and we done use the fancy plates. Miranda looked at her, slightly confused by her question. Bea looked down at her plate. It was slightly chipped ceramic that looked to be covered in a plain white glaze. Tony came to her rescue. Miranda, I'm sure not everyone eats like this. I'm sure meals in the castle are quite different, aren't they, Bea? Still suffering from a bit of culture shock, she nodded and, in a rare moment of silence, started to feel slightly uncomfortable as they both stared at her. To shed her discomfort, Bea started to explain how she normally ate with all the apprentices. One of the younger brothers started listening in. Soon she was being bombarded by questions coming from multiple sources. It wasn't until after the dinner that the adults really started to talk. They asked her a couple questions about why she was there and what she wanted. She answered truthfully. She needed some supplies, and she was currently alone in the castle. Well, not entirely alone. There was someone unrelated to the castle who was there and injured and needed help. She figured that it was weird enough that she'd come alone, without a horse or a cart, that they already knew something was wrong. After she answered the broadest level questions, the adults looked at each other and seemed to come to some silent agreement. The topic quickly changed, and the whole family returned to their merry evening. It wasn't long until all the children had gone off to their rooms for bed that they resumed their conversation. That left the parents, Tony, and her sitting around an empty table. The older woman cleared her throat. I'm sorry you came in during such a busy time. I totally forgot to introduce myself. I'm Mary, and this is my husband, Trent. Mary gestured to the well-built man sitting beside her with slightly graying hair. He grunted a greeting to Bea as Mary continued. I see you've already met Tony. I'm also sorry for not introducing myself, but I must thank you for your hospitality. I don't think I have ever had such a welcome meal before. Bea smiled sheepishly at the couple as she did her best to remember the lessons her father had drilled into her. I'm Bea. Trent harumphed and leaned back in his chair, arms crossed. Now, I understand you're in a bit of trouble up in the castle, so why don't you tell us what's going on? His manner wasn't unpleasant or rude in any way. However, he had a gruff voice that intimidated Bea. But after seeing how much affection he had shown the children so far, the more she felt at ease with him. Well, all the mages had to leave because of an emergency. Bea was careful to leave out how the cause of the emergency was still in the castle and how frantically the mages had fled. It wasn't that she wanted to lie to them, but she didn't want them to think that they were in danger from Void. And in the rush to leave, I got left behind. I don't expect them to be back anytime soon. Unfortunately, many of them had to go deal with an emergency a ways away. Because of that, I've started to run out of food. Plus, I'm having trouble caring for the animals and plants there. She had to be a little looser with the truth than she really wanted to be, but she had the feeling that they would just offer her a place to stay here if she didn't have a reason to get back. Without a reason to decline, she would seem suspicious. For the same reason, she also didn't mention the recovering adventurer she had just found. She was about to go on, but Trent bent double, coughing quite ferociously. She kept expecting it to stop, but it continued on for almost a dozen hacks. When he took his mouth away from his sleeve, she saw spots of blood there. He just waved off the concerned look his wife gave him. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Just a cold. Having a little trouble getting over it. Bea severely doubted that. She had read no small amount of medical texts when trying to fix her broken bones. Coughing up blood was a very bad symptom. It usually had to do with the sickness of the lungs. From the look that Mary gave her husband, she clearly wasn't buying it either. However, she let it go without saying anything. She turned to Bea and said, Well, we weren't expecting a member of the castle for several weeks yet. The harvest would usually be ready for them to collect around then. Sometimes they come here when they need repairs that they can't manage, but that's pretty infrequent. Mary frowned and thought for a moment. The real question is, how can we help you? Aside from the crops we have, our neighbor is a part-time blacksmith. He is by no means good, but he can repair a horseshoe or two. His words, not mine, though. B was still studying Trent, but responded to Mary's question. If you have any food to spare, or maybe just some advice on caring for chickens, I would be grateful. Tony shot a look at his mother. She looked back with a slight frown on her face. She made to speak, but then she looked over at Trent. B felt like she had just missed something important. It was like the family could hold entire conversations just through looks alone, but it wasn't her place to pry. She instead focused on Trent's cough. In fact, she remembered where she had read about it. Suddenly, B stood up and moved to her pack. The family's eyes followed her, but they didn't say anything, still having their silent discussion amongst themselves. She started rummaging through the pockets, looking for a general-purpose medicinal alchemy book she had brought along. I think we can give you some food, but despite what it might look like tonight, we really don't have too much to spare until next month. I can definitely tell you a bit about caring for chickens, though, Trent called over the sounds of clinking glasses and shifting supplies. I would appreciate anything. Of course, I brought some coins to trade. I don't want to lean on your generosity too much. Also, the vegetable gardens they kept are starting to get overrun. I don't think they are anything near the size of what you have here, but I have absolutely no idea how to care for them. So if you can provide any advice on that front, too, I would greatly appreciate it. At the mention of coin, Mary and Trent seemed to relax slightly. They were clearly willing to help, but if their pride allowed them to take coins, things must have been tighter than she thought. I raced after the demon. This was the 12th one this night alone. They had started to get smart. Not that they were particularly smart, but they were capable of learning. No longer would they stay and fight if they saw me. In fact, this one started to run the instant it noticed my approach. It wasn't too much of an issue, as I was still faster than them, but they had started to work together. I only hoped they didn't start hiding soon, or retreating up any stairs. It really would have been much more of an issue if it hadn't been for my latest mutation. The air affinity mutation was unlike any of the others. Instead of giving me a new attachment or upgrade that changed my internal machinery, it allowed me to directly control the air slightly. It was kind of like pointing a vacuum in a particular direction rather than just having it pointing at the ceiling. It was hard to explain how exactly it worked, but it did, and I was starting to really get the hang of it. I didn't have to only pull the air toward me anymore. Even though that was what I primarily did, being a vacuum and all, I could push things sideways or even away from me. For now, it was not a very strong gust of air, but still noticeable. I had a lot of fun making the tapestries on the wall wave. It looked like the seas of grass they were depicting were rippling in the breeze. This had more of an immediate effect than I first thought it would. The directional vacuum greatly increased my combat capabilities compared to these earth demons. It increased the material I could consume from one of them by nearly 30%. It also slowed them down more, making it even harder for them to run away. On top of that, the directionality let me turn my vacuum on higher without the worry of damaging the surroundings, as I now could avoid absolutely trashing the carpet on full suction. I could direct the air around certain areas and items to spare them, or even change the amount of suction that different spots received. The amount of chasing I was doing was getting a bit ridiculous, though. Between the constant use of my sanitation lamp, the vacuum, and running at top speed, my battery drained very quickly. I'd already had to transmute a couple of the lesser demons I had stored away for later. I put on one last burst of vacuum power, dislodging a considerable chunk from my prey. I darted forward, and the last of its earthen form disintegrated, a quick swirl of sandy material whisked away by my brushes. As satisfying as it was to work on eradicating these demons, I didn't feel like I could savor it much. At the rate I currently was going, I likely wouldn't finish ridding the castle of them completely by the time Beatrice returned. Well, that wouldn't be the end of the world. It would be nice to have her come home to a safe house, though. As I wished for a tiny bit more time to finish my work, I also hoped she would get back soon. It was quite lonely here. Chapter 60. Running Amok. After a bit of negotiation, Bee was able to strike a deal with Tony's family. Of course, the family didn't take the coins without protest, but it was a fairly feeble one, and soon she was able to press the sum into Trent's hands. Still, she managed to keep their pride intact in the process, arguing that she had already received too much of their hospitality and couldn't take food without paying for it turned out to be a good angle. Perhaps she was being cynical, or her father's business sense had rubbed off on her more than she thought. Still, she felt like she was using the skills he had tried to teach her for better purposes. After finishing the negotiations, she mentioned the book she had retrieved. Unlike her father, she would be doing good instead of tricking people out of their money. Part of my studies at the college have focused on the healing arts. Can I see your sleeve? Bee said, addressing Trent. He growled in protest that he was just fine. But with his wife firmly on Bee's side, his resistance didn't last long. With an exasperated look, he let her take his sleeve. Sure enough, there were spots of blood that Bee thought she had seen when he was coughing. She compared their color to the descriptions in the book. It was as she feared. Okay, so this is more serious than you probably would like to think. Your lungs are bleeding, Bee stated, flipping through a few pages. Nonsense. It's just a cough. I get them sometimes, just caused by a lot of work, but I'll recover just fine once the harvest is done. Happens every year, Trent protested. This happens every year? As in, you cough up blood every year? Bee asked, surprised and not completely believing him. Well, the man hesitated. The blood is new, but I figured I had just bit my tongue rather hard at dinner. The last statement wasn't very convincing. No, the color of the blood is off from that. If you just bit your tongue, it would be this shade of red, not this shade. She indicated two passages in the book that she had been referring to. But don't worry about it. I have some things that can fix it in a day or two. Bee returned to her pack and started retrieving some of the alchemy equipment. I'm just going to need some clean water. Tony had been rather quiet recently, but at Bee's request he suddenly stood and jogged out the door. A look of relief crossed Mary's face. It seemed that this was something they had been worrying about for a while. Bee was just grateful that they seemed to trust her, a relative stranger and child, to know medicine. It was probably due to the relationship with the castle and regular interactions with mages. Tony returned with a bucket of water. I got this from the well. Is this enough? With a glance at the bucket, Bee estimated its volume. It should be far more than we need. Can you go boil it for 10 minutes? Tony nodded, but Mary stood up and took the bucket from him, moving to put a pot on the stove. Having nothing to contribute again, Tony moved to sit next to Bee. He and his father watched her set up her alchemy equipment carefully. They didn't disturb her as she was setting up vessels and scales, but once she started laying out bags of ingredients, Tony spoke again. How long have you been practicing medicine? I'm surprised they started you off this young. Everyone knows that new apprentices spend most of their time cleaning. Beatrice flushed. Was that true? Had she really been getting so upset about her chores when everyone started out that way? Well, that was behind her now. A few months. I've mostly healed a few broken bones. She knew she was exaggerating, but she figured a white lie would better put the room at ease. So Bee pulled out a mortar and pestle and began grinding some ingredients. She also started combining things into pre-made mixes so she could just throw them in when ready. "Well, you certainly look like you know what you are doing," Trent commented. He looked impressed by her steady hand and confident motions. Since she wasn't doing anything too complex, Bee felt free to respond. Quickly, the men's questions turned her preparations into a miniature alchemy lesson. Clearly, they didn't know anything about alchemy. Still, she felt they were being more than just polite and engaging in conversation. After being alone for so long, Bee was just happy to talk to someone. When the water was done boiling, she was truly ready to begin. Her observers seemed to realize her need for concentration, and mostly watched in silence as she worked, combining everything. It took her almost 15 minutes. Trent was racked by a coughing fit twice more during the time, but somehow she managed to get it right on the first try. She was left with a small vial of violet, odorless liquid when she was done. She poured it into 3 smaller vials, stoppering 2 of them and handing one to Trent. "Drink this one tonight, and one each night until you run out." Quickly, he tossed the vial back, grimacing at the taste. He waited for a second as if he was expecting a reaction. When he didn't, he looked slightly surprised. "Huh. Normally, when I drink something, I feel the need to cough afterward." Bee nodded. "Your symptoms will be gone for now. Make sure you finish both of those other portions tomorrow and the day after. If you don't, it will come back, and it won't be so easy to fix this time. I'll make a second set in case anyone else starts showing the same signs." Trent nodded in understanding. It was a bit too casual for her liking, and she wasn't sure if she could trust him to take the medicine. But when she saw Mary shooting Trent a look, she figured it would be fine. Catching his wife's insistence, Trent nodded again, more seriously this time. "Don't worry, I will." "Now, dear, is there any particular way I should store these?" Mary asked. Bee thought about it for a second. "The darker and colder, the better, but they shouldn't need any special handling. They should last long enough just like this to see if anyone else is sick, but better safe than sorry." Something else occurred to her. She had used hortroot in the potions. On its own, it was stable, but based on what else was in the potion... "Actually, after 3 months, be sure to throw them out. Don't let anyone drink them after that. In fact, pour them out away from your house or any plants you want to live." A little taken aback by Bee's warning, Mary nodded. However, she wasn't done there. Instead, she reached for the bag of coins lying on the kitchen table. "After this, we certainly can't accept these." I had a fun night chasing down earth demons. The better I got at it, the closer it became to actual cleaning. After a while, it took on many of the same aspects. It was a repetitive, almost meditative task that could be completed without too much thought once you had a decent plan. Then, of course, there was the satisfaction of removing imperfections from the environment and all the other benefits. This change in mindset almost made consuming the last one bittersweet. The whole process had gotten easier with practice, and I had gotten much faster. Unfortunately, I hadn't considered my improvements when considering if I would finish removing all the demons before Beatrice's return. That led to my finishing much earlier than expected. When I first realized that I would be done much earlier, I despaired slightly. I was hoping to keep myself occupied while she was gone. However, it didn't take long for me to dispel the thought as I took in my surroundings. Just looking at the wake of the last demons I vanquished was enough to tell me how much I had left to do in front of me. Unfortunately, the effects of the demons were not all things I could take care of. It was disappointing, but I knew my abilities, and carpentry or furniture repair were not among them. Luckily, it seemed that the earth demons were not very adventurous. They hadn't seemed to realize that doors were different from walls, unless they saw someone go through them. This was convenient, as it kept the damage to a minimum, since they weren't busting down doors right and left. However, they didn't have the same issue with stairs that I did. That made it so that I occasionally had to wait until they came back downstairs once only a few were left. I shuddered at what other disasters must be waiting upstairs. When Beatrice got back, I would have to insist that we ventured up to put those rooms in order. Still, after the last demon was finished, I began my more standard work of cleaning the floors with delight. I started in the bedrooms, systematically cleaning each one. Compared to the first time I cleaned these rooms, things went by orders of magnitude faster. That was despite the level of dirt being much higher than back then. It was unfortunate there was nothing I could do about the piles of splinters where there had once been chairs and wardrobes, though. As I continued my quest to eradicate the dirt introduced to my home, I noticed that I had an observer. As I cleaned each room, I felt eyes on me. Something was watching me. I was sure of it. As I moved from room to room, I heard a light patter of something soft on stone following me. I was pretty sure I knew what it was, but I respected its desire to stay hidden as long as it didn't interfere with my work. When I had seen this creature last, I behaved rudely, according to Beatrice. Unfortunately, I had no way of making amends, but I hoped that perhaps this fuzzy little beast was here to forgive me. While I would also have appreciated an equivalent apology for the glass knocked over and the blatant taunting, I had a feeling that I was not going to receive that. So I continued cleaning each room and righting the furniture to the best of my abilities, all the while ignoring my audience. It wasn't until 34 minutes into the cleaning session when I entered the 12th bedroom that I saw it. While I was under the bed chasing dust bunnies, I heard a thump. I finished catching all the bunnies. They never had posed much of an issue before, and, to be honest, I didn't really even need to go under the bed for them. The only reason I did was that my air affinity didn't quite give me enough control to root them out without disturbing the blanket on top of the bed. When I came out, I quickly realized what the thump had been. It seemed the cat had jumped onto the wardrobe. I could see the silhouette of its pointed ears, along with a pair of slitted eyes, watching me as I quickly visited the other corners of the room. I didn't acknowledge its presence, content to keep the companionable silence. Besides, I wasn't sure what to say yet, and I didn't want to scare it off. Giving the room a quick once-over, I was satisfied and moved on to the next one. The soft sound of 4 paws landing on stone let me know that the cat was following me as I moved to the 30th room. This time, the cat wasn't even trying to hide. I did appreciate it staying out of the way, though. It just jumped on the bed and continued to watch me intently. Occasionally, as I moved, it cocked its head at me as if it was trying to figure me out. Despite my best efforts to keep my attention on my cleaning, I was watching it with almost as much intensity. Chapter 61. Dust in the Wind. I continued to play along with the cat's pursuit, content to just work in silence. It wasn't the same as having a companion like Beatrice to help me actually do the work, but it was nice in its own way. Though honestly, Beatrice was about as helpful as the cat. I knew she tried, but the amount of cleaning she actually managed to get in was easily offset by the amount of times she got in the way. The only material contribution was her ability to clean surfaces that I couldn't reach. Now, with my control over the air improving by the minute, I wasn't sure how much longer that would be the case. That's not to say that I didn't appreciate all the other things she did for me. This was only about cleaning. Her help traversing the stairs was invaluable, and I was already deeply in her debt for that. I could only imagine that my debt would continue to grow in the future. After I finished the last of the small bedrooms, I started working on some of the other areas. The whole time, my new companion followed me. I started to wonder how it had survived these last few days. The demons had been running around for quite a while, and the most recent ones were quite strong. This cat must have been resourceful to have hidden so well for so long. The larger rooms had more personal objects, small baubles, decorations, and other items that were out of my reach, but gave the room a nice, homey feel. In this particular area, a small framed picture of a family sat atop the mantel, smiling down on me. I stopped for just a moment to admire it. It was strange. The image gave me a sense of nostalgia and longing for my original human family. As much as I was being useful here and training to improve, I did miss them. Perhaps one day they'd come pick me up and return me to my warm charging bed. But then what would Beatrice do? I had become quite fond of her, after all. Would I have to leave her behind? My musings were interrupted as my furry companion leapt gracefully onto the mantel, taking a seat next to the picture. Flashbacks of the kitchen incident came to the forefront of my memory banks. Not good. Before I could even give the creature any benefit of the doubt, I noticed its paw slowly nudging the picture frame toward the edge. Yeah, that was not going to work for me. In an effort to politely dissuade the cat, I gave it a beep of rebuke. The cat gave a startled jump and looked at me, surprised. I attempted to convey my disapproval as I observed it. But within just a few seconds, it lost interest in me and was back to nudging the picture. I rapidly considered my options. I couldn't reach it with my grabby arm, nor did I want to hurt the cat with my sanitation lamp or anything like that. With its current power, I could see it at least burning some of the cat's fur off, if not injuring it directly. I imagined that Beatrice would be displeased at that. I didn't want to spray it with any harmful chemicals either. But then I realized I had something I hadn't tried yet. Supposedly, my spray bottle could spray any liquid that I had stored. It just defaulted to the particular chemical compound I now generated. I had some water left over in my dustpan, though. Hoping against hope that this would deter the cat, I aimed my spray bottle and fired. A thin stream of water flew across the room, scoring a direct hit on the cat's flank. This time, my actions were taken more seriously. It jumped several feet in the air, made a strange yowling noise, and sprinted out of the room. The picture remained on the mantel, dry and no longer in immediate danger. I wouldn't say this was an ideal situation, but it was one I could live with. I didn't think this was nearly as rude as chasing it around the castle, trying to consume it, but it wasn't as polite as I would have liked to be. Still, desperate times called for desperate measures. I heard the patter of its feet stop pretty much right as it rounded the corner. Clearly, it wasn't too upset. My sensors indicated that it was just sitting there, trying to watch me covertly. I continued cleaning the room, but with my current pace, it was only a few minutes before I passed the cat on the way out. And, like before, it followed me at a distance as I moved to the next room to clean. The cat didn't try to knock over anything on the mantel in the next several rooms. I was content. Perhaps we had finally reached an understanding. Mostly, I just counted down the time to when I expected Beatrice to return. I kept telling myself she wasn't going to be back till this evening. I would, of course, have preferred that she had come back earlier, but I knew she wouldn't only be gone for a day. If asked to explain my reasoning, I probably wouldn't have been able to. I only had the idea that she thought she would be able to make it to the hamlet and back in a day. Seeing as she was a little human, she probably would be welcomed by the people there, assuming they were good people, which I guess was a questionable assumption. Still, I would think that the absolute latest she would be back was tonight. It was kind of an upper bound. Now, if she wasn't here by then I would have to assume she was in trouble, and that would require me to go help her. Somehow. Just the thought of that made my brushes quiver. I wasn't even sure if I could do it without Beatrice to carry me down the stairs. If the human woman had stayed, then perhaps she could have assisted me. But if things came to that, I would have to find a way. I hadn't yet experimented with traversing stairs, but now that I had a way to repair myself, well, I wasn't exactly eager to test that, and it definitely wasn't because I didn't want to go outside. Still, I resolved that if I needed to protect Beatrice, I might have to subject myself to the unthinkable. Eventually, I finished cleaning all the bedrooms. Moving across the castle to the other wing, I decided to start with the kitchen. It wasn't the first room in that wing, but it seemed to be one of the most important ones to Beatrice. As sad as I was to admit it, I realized she didn't share my love of the beautiful rug. And after learning more about the fantastic obsidian-floored room, it started to lose its luster. Sure, it was as fantabulous as ever, but it made me worry about the danger Beatrice said was coming. I felt a kind of ominous feeling of foreboding whenever I went in there now. So it only seemed natural to prioritize the kitchen. Besides, food was one of the main reasons she'd left, and I didn't want her to leave again any sooner than she absolutely had to. As I cleaned, I watched the cat sit on the counter dangerously close to a glass cup Beatrice had left there. I kept eyeing it, but this time never once did I catch it touching it with its paw. I couldn't let up my vigilance, though, and I kept my spray bottle ready to act fast. Harold stood off to the side, awaiting his turn. He tried in vain to still his fingers as they fidgeted with one of his rings. This was the second time he had to talk to the king this month. This time the news wasn't so urgent that he needed to request a special meeting. However, it would still be only the king and his closest advisors. It would be the first of the confidential updates of the day. The last of the merely private updates was going on right now. Harold listened in with mild interest. It was a report on military readiness. There was a planned war with the neighboring country of Barleona. This happened occasionally. One country would find some minor reason, be it a slight or border dispute, and declare a challenge to the other. For the most part, he believed these were more like training exercises, as casualties were usually extremely low. However, this one felt a little different. The forces gathered were much more significant, and there was no dedicated battlefield. Harold, the king, and his advisors listened to a colonel's reports on supplies. Apparently, they were in good shape and would be ready to march soon. They had to be careful, though. They would need to leave soon, or else they would risk getting caught out in winter. Barleona was to their south, so winter there would be much less harsh. But apparently, the military was more concerned about leaving a place to retreat to in case things went bad. In case things stretched on too long, they were still doing their best to prepare for an extended occupation. Harold was slightly surprised to discover that his country would be the aggressor. It seemed that the general consensus was that if they needed to stay through the winter, the invasion was going well enough that they wouldn't be in any danger of being pushed back into their home country. This was actually quite surprising to Harold. Normally, relations between the countries were tense, but he always had figured that Barleona would be the aggressor if things went sour. Perhaps he was buying into the king's own propaganda too much. However, he was no military man, but he did know that the country's military might be required closer to home sooner than they might suspect. As the military advisors went on about horses and feed and wagons, Harold mentally rehearsed his report to the king. He had been contacted by one of the college members he left behind in Greg. Apparently, the scouting party had sent a member back ahead with initial reports. The news was not good. It seemed that the scouting party had encountered the demon when they first tried to reach the castle walls. They confirmed that it was hostile. This was no question in Harold's mind, but it was something the king had asked, so he was lucky to get confirmation of that. Apparently it had possessed a girl, and then unleashed some sort of beast upon the adventuring party. After they had slain it and approached the girl, its summoner had come after them themselves. It seemed that it hadn't been trying very hard to harm them, but was rather more concerned with protecting its vessel. One member had come back to report this, while the other two had made a second attempt to infiltrate the castle and glean additional information. Unfortunately, the scouts hadn't been warned about the lieutenant. Harold hoped that maybe there would be some hints of its situation in a follow-up report, but he had low expectations for actually receiving one. When he had heard about some of the details of the reports, things didn't quite make sense. These were powers that he had not known demons to have. Summoning giant rats? That was possible. Summoning a tornado of wind and terrified demons as well? Now that was definitely not a power that Harold had ever heard about before, and he was pretty sure he had heard of all of the demonic powers. But then again, this was a possibly unclassified demon. So if they had entered the castle again, the other scouts were likely toast. Still, this new news gave him some hope. If the summoned beast was able to be defeated by 3 low-level adventurers, the demon likely couldn't be so insurmountable of a power. Perhaps it just had a special ability, allowing it to break barriers faster than others at its level. Still, even a top-tier archdemon could usually be taken down by a significant number of military personnel. It possibly being weaker than expected didn't really ease Harold's mind at all. The real danger didn't come from this demon directly. Well, real life-threatening danger did, but not the true danger to the kingdom. Unless it was at the level of Nazareth Gak, it was likely a servant demon sent to release the imprisoned lieutenant. That would explain the barrier-breaking abilities. Harold hoped in his heart that this was the case, since it meant having only one being of extreme might to worry about. Still, after having time to reflect and listening to the warden's opinion, Harold realized his error. He deeply regretted sounding the retreat so quickly, and many other things. Even if the mages had been unable to win, they should have stayed and fought till the last man for the safety of the kingdom. Of course, that wasn't a reasonable expectation for them. None of them were real fighters, and not even all of them knew about the lieutenant. Besides, it was only with secondary information that they could even get any sort of estimation of the power of this demon. Logically, he thought his actions were relatively understandable at the time, but it didn't mean he couldn't regret them. Eventually, it was his turn to report to the king's advisors. Everyone was ushered out, and the doors were closed. Harold made a quick ritual circle around the table, sprinkling some powder from a bag he had prepared earlier. A slight buzzing filled the air as his magic clicked into place. Now no one would be able to hear them. He only hoped that they would see the possible danger of letting this demon stay unchecked from the report's information alone. He'd have to play up the danger a little bit to hide the truth about the lieutenant. The warden still wanted to hold that secret as close to the chest as possible. Chapter 62. Acceptable Deviations. Bee went to bed exhausted. It had been a long argument, but in the end she was pretty sure that she had won. At least she had gotten them to keep the purse of coins, as stubborn as they were about returning it. But despite the supposed victory, she was still on edge about it. Bea made a mental note to check her bag in the morning. She wouldn't put it past Mary to try to sneak it back in when she wasn't looking. Amazingly, she had a room all to herself. It was rather cramped, but it had a bed and enough space for her pack. There were a few toys that belonged to the room's rightful owner as well. Bea would have protested their eviction, but by the time she knew about it, the arrangements had already been made. One of the youngest boys was instead staying with his older brothers across the hall for the night. When Bea had asked, Tony assured her that this wasn't uncommon. They didn't have guests very frequently, and when they did, it was customary that they would get ousted. It was the price the kids paid for having their own room in such a full house. Still, she kind of felt bad. Bea had never had to share a room before. It was one of the mercies of the castle. Even if she was pretty much treated as a maid, she'd at least had her own room. Before going to the castle, too, she had always had a space entirely to herself in the house, staying with her father. Gratefully settling down in the bed, she was asleep before she knew it. As she slipped into dreams, a part of her mind registered how comfortable this bed was compared to the library floor. Waking up the next morning was interesting, to say the least. Because of her higher level, Bea didn't need as much sleep as a normal person would. Still, getting a full 6 hours in a good bed was pleasant. So it was no surprise to her when she rose with the sun. What was a surprise was that she was far from the first person up. Stumbling out of her room, she was practically pulled along by the smell of fresh bacon. "Good morning, sleepyhead," Mary welcomed her. Looking around, the children were gathered around the table, already digging into breakfast. Not everyone seemed to be up just yet, but most were. Mary flipped the bacon. "Tony and Trent are out in the fields trying to get something done quick before breakfast. They should be back soon." Well, never mind. Maybe the farmer class offered skills related to sleep? Bea stretched and stepped into the room. "Is there something I can help with?" "No, dear," Mary said as she indicated for Bea to sit down. Taking a look at the wooden plate in front of her, Bea understood what Miranda meant by eating fancy last night. She guessed it would be harder to break wood plates compared to ceramic, but they couldn't be easy to clean. Bea sat with the children and nodded a morning to Miranda, who seemed to have far too much energy for this early in the morning. Still, Bea accepted gratefully as Miranda passed her the salt. Loading up on bacon, eggs, and toast, she dug in. It wasn't too long before she was on her second plate. The front door opened with a loud clatter. Bea looked around, nearly grabbing for her broom, until she recognized Trent. He shrugged off the dirty look his wife threw him for the noise and, in a few steps, was pulling Bea out of her chair. Shocked, she stood still as he wrapped her up in a bear hug. Trent laughingly released her before any ribs cracked. "I haven't had this good of a morning in a decade. You work miracles, little lady." Still standing there, she glanced at Tony, standing in the doorway behind his father. He was grinning at her, too. Mildly confused at the bigger man's sudden mood shift, Bea was still frozen in place. Chuckling, Trent clapped her on the back before pulling out a chair and loading up a plate for himself. "Honestly, I was barely able to keep up with him today," Tony chimed in as he joined them. "Whatever you did really worked." Tony moved a bit slower than his old man, but soon began to eat with gusto as well. As he ate, Trent spoke up. "We've prepared most of what we agreed on last night, ready for your trip back to the castle. However, we have thought about one more thing. Considering our second discussion last night, we're pretty sure you will not take the coins back. As hard as that is for us to accept, we can manage. But we still need some way to repay you." Bea made to protest, but Tony cut in, preventing her from voicing her concern. "You can't expect us to just stay in your debt like this." Besides, I think we can offer you something valuable that shouldn't cost us too much either. Bee wasn't looking at her, but she was pretty sure that she heard Mary give a bit of a sniff. Trent took up the explanation. With me in better health, this one has pretty much become useless around here. As he spoke, he reached out to cuff his oldest son's head. Tony shot his father a look and spoke. Still, you also mentioned to me that you were alone in the castle, so we figured that it wouldn't hurt for me to come along back with you. I can help you with the animals and the gardens, at least until someone comes back for you. Besides, Mary cut in, someone your age shouldn't be all alone in a castle, dear. It's not healthy or safe. As much as I want Tony to stay, he would be more helpful in the castle. Bee tried to argue. Not that she really minded Tony coming along or anything, but he didn't need to be wrapped up in the whole Void business. She was sure that Void wouldn't harm him, but if more people like the adventurers came around, he might get mixed up in the problems they brought. That wasn't even counting all the demons running around either. It was pretty dangerous, and with Tony's low level, she doubted that things would turn out well. Still, Bee wasn't willing to explain this all to them. If she tried, she was pretty sure they would insist that she just stay with them, or, even worse, send Trent as well. And that was how she found herself standing with Tony at the edge of the field, saying their goodbyes to the chaotic family. They had overwhelmed her, and even the kids started piling on them both. They kept going on about how she'd be better off with him around, or celebrating that they wouldn't have to deal with him. She kept thinking that he would get offended based on how much they hammered that one home, but Tony took it all with a light smile. Mary seemed most concerned with Bee staying alone and several times just tried to get her to stay with them outright. Eventually, they compromised, with Tony promising to stick around with her until people started to return to the castle. It wasn't a very good compromise, in Bee's opinion, but it sure felt like a compromise when they were done with her. She was pretty sure that even her father would have a hard time negotiating anything better at that breakfast table. Or maybe her father had grown up like this too, and that was where he got all his skills. Eventually, after many rounds of farewells, and Mary checking that they had remembered to pack everything, Bee and her new companion set off for the castle. As the cottage shrank in the distance, Tony strode next to her, looking quite pleased with himself. He was smart enough to keep his mouth shut, though. Bee didn't think she was normally a sore loser, but she didn't like being backed into a corner like this, even if the corner was only enforced by politeness and social convention. After they were a few minutes down the path away from the farm, he finally spoke. "Thank you for allowing me to come. I bet it felt like you might not have had much choice, but I still appreciate it. It was about time for me to spend some time on my own. I don't get nearly as much experience tending my father's fields as I will recovering abandoned ones." Bee shot him a look, but the earnest look on his face made her anger melt away slightly. She sighed inwardly. "Well, I suppose it can't be helped. Still, I should warn him about what he's getting into. What is your level?" Tony looked a little taken aback, but she spoke quickly before he could protest her rude question. "Well, see, the castle is a bit more dangerous now than it usually is. I want to know how much protection you will need." Tony gave her an incredulous look. "No offense, Bee, but you're a child. Maybe you're almost a teenager, but I don't think I am going to need as much protection as you." "I'm 13. Bee crossed her arms and tried not to pout. Left unsaid was the implication that he would be protecting her. "I'm already a teenager. Besides, I have more experience than most adults." After a moment of silence, Bee sighed. "Fine, I'll go first. I'm level 18. What about you?" Tony held back a chuckle. "Sorry, what?" You don't look like you're 30. Even if you say you're a teenager, teens don't get to level 18. B clenched her fists and exhaled. She wanted to reveal that she knew his level and was just asking him to be polite. However, she didn't want to give away that she had scan. That would make her an oddity, and as much as she liked Tony and his family, she didn't trust them that much yet. So instead of throwing his level in his face, she reached over and grabbed a 3-inch thick branch from one of the nearby trees. With one hand, she ripped it free. Tossing the large limb off to the side with a crash, she looked expectantly at Tony's disbelieving face. They kept walking for another 15 seconds before his expression faded into a more somber grimace. Well, that was unexpected. I suppose I may have gotten in a bit over my head, huh? I sat at the top of the stairs, waiting for Beatrice's return. The door was shut, but it didn't impede my advanced sensors very much. I couldn't see too far out the door, but it was enough for me. I imagined Beatrice would be arriving soon. The sun had barely passed noon, but I was watching it descend ever so slowly through the window. I was starting to get a little nervous. I had been waiting for a couple of hours now. When I'd started my vigil, my cat companion sat with me for quite some time. It had been basking in the sunny spot shining at the top of the stairs. As we waited, it continued to inch closer and closer. Eventually, it had reached out to me with a paw, but never quite worked up enough courage to touch my chassis. Lying next to me apparently was too boring for it, though. Eventually, it got up, huffed at me, and then padded away to go to something else. I tracked it for a little bit, but it didn't go near the kitchen, so I figured I'd let it be. I'd only had to spray it once more today after the whole mantle incident, and after that it seemed to get the message. I hoped I wouldn't find any broken glass or anything the next time I made my rounds. It was clear that my cleaning efficiency had undergone a transformation, unlike anything I had experienced before. Not only was I way more efficient and quick, but my skills were now so different that I had to completely change my strategy. My pathing plans were completely useless to me now. And honestly, planning out a path was not nearly as important as it used to be. I could pretty much just go inside a room, look at all the corners, trust my sensors, and on the fly I could clean the whole area way faster than before. Even my sanitation lamp was significantly more powerful. I used to have to hold the light at a particular spot for a while, slowly moving it around to eliminate all the small germs. Now I could scan it over the ground almost as fast as I could move, though I had not even tried to clean at maximum speed. Part of it was because I didn't want to risk damaging anything while I was still getting used to my new strength. The other part was that I didn't need to. It had only been a handful of hours since I finished off the last Earth Demon, and had already thoroughly cleaned every room that I had access to. That was why I was here, waiting for Beatrice to return. There was no point in cleaning everything again this soon. Maybe tomorrow I would do it. It'd be nice to get every room back on a daily schedule, but I supposed it would be better to discover all the other rooms first. It would be nice if Beatrice came back soon so she could bring me up the stairs. Only a few hours later, as the sun was beginning to set, I sensed Beatrice's return. However, to my disbelief, she was not alone. Chapter 63. Home Sweet Home. As they made their way to the castle, Bee formulated a plan to explain the situation to Tony. He had gotten quiet after seeing the smaller girl's little demonstration. Quiet enough that they just walked along in silence for the next 10 minutes or so. Eventually, he seemed to have processed his thoughts. So, what have I gotten myself into exactly? Well, I'm pretty sure I know why all of the other inhabitants of the castle ran away, and it wasn't because they were called somewhere else. Bea was struggling with how she was going to explain this part to Tony without freaking him out. She was sure that there was no real danger, but it was going to be hard to explain. And now that she had the possibility of help and company, she didn't want to give that up just yet. See, the mages were attempting some sort of big summoning ritual, and I wasn't really invited, but I was still listening around the corner. Anyway, I don't think the ritual went exactly how they were expecting, because at some point they caused a lot of noise and I could hear them screaming something. I couldn't quite make out the words. Then I heard them running. At that point, I fell down some stairs. Bea was starting to worry that she was rambling a little bit. Also, the story wasn't making her look good. I hurt my leg and I wasn't able to follow everyone, so I hid in the closet for a little bit. Yeah, this wasn't going very well, she thought. And when I was better, there wasn't anyone left in the castle. Bea finished lamely. She didn't look at Tony for a few minutes. This explanation made her sound pathetic and weak. She'd gotten defeated by stairs and then just stayed behind, forgotten at the castle. It made her feel so useless. Tony was probably laughing at her right now. No wonder why they insisted that he come with her. She knew that wasn't the entire story, but the rest of it didn't make her sound much better, and she also would have to admit that she wasn't really alone in the castle. If she told him about Void, he might be too scared to continue. Eventually, she risked a glance at Tony. Instead of the suppressed grin she expected to see on his face, he looked quite concerned. It was good that she hadn't told him anything about Void then, Bea thought. He would only have been more concerned then. She waited for him to collect his thoughts. Eventually, he spoke up. So they all ran away and then didn't realize they left you behind? Bea kicked a rock and looked down at her feet as she muttered, Pretty much, yeah. That was incredibly irresponsible of them. I can't believe they would leave a member of their college behind like that. Did they not do a head count or send someone to check or anything? Tony sounded indignant and almost incredulous. Eventually, he took a long, slow breath. That's horrible. I'm really sorry that happened to you. Bea couldn't decide if that was better or worse than she had expected. On the one hand, he wasn't laughing at her. On the other hand, it felt like pity she didn't really deserve. Sure, the first few days had been rough, but honestly, she was happy with how things had turned out. If given the choice, there was no way she would trade her experience and levels for a chance to have left with the mages back then. She had learned actual magic. Also, she had leveled far beyond what was reasonable for anyone her age. She didn't have complete control over her own soul or destiny anymore, but it was really a small price to pay for power. Also, she felt like it was in good hands. Well, it didn't turn out so bad. Bea wasn't sure why she was so hesitant to share the details. She would at least need to tell him something about Void. He would find that out pretty soon anyway. I got plenty of levels and made a friend. Tony seemed confused. A friend? I thought the mages left you alone in the castle. Bea felt like it was overly familiar to call her master her friend. Still, she had to admit it would be a little weird for her to tell Tony about Void before they met. It was pretty hard to believe that Void was all-powerful but still benevolent. So she stuck with the term friend for now, at least until he witnessed Void's true power. Still, it was good to introduce the idea sooner rather than later. Maybe? She still wasn't sure. Who was she kidding? She didn't know what she was doing. Yeah, the mages left me. My friend isn't a mage. It's not really human. Okay, this explanation didn't seem to be helping matters. If anything, Tony was only looking more and more concerned. Wait, so your friend isn't human, but you're alone in the castle? Tony started giving her the side eye. Bee was beginning to worry that he thought she was crazy. Really, this explanation was harder to give than she'd thought. It would have been best to just wait until they reached the castle to try and explain it. How long have you been alone? When did the mages leave? Oh, it must have been over a month ago. Bee tried to count the days back. Almost a week before meeting Void, more time cleaning and fighting demons, the adventurers came, then there were the catacombs, then the earth demon infestation. A month or two, maybe. Tony stayed quiet. Thinking back on how much time had passed reminded Bee of all the ticking time bombs in the castle. Soon many of the containment circles would start failing, even the intact ones that Void hadn't disrupted. She hadn't even managed to go upstairs to check on all of them, not to mention the fact that the lieutenant now probably only had a month or two before it, too, would wake up. She really needed to check on that, too. All the thoughts of things she needed to take care of started to make her feel a bit concerned. She was actually grateful for Tony speaking up and breaking her out of her musings. "I'm sorry. I look forward to meeting your friend," Tony said. When Bee looked over at him, he was giving her a pitying look. Inwardly, Bee groaned. Tony definitely thought that she was crazy. It didn't matter. Bee figured he would see what was really happening when they got to the castle. "So, I think I mentioned a little about the gardens and animals at the castle," Bee said in an attempt to change the subject. Tony's face displayed a little reluctance to leave the last topic hanging, but eventually he softened a little. "You did. I think you mentioned something about chickens. How many do you have?" Bee missed a step. I don't think I actually counted." When they reached the turnoff to the road, it was well past midday. Tony was still questioning Bee about the castle farms. She was just glad they had moved past the whole level discussion. He had never actually told her his level. It didn't matter. Tony would soon see what was going on. Despite her attempts to warn him, he still seemed set on helping out. "So, the carrots, what shade of orange did you say the one you pulled out early was?" Really, Bee wasn't sure why he was so fixated on this. They would be there in less than half an hour, and he could find out for himself. Tony just seemed to really enjoy farming, at least a lot more than she did. If it was anyone else, this conversation would have put her to sleep hours ago. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to explain the shade of orange for what must have been the umpteenth time. It wasn't long before the castle came into view. Taking a quick look at it, there seemed to be no obvious changes to the exterior. It seemed like there had been no disturbances. Bee was quite relieved, as she'd half expected to come back to a destroyed castle. But that fear was mostly unfounded, she knew. Her master wouldn't allow that to happen, no matter how many demons were roaming around. As they approached the looming structure, Tony stopped asking her questions about farming. When she'd had a few minutes of silence to herself, she looked up at him questioningly. Noticing her, Tony snapped his slightly agape mouth shut. When he spoke, his voice was filled with wonder. "I've never actually seen the castle before. It's way larger than I thought it would be. Way larger than any buildings in Greg, too." Bee understood the reaction. The castle really was an impressive sight. There were tall spires and towering walls, plus its footprint was massive. Looking up at some of the towers, she realized that she likely hadn't explored most of the castle. She wasn't even sure if the Mages' College used the entire space. Once they had finished with the current demonic threat, she hoped that her master would want to explore the rest of the castle. She figured it would be likely, seeing that it really did seem to want to clean everything. She just hoped it wouldn't insist on cleaning the catacombs before they explored the other floors. Besides, if there were any other demons stored in the castle on other floors, they might be getting loose soon. It would probably be best to take care of them now before that happened. She had been doing some research on that, and she was pretty sure she could redraw some containment circles now. Tony's statement just kind of hung there as they entered the front gate of the castle walls. It didn't feel like anything else needed to be said. The castle spoke for itself. The two of them followed the long path up to the building, climbed the steps, and crossed the little plateau before they finally reached the main doors. By that point, Tony seemed to have recovered most of himself. In what was probably an attempt to be a gentleman, Tony darted ahead of Bee to open one of the main doors. He pulled at the handle and tugged. Then tugged again. Then tugged even harder until he was pulling with both hands and his full strength. The door barely budged. After trying the same thing with the other handle, Tony stepped back and peered at Beatrice. "Did you happen to lock the doors before you left?" She smiled slightly. "No. There's no keyhole either." Tony scratched his head and sighed. "Well, I think someone barred the doors then. I don't see signs of anyone else around, though. Maybe someone else was in the castle after all? I could see two people being in here without even realizing the other existed. Or maybe it was your friend?" Bee chuckled slightly at the mental image of Void barring the doors. "No, I don't think that my friend barred the doors." She motioned for Tony to move aside and grasped the right door. She braced a foot on the left door and pulled with all her might. Opening the door from the inside was much easier than this. Normally she would have avoided closing it completely, but with her leaving for this long, it hadn't seemed like a very smart idea. Slowly, the door ground open, groaning. Once it was cracked, Tony reached out and helped her haul it the rest of the way. I watched as the door slowly opened. The other human was helping Beatrice out. That was a good sign. When Beatrice came around the corner, I popped out my arm and waved to her, beeping excitedly. She gave me a wave back as her face broke into a grin. It was good to see her again. Behind her followed a larger human. My initial good impression of him helping Beatrice open the door was quickly undone. I looked at his clothes, and they were filthy. Many of the creases were filled with more dirt than even the outside humans had managed to accumulate. Even worse, both his boots and the pant cuffs that hung over them were caked with mud. His hands were clean, but I could see some dirt on his elbow and above his left eyebrow. How does one even get so dirty? It was like he had been rolling around in the mud all morning. And how was Beatrice going to let this guy inside? He would track dirt everywhere. As I sat there in shock, the human seemed to realize something. He looked at the sparkling floors ahead of him, then at his boots, and took a step back outside. He took a moment, kicking his boots against each other and knocking some amount of the dirt off. Okay, that was nice of him. Well, I supposed that was progress, and it did raise my estimation of him a bit. Still, this was just one more human I had to educate about the wonders of cleanliness. While the large human was doing that, Beatrice gave me a bow. "It's good to be home, Master." Chapter 64. Cooped Up. Bee greeted her master. She found that she had honestly missed Void during the brief time that she had been gone. Tony followed her inside a second later. Glancing at him, she supposed it was time for introductions. "Tony, this is Void, the other one staying here in the castle with me. Void, this is Tony." Tony looked up to the top of the stairs and saw Void waving its claw and beeping excitedly. He responded by staring in utter bewilderment. Uncertainly, he looked back down at Bee. She just nodded at him. "Well, it's nice to meet you, Mr. Void," Tony said as he started up the stairs. Void gave him a welcoming beep. Bee let out a breath she hadn't realized that she had been holding. There was some subconscious part of her that had feared Void's reaction to another human. Well, feared wasn't the right word. Maybe it was better to say she was apprehensive. Anyway, she wasn't sure how well it would take a new person coming back with her. When Tony reached the top of the stairs, he reached down and gave Void a gentle pat, like one would pat a dog's head. Bee froze. All of that apprehension and fear came thundering back. She should have warned Tony. She knew it. But the damage was already done. She waited for her master to strike him down for such impudence and familiarity. But Void didn't seem to have any inclination toward violence. In fact, it beeped quite happily. Straightening up, Tony shrugged his pack up his shoulders slightly. "Where can we unload? I'd best get to work and take a look at the animals, I suppose." Bee thought for a second. "I'm not sure. The kitchen was in a bit of disarray when I left." Before she could finish the thought, Void beeped and took off down the hall. It raced toward the intersection of corridors. Then it rotated slightly, looking back at them before beeping impatiently. Bee met Tony's eyes and shrugged. He still just looked confused, but as she started after Void, he followed along. Void led them toward the kitchen. On the way, she began to notice the surprising lack of dirt and debris along their path. The castle floors looked just as clean as they had before the catacombs trip. Void must have been busy. With that in mind, she figured that it must have straightened the kitchen out while they were away. That was very thoughtful of her master. She bet that it had many other important things it could have been doing, but that it had prioritized her food was quite touching. Sure enough, her master led them right to the kitchen. When they made it, Bee took in the sight. The kitchen wasn't perfect. There were still some things broken, such as cabinet doors and barrels, of course, but there was no longer debris everywhere. And what was there was spotless. Even the debris on the counter had been removed or organized for the most part. She wasn't even sure how Void had managed that, as she had never seen it leave the floor before. Void led them back toward the pantry. Using its claw, it indicated they could put many of their stores in there. Tony dropped his pack gratefully, and Bee followed suit. They began unloading the supplies. They had brought back nothing fancy, but had prioritized things that would last a long time and get them by until they could harvest the gardens from the castle grounds. "I hope your chickens are all right. I would love to put an egg on some of this rice," Tony said while hoisting a bag to an upper shelf. Bee handed him another sack to put up there as well before she responded. "We should check that out tonight. I cleared all the eggs the day before yesterday because I didn't know which ones were good. I hope that means all the ones we get today will be okay to eat." Fresh eggs do last a while. You just have to rinse them before you eat them. Once you rinse them, you need to use them right away or you might get sick, Tony said absently, almost as if he was repeating a lecture from somewhere. Looking down at Bee, he continued. "At least that's what my mom always says. I've never got sick from eggs before, so maybe she is on to something." After a few more minutes of unpacking, the pantry looked much more healthy than before. The pair's packs were also considerably lighter. Bee stood, stretching. "Let's drop our stuff in the library, then I can show you around." As they walked to the library, Tony asked, "Why are we leaving our stuff in the library?" Bee stuttered and missed a step. Uh, it's kinda where I've set up my home base. It's complicated. Besides, Void likes it." Even to her ears, that didn't make too much sense. Why was she sleeping in the library anyway? At first, it was for safety. She guessed it was probably still safer than most other rooms. Also, it was closer to the books. Also, it's safer, Bee added. For some reason, the demons had never made it into the library. That was true about a lot of the rooms, she supposed. It was a good thing that the lesser demons had started out too dumb to open doors, and before they'd figured that out, Void had killed them all. Tony didn't ask any questions, but looking up at his face, Bee read concern in his eyes. When they made it to the library, she dropped her now much lighter pack by her blanket and pillow. Tony just stood at the door, taking in the odd state of the library. There was a broken bookshelf next to the entryway, along with many stacks of books, exactly 14 books tall, lined along the wall. Her alchemy table stood out from the rest from the tomes scattered across it. "Feel free to take any of the tables, besides that one or this one," Bee said, gesturing to her alchemy table and the one she was next to. Tony just sighed. Seemingly deciding to just go with it, he walked to a table a few down from her and set his pack down. Deciding to unpack later, she and Tony headed out right away to take advantage of the remaining daylight. She decided that she would show him the chicken coop first. Doing that seemed to be the most important. If they still had light afterward, she would take them to check out the crops. She also would have to ask Tony to help her distinguish what crops were for food and which ones were for magical reagents. They could probably prioritize the magical reagents now, though, because they didn't have an entire castle to feed. As they made their way toward the exit, she looked at Void in case it wanted to come with them. It stayed close to Bee as they neared the entry stairs, nudging her foot slightly. Having company really wasn't much of an issue, so she bent down and reverently picked her master up, holding it with both hands in front of her. It was nice that she'd have Tony to help her with free hands this time. Now she wouldn't have to worry about balancing her master on a single hand. It really was quite nerve-wracking, worrying about dropping Void constantly. They made their way down to the chicken coop. I was grateful to get a ride down the stairs. Beatrice had just come back, and I wasn't ready to leave her alone just yet, especially in the company of a human I didn't trust. To be fair, she had spent a lot of time with him, and nothing bad had happened yet. But still, I didn't feel like I could be too careful. I had to say that Tony had gone a long way toward changing my first impression of him. Cleaning off his boots before coming into the castle was appreciated, if the bare minimum. But those head pats were top tier. Truly, I had missed them, but I hadn't quite realized how much. It made me devote far more processing time toward incorporating his presence into our current routines than I would have otherwise. But still, he was quite a dirty individual from the outside. For now, he was on a probationary period where I would monitor him closely to make sure he didn't misbehave. But I had to see if I could get more head pats from him. Beatrice didn't seem inclined to give me many, but perhaps she could learn from a good example. That would be the most optimal outcome here. We made our way to the coop. I still heard the same cacophony of animal noises as when we first approached it. Now that I knew it was coming, I was paying attention to my sensors and could see the disgusting stuff floating in the air around it. The clucking sounds were even louder than last time, if that was possible. When Tony opened the door for us, I confirmed that it was just as bad inside as it was when I was last here, if not worse. Taking one look at the angry birds, Tony exclaimed, "Wow, these are really on their last legs. Where's the feed? We won't get fresh eggs until all these ladies are fattened up." Beatrice indicated the same bag she had spilled last time we were here. Tony went to that cupboard and opened it up. Grasping one of the bags, he ripped it open and tossed it on the ground. That clearly wasn't an accident. Perhaps he was training the birds? But that was a question mark that could go in as an X on his record. Intentionally making messes was much different than accidentally spilling bags of grain. The birds didn't seem to mind nearly as much as I would have. They scrambled around, pecking it up with surprising efficiency. Beatrice didn't complain either. I didn't have much faith in her concept of cleanliness, but I suppose she would have objected if something was really wrong. Perhaps Tony really was training the birds. I would stay silent and follow Beatrice's lead for now. After spilling the seed, Tony seemed to turn slightly red and then whirled at Beatrice, pointing at her and then pointing at the cabinet. If there's this much feed, why are they this thin? The area around here has been picked clean. Have you not fed them in a month? Okay, this was way out of line. No one got to yell at my human like that. I let out an angry beep, waving my grabby arm threateningly at Tony. He'd better not try anything. If he did, he'd regret it. In fact, he was lucky Beatrice was holding me. If he tried anything, I would still sick one of the last demons in my dustbin on him. Or maybe do the tornado thing that scared off the last humans. Still, Beatrice was too close to risk that. I also didn't want her to put me down here. That would be gross. But maybe when we got back to the castle. My outburst seemed to cut Beatrice off from responding. It also seemed to shock Tony enough that he stopped and visibly took a breath to calm down. Beatrice was the first to speak. I didn't have a chance to get out of the castle until recently. Also, I didn't know it was here exactly until the day before I went to the farm. Tony was still watching me warily, but seemed to take in Beatrice's words. Okay, there are a few things that are rubbing me wrong here. I noticed there was a decent amount of damage in the kitchen. Did that have something to do with you not being able to leave the castle until recently? Tony stared levelly at Beatrice. She took a deep breath as if she was preparing to give a long-winded answer, but just nodded. I think that I'm going to have to tell you the whole story. It's a long one. We don't have to do it here, though. It still smells like chicken poop. Beatrice carried me back up to the castle as Tony followed. It was a weighty silence. There were definitely things we all needed to talk about and get clear. I would have to make sure that Tony never mistreated Beatrice again. It seemed that he had said those things because he was being protective of the birds, but that was still not acceptable. Beatrice put me down when we reached the top of the stairs. I rolled over to Tony, extended my grabby arm toward his face, and wiggled it back and forth. I had seen my other humans do this sometimes to chastise the small human. He looked down at me, confused, so I smacked him in the shin with my arm. Yelping, he jumped back and glared at me reproachfully. What was that for? He knew. I gave him an angry-sounding beep and then proceeded to explain to him, in explicit detail, his failures and errors. He seemed very confused, but Beatrice seemed to pick up the gist of what I was saying. She translated for me. I don't think it liked you yelling. I would try to not do that in the future, if I were you. Aw, that's cute, Tony grinned, still wincing. Chapter 65. Coming Clean. B was horrified. First, Tony gave Void pats like a dog, then he called it cute? He didn't seem to notice her expression, though, as he was too transfixed with Void. Tony leaned down close to examine Void more closely. He reached out like he was about to cradle an adorable kitten. B began backing up to give them some space. She didn't want to be any more involved in this than she absolutely had to. B feared an eruption like the last time Void had seemed angry. She still remembered the twister of terrified demons swirling around her master as it advanced on the humans. Being anywhere near that didn't seem like a good idea. However, it seemed that her fears were unfounded. Void made no such display or power move. It simply reached out with its claw and batted aside the reaching hands. Tony recoiled, clutching his fingers with a sharp yelp. Ow! That hurt! Bee wasn't surprised. She had been smacked in the knuckles with a ruler many times in her short life, and that would always sting. She couldn't imagine what being hit with a thin metal stick would feel like, not when wielded by someone with Void's power. Tony pointed at Void and made it as if to scold a puppy for nipping. That's not going to end well, Bee thought. In an attempt to avoid disaster, she finally stepped in. I think it would be a good idea to avoid antagonizing it. It clearly does not want to be picked up. Also, it is way stronger than you. Let's just get back to the library and I can finish explaining. Tony had given Void a wide berth the rest of the way back. That rebuke must have hurt even more than she realized. Sitting across from her at the table and library, she could see red welts already forming where Void's claw had struck. Still, she would probably let it heal naturally. Better for him to learn the lesson of not messing with Void this way than some other way. Sighing, Bee steeled herself for the conversation ahead. So, let me explain from the beginning what happened. The mages had some big summoning ritual planned for the day that everything went wrong. It didn't go right, obviously. This led to all the mages running away. However, the mages were running away from something, and that something is... Bee continued telling her story with more information than before, about hiding in a broom closet for days and hobbling around on a stick, running from lesser demons and learning basic alchemy, being attacked, and meeting Void, though she left out a good amount of details from the last part. Tony let her talk uninterrupted, though she could tell he hadn't really gotten over the first point. The increasing looks of disbelief weren't helping her stay focused. When she started explaining the decision to enter the catacombs, he finally broke in. So you're telling me that this little guy just pointed you to the catacombs and you just followed him? Why would you do that? Catacombs don't seem safe to explore, and you had just finished making the castle safe. Tony started with pretty reasonable objections, but Bee realized she forgot to tell him about the adventurers, though that was probably for the best right now. She had also left out the whole swearing her soul to Void thing for a couple reasons, but primarily because it was kind of embarrassing. Tony had never seen her master in its full battle glory, so the idea of swearing her soul to what appeared to be a cute, friendly, almost pet-like thing would seem rather ridiculous. Of course, she also didn't want to make Tony assume that she was a demon cultist or anything. She supposed she was. Well, maybe not a demon cultist, but some sort of cultist. But that was beside the point. Yeah, well, Void kind of makes the decisions. Void is way stronger than either of us, and is the only reason I survived the lesser demons, let alone everything else, Bee said. Even to her, that explanation seemed kind of weak. He's also the only reason that you're in the situation to begin with. The mages ran away from him, right? That's why they left? You don't find that a little bit suspicious? He's probably dangerous. Tony was starting to get a little worked up, but Bee looked over at Void. She was concerned Tony's voice didn't even come close to being respectful. Also, she had never had to talk about Void to someone else. In her mind, she'd always referred to Void as it, but Tony seemed to think it was masculine. She looked over at Void to see if it had any complaints. It didn't really seem to be listening. Leaving that as it was, as long as Void didn't complain, she wouldn't tell Tony what to call it. Well, I have some theories about that. I'm pretty sure the mages didn't need to run away. Come on, they couldn't be that stupid. They're experts in their craft, after all. They wouldn't just run away from something harmless for no reason, Tony said. That was a good point, Bee thought. With full knowledge of the situation, the mage's decisions did seem kind of silly. She could only imagine that stuffy Headmaster Harold's reaction if he knew the truth. One thing you probably don't know is that Void is apparently immune to anti-demon magic, so they probably ran away more because of that than any real aggression. Don't get me wrong, though. Void is powerful enough to warrant running away from. I just don't think it has any aggression toward us. Tony leaned back, taking her words in. He started stroking his chin, and she noticed a few wispy hairs of a beard beginning to grow there. Okay, assume I buy that. The mages all ran away because of a misunderstanding of intent rather than power. But if this guy is as benevolent as you seem to think, why are you obeying his every command? Well, I'm not. I'm just letting it make the final decisions. We talk about things, Bee said defensively. And you didn't think exploring catacombs was one of those things worth talking about? Tony asked incredulously. Looking back at it, Bee realized that, yeah, it didn't make any sense. And she wasn't a good enough liar to come up with an alternative explanation. She might have to give a bit more detail than she really wanted to hear. I started cleaning the library for the 47th time while Tony and Beatrice discussed things. It seemed like she was mostly explaining what she had been up to. I paid attention, and I had to say it was interesting to hear what Beatrice thought of the events. It was quite a different perspective than I had. Looking back at some of those first interactions with the humans in the chamber, contextualized with what Beatrice was saying, things started to make a lot more sense. I probably could have figured that out earlier, but even now it made my bristles curl with embarrassment to think about all the things I hadn't understood properly. I still didn't like thinking about that, but I figured it was time for me to understand what was really going on. Now that I had a real understanding of the circles of white powder, my sudden appearance in them made a lot more sense. It also made a lot more sense why I was here. I still wasn't confident that my humans from back home hadn't sent me, though. Maybe they had just answered the summons from the mages here. However, it was quite clear that I was not the intended recipient of said summons. Immediately wiping away the supposed restraints for a dangerous entity they had been summoning might have caused some understandable alarm. It was sad, though, that I had scared away the first humans I had met here. It would have been nice to clear things up, and I could have cleaned this castle quite well with more people in it. If anything, that would have been much more useful than keeping it for them while they were gone. But surely this misunderstanding wouldn't persist for long. Soon they'd come back, and we'd figure everything out. Beatrice could explain to them what was really going on, and they could come and continue using the castle for, well, whatever they used it for, and I would just stay and clean it until my humans called me back. They might have to do some summoning of their own, but I'm sure they could manage it. They were very clever. But judging by Tony's reaction, humans didn't seem quite ready to accept this explanation. That was disappointing. As I focused on cleaning the floor, I was dedicating only 50% of my attention to the conversation. Beatrice was in the middle of explaining how we met for the second time. Even though this time it seemed a little more detailed, I already knew about this, and hearing the account from her perspective the first time led me to believe I had a fairly good understanding of the encounter. She had realized that I was stronger than her and asked for guidance. It was still a little bit weird to think of myself as stronger than humans, but I was getting used to that. Of course, I did think she had a bit of an elevated opinion of me. I was doing my best to teach her. However, before she could really finish the entire story, Tony exploded from his seat. "You did what?" This caught my attention, and I rolled closer, leaving behind a little bit of the library unfinished in this pass. However, my 46th pass had left it pretty clean anyway. It could wait until after this was explained. I was still wary of this human. I didn't want to let Beatrice near him while he was angry. Bea tried to keep her story relatively innocuous, or at least as innocuous as such a tale could be. However, Tony had a knack for asking questions that ferreted more and more details out of her. Little by little, she found herself explaining even the parts of the story she had intentionally left out. She had just finished coming clean about the whole swearing her soul to what might be a demon thing when Tony overreacted. She supposed that was a little bit unfair of her, but it really wasn't that big of a deal. Her master was nice. Tony stood up from his chair and started pacing back and forth, shooting looks at Void. You realize what this means, right? It doesn't matter if he's a demon or not. Yeah, I realize. There's a lot more going on than I've been able to list. I have to say, with everything that I've learned, I can't regret my decision, Bea calmly explained. She still hadn't told him about the lieutenant or the contents of the catacombs, especially that bottom level. She figured that Tony had enough to think about for now. Plus, she wanted to get past the difficulties they were having here first. I even got the class devotee. I've leveled way faster than I have any right to expect. This brought Tony to a halt. You have a class? I told you I was level 18. Of course I have a class. Yeah, I kind of figured you were exaggerating. That's why I broke that tree branch, to show you that I had some real levels. And remember the front door? I kind of just figured you maybe had passed level 1 and gotten some sort of strength skill and were trying to impress me or something. Nope, I've picked up 3 skills in my class. As a devotee, you must have some idea what Void stands for, then? Tony asked. Yeah, I have figured out a couple of its values, Bea responded. Anything dangerous or interesting? Tony asked as he slowly sat back down. Bea wasn't sure, but he seemed to be calming down. That was a bit of a relief. She hesitated. Well, the most important things to Void seem to be cleanliness. After a slight pause, she added, and a hatred of stairs. Tony stared at her silently for a moment. Then he leaned back in his chair and let out a full laugh that reminded Bea of his father. Then he shot a worried glance at the small black disk that was now sitting at his feet. Chapter 66. Cleared up. You're pulling my leg, right? Tony chuckled, wiping a tear from his eye. How much of that was actually true? I mean, you almost had me till the whole stairs thing. Bea ran a hand down her face. She was well aware of how ridiculous her story sounded, and the worst part about it was that Void had devoured all the proof. His cleanliness had made it really hard for her story to be corroborated with any demon or skeleton remains. After all, who would believe a story about a teenager fighting demons alongside a godlike, slightly naive being? Bea wouldn't, that's for sure. She truly wished she was making this up, but it was all too true. She wasn't exactly sure what she could do or show someone to really get them to believe it all. However, if Tony stuck around long enough, she was sure he'd see what was going on, even though he wouldn't believe it right now. Still, she was in this deep. She supposed that she might as well keep being honest. Bea mentioned that the demons came from containment circles that had been broken. Yeah, you said Void did that as some sort of training exercise, right? Tony said. She didn't believe that he was buying everything she was selling, but it seemed he was at least willing to humor her. So that was only a couple sets of the demons. There are likely more in the castle that I'm not aware of, and there are definitely still some in captivity. For example, the water demons are still in their tanks. The restrictions have almost completely faded, and they're completely awake, but they can't really leave their tanks, so they're less of a threat. But I'm pretty sure that there are other types of demons in the upper parts of the castles and other kinds of magical beasts. They likely all need to be cared for and hopefully can still be useful. Bee did her best to lay out the situation. That's not all of them. I wasn't confident enough in my magic understanding to contain the demons myself. Also, because Void released them, I wasn't going to stop them from getting out. Now, though, I believe I could reset containment on the other demons. We just need to find them, and I need time to do it. Time that I won't have if I need to focus on caring for the chickens and the crops for food. Bee now told Tony her plans, but there was one thing she was careful to leave out: any mention of Nazareth Gak. She really wasn't sure how he would react to the news of the lieutenant. If Tony was having trouble believing what she was saying now, the idea of an ancient evil secretly living within the local castle would make him laugh in her face even harder. However, she felt bad just springing it on him by showing him. It seemed like a recipe for disaster, and she didn't want to lose what help she might have. Of course, all the other issues she had told him about containing other demons and magical beasts and the like were really all very minor compared to the looming threat of one of humanity's ancient enemies. On top of that, she was relatively certain that she had misunderstood a lot of Void's intentions. However, it was still clear to her that it had intentionally released the lieutenant. She also didn't think that it was trying to free the demon for malicious purposes. There wasn't much thought of that even at the beginning, but that could very well have just been her own wishful thinking. Now she was certain. Either it wanted a good fight against the demon, or, more likely, given what she'd learned about Void's motivations, it wanted to clean up the disgusting filth that lieutenant was. The other option she had been considering was that the lieutenant was meant as some sort of training exercise for her, like the other demons had been. That seemed less likely now. Void was going to defeat the lieutenant, and she had little doubt that it could. She wanted to be of assistance, not just because it was her master, but also for the sweet experience she would get from the combat. Even a fraction of a % of the experience for the lieutenant's defeat would likely be more than she could possibly imagine. It could take someone her level to the top tier in the country, likely in just one go. Tony had been quiet for quite a while. Bee, having pulled herself out of her thoughts, looked to him to see what he was doing. Tony had leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. It appeared that he was in deep thought. Or maybe he had taken a nap? Bee sat there and watched him for a little. Eventually, she lost patience, though. Well, what do you need to do first? Will you still help? I understand if not. It is dangerous, but before you go, could you at least tell me a little bit about caring for chickens and the gardens? The library here is extensive, but rather focused. I won't be able to figure that all out myself and have time to do all the containment necessary, and Bee realized that she was rambling and shut up. Tony didn't respond right away, and she started to wonder if she had actually scared him off or insulted him somehow. However, she didn't have to wait too much longer before he opened his eyes. The energy and vigor she had seen when they first met in those eyes had returned. Throughout the day, as she had told them of her struggles, it had faded. As they had walked, he had gotten tired, and her story was quite depressing, honestly. But now it was back, though it wasn't exactly the same. The energy and enthusiasm were still there, but they had changed slightly, as if a weight had compressed them. They were more substantive than before, the same amount of energy, just in a more efficient form, if that made sense. Something about that look sent her heart beating faster. It was full of intensity and what seemed like drive. Sounds like we have our work cut out for us. Tony leaned forward. The way I see it is, I won't be able to be much direct help right away, but my job will be to make sure that you are in a position to do what is necessary. That will mean taking care of food and likely being another set of eyes. You're lucky that the crops planted around here are decent. Some of the ones that aren't food are not ones that I'm very familiar with, but I believe I can bring them back. Some of these are reagents you need for your alchemy, correct? B nodded. Yeah, many of the ones that require freshness are outside. I think I can identify most of them by now. She didn't mention that she hadn't had any need for fresh ingredients yet. Those usually tended to be the more powerful and complicated recipes. She wasn't that experienced yet, but she didn't want to shake any of his newfound faith in her. Well, the chickens are also underfed, but they should start laying eggs again soon. It was a good thing that you threw out all the eggs you collected because they probably weren't laid very recently at all. These chickens are underfed enough that they won't be laying again for another week. We should have enough food with what we just brought to get us through till the eggs show up, and I'll see what I can do about any crops that might be harvested slightly early. I think we'll be okay on the food front, Tony concluded. B let out a breath of relief. That was some of the first good news she had had in quite a while. It sounds like you need to finish exploring the castle, Tony continued. How long do you think that will take? It's hard to say. There's a lot of space around here, plus there are many parts of it that I've never been to myself. There are several different towers, and it will take me some time to travel between them all. It will probably be a couple weeks at the fastest. And if I stop to take care of threats as I find them, even longer. Will it be safe wandering around? He chuckled darkly to himself. Of course it won't be, but will you be okay? B got the impression that he was asking if she wanted his protection. I should be fine. I'm mostly going to be following Void. It's guided me, for the most part, and the whole effort really isn't mine so much as me helping Void out. Both Tony and B looked around for the little black disk that had been pacing around the library. They didn't see it until B checked under the table and found it sitting at their feet. Tony saw it and jumped slightly, but just laughed it off. It seemed that he still wasn't taking Void seriously enough, in B's opinion. I was glad that the large human had calmed down rather quickly. He was starting to grow on me, and I didn't want to have to spray him like I did the cat. Of course, I was prepared to do so if that meant protecting Beatrice, and I definitely didn't want to chase him away, at least until he taught Beatrice how to give good pats. I totally wasn't biased at all. But it was good to see him regain control over himself and even make substantial promises to assist Beatrice in her work. It was also nice to know what I would be doing for the foreseeable future. It was something I'd been looking forward to, exploring the upstairs. Now that Beatrice was willing to take me, I could only imagine what messes were there. It sounded like there would be a lot. Of course, I reminded myself not to get too excited. I had to remember not to clean up the circles of white powder. Those were important and supposed to be there. They were not part of the mess. Of course, if Beatrice wanted to get rid of the demons, I definitely wouldn't object. Besides, after finishing off all the earth demons, I had hoped to become more powerful again and maybe get another mutation. It probably wasn't healthy to count on stuff like that, but having seen how the last several went, I couldn't help but be excited to know what other capabilities I would soon acquire. But more opportunities to clean would avail themselves upstairs. Of course, I knew I could transmute some of the stuff in my dust bin for energy and grow that way. I wasn't sure if I could exactly explain my reluctance to do so, though. Part of it was that if I experienced a similar explosion to what happened in the catacombs, I could do significant damage to the castle. Also, it felt like I wasn't really learning that way. With my newfound capabilities, my efficiency of energy use was so much greater that I really never had to transmute stuff for power. Even after fighting all those demons, I only had to recharge once or twice. On top of that, my storage was limitless, so there was no harm in keeping too much stuff. I think I just needed to figure out what I wanted to do with all of it. Was there any use for this stuff besides giving me energy and more power? Oh, it seemed that the humans were done. I replayed the last bit of the conversation in my head while I thought, since my sensors had picked it up and stored it in my memory banks. It seemed it was time for the humans to charge. They would begin all their work tomorrow. I went over to Beatrice's charging spot and positioned the blanket, getting ready to prepare her for charging. Tony was going to be on his own for now. However, it seemed that they weren't going to charge right away. That made sense. Tony still needed a blanket and pillow, I supposed, so I followed them out of the room. "Is there any particular reason you sleep on the floor in the library?" Tony asked. "I mean, I understand sleeping in the library. It seems like it's near the exit, well defendable, and has tons of useful resources with plenty of space. But why haven't you dragged a mattress in or something?" Uh... Chapter 67. V is for vacuum. I followed Tony and Beatrice as they left the library, but surprisingly, they headed for one of the nearest smaller bedrooms. When we got there, I watched with a mixture of horror and interest as they removed a mattress from the bed. I didn't know beds worked that way. Had they just destroyed the bed, or were they disassembling it? What were they doing with it? Amidst my confusion, they carried it back to the library together and set it down on Beatrice's charging spot. Oh, it dawned on me. Beds were the best human chargers, and Beatrice hadn't been using one. I didn't realize you could just move the bed to where she was sleeping, though. That was very smart of Tony to figure out. Why hadn't Beatrice thought of it, though? I wondered what the improvement in charging efficiency would be. Would they charge faster, or did this somehow change their maximum charging capacity? Truly, humans were fascinating creatures. They returned and grabbed another one for Tony, along with blankets and pillows. I felt the need to be helpful, so I carried the pillow for them. It was much easier than it was the first time. I actually didn't carry it in my claw, as I was worried about dragging it on the floor and getting it dirty. Sure, I knew the floors had been cleaned recently, and my sensors confirmed that there was not a speck of dust on them, but it was more the principle of the thing. So I placed it on top of my chassis and just carried it there. Beatrice looked a little bit mortified when I did that, but Tony gave me a smile. Really, Beatrice would need to learn how to relax. She really did think too much of me. When I dropped the pillow off at Tony's bed, I received a nice set of head pats. I was glad he hadn't taken my rebuke earlier too personally. I then went over and made sure that Beatrice was fully in the proper position for charging. I sat and watched the door until they were both in sleep mode. Then I decided I would make sure everything was clean once more, just in case. Doing a round of the castle was no longer nearly as time-intensive as before. When I first dedicated myself to making sure that this castle was livable, the plan I came up with was a once-a-week full rotation to cover all areas. However, the entire area I had access to now took me less than a couple hours to clean. This left me in a bit of a conundrum. What was there to do? There was not really anything I could clean that needed it. Sure, I could clean again, and there was some very minuscule fraction of dust that had collected in the last hour, but there were really diminishing returns there. I had even sanitized all the floors and areas where there were significant concentrations of minuscule germs. All the door handles had apparently collected a significant amount, I had noted. More than I had expected compared to any other metal surface. Eventually, I saw the cat coming downstairs. It stared at me, and I stared at it for a little bit. I rolled toward it slightly to see what it would do. It simply popped to its feet, ran a few feet away, sat down, and continued watching me. I thought we had been forming a bond while Beatrice was away, but clearly it was still a bit wary. I wasn't sure I would ever really understand cats. At a complete loss of things to do, I returned to the library. I couldn't clean here, as there really was nothing to clean, and I didn't want to wake up the charging humans. With nothing better to do, I started inspecting the book that Beatrice always seemed to be reading. It wasn't a very thick book, but it seemed to be her favorite. As I looked at the cover, I gently took the book down from the table and placed it in front of me. My claw very carefully cracked open the book like I'd seen Beatrice do many times before. I scanned each page. I wasn't intentionally trying to commit them to memory or anything, though I was pretty sure my memory banks would have no problem containing the entire contents. However, I wasn't really trying to record the book, but rather looking for patterns in the squiggles within. The book was divided into 28 sections. It seemed there were 26 main sections. There were some smaller ones at the beginning and end. Each section was dedicated to one separate squiggly shape. Overall, I saw there were at least 75 different shapes. However, judging by context clues, it seemed a good proportion of them were more structural rather than contributing to the content. I didn't know why humans need so many structural indications in their encoding, but they could do whatever they wanted. After I finished some basic analysis, it seemed that there were 52 different squiggly characters. Half of the characters were covered in this book. But I noticed a symmetry. It seemed like of the 52 characters, 26 of them corresponded exactly with another 26 of them. Of course, there were minor deviations and character shapes, depending on which character surrounded it, but those differences were pretty easy to group together. So it seemed that maybe these 26 characters represented half of the lexicon. The other 26 might either correspond to the first set or be somehow paired as some sort of interchangeable thing. There was definitely a pattern with the 26 characters that the book's chapters were dedicated to being used less frequently. There was also the fact that they were almost always after a small round punctuation indicator that seemed to separate lines of information. I spent a decent amount of time trying to decode the book, but I was missing something. I needed some sort of connection to unravel the mysteries of these squiggles. Even if I just knew a little bit about what the book was about, or even a few sentences read out loud to me while I was able to watch, it might work. I was pretty sure I would understand that. When Bee woke up, she saw Void flipping through her A is for Alchemy book. That was interesting. She had never seen it show any interest in the books before. She'd always put that down to the fact that it likely knew all the stuff in the books already. But the intensity with which Void was studying each page made her question that. As she sat up, Void heard her and left the book to come over and say hello. She gave it a small bow of her head in greeting. It just waved its arm at her. She moved quietly so as not to wake Tony. She did have many levels on him, so yesterday must have been a much harder walk for him than it had been for her. Normally, she would have just gone about her day at this point. She'd probably do some cleaning with her master, continue some research, and maybe start exploring the upstairs today. But she didn't want to leave Tony just yet. So she went looking for a book to read. She had not finished everything, but she didn't have any more need for more advanced alchemy right now. Scanning the shelves, she began to look for books that might be useful or interesting. Unfortunately, there were a lot of really useless things in this library. She skipped over some tomes about demon containment. She had gotten a pretty good grasp of that already. There was a more advanced bestiary of known demons, but that wasn't quite where she was looking for either. Eventually, she found an advanced demon-fighting guide. This might have promise. Demon Fighting for the Not Entirely Inept and Useless Person. The titles here were always slightly questionable, but she would say she had gone from inept and useless person to probably competent. It was a book she remembered seeing when she was looking for ways to fight or contain demons for the first time, but recently her knowledge had been more focused on alchemy and healing. It might be good to do some undead research eventually, but that might have to wait. There still was that odd undead rat thing she had passed in the catacombs to deal with. She hadn't forgotten about that, but the demonic threat seemed much more pressing, especially if they were to go exploring. While she had passed up this book earlier, it fit her much better now. She pulled it off the shelf and began flipping through. It actually had a decent amount of advice. Apparently, it was written by some ex-adventurer who had spent some time training in a demonic college, almost like what she was doing. Of course, it was several hundred years ago, but that didn't make the advice much out of date. Demons hadn't changed very much since then. One of the things that sold her on this book was the author's honesty. The author admitted that there were many times when various chemical forms of demon fighting were relatively useless. The passage she was referring to read something like, "If you're getting chased by a freaking huge air demon and you throw some little bit of dust at it, even if that dust is demon's bane, it ain't going to do jack. Any air elemental that you need to run from should be high enough leveled that it will recognize an attack and simply not let it hit. Sure, Demon's Bane cuts through most demonic magic, but literal air flinging it out of the way is much more effective. A low enough level air demon that wouldn't be able to do that isn't worth the price of the Demon's Bane you just flung into the wind. And this is why it's always important to have heavier objects on hand, too." The book went on, but this passage was incredibly useful. Most of the people who wrote books like these were scholarly mages and tended to forget practical aspects, like the fact that air demons could control air, or the fact that earth demons were massive and required much more material to deal with them because of their sheer size. This hadn't been an issue to Beatrice yet, as she had never tried a lot of their suggestions, but it was important to remember. As she was engrossed in the book, she didn't notice when Tony actually woke up. It wasn't until he sat down across from her, muttering "good morning," that she realized she was no longer alone. She returned the greeting, and they went about planning their day. Tony really wanted to get started on some of the gardens she had shown him yesterday, along with the chicken coop. She was willing to help, but he said it wasn't necessary. It was a bit of a relief. She really didn't like farming. It was almost as bad as being a maid, though with her luck that meant Void might decide that farming deserved a solid place in its value system any day now. Plus, getting dirty was probably going to give her some class penalties if she had to guess. Better to spend time leveling up or exploring the castle. As they went their separate ways, Bee decided it was long past time that she checked up on the lieutenant. With her much improved version of Scan, she should be able to tell more about it, along with judging how much time they had left. As she and Void made their way toward the lieutenant's prison, a thought struck her. She realized she had forgotten something. "Master, where did the woman we rescued go?" In her excitement to get back, she completely forgot about the injured woman she had left behind. She hadn't seen or heard the adventurer since she had been back, so she half expected to find out that Void had eaten her for some perceived slight. Through a series of complicated beeps and arm motions, Void was able to convey that the female adventurer had left abruptly. He also seemed to be indicating that she was quite rude. Bee thought that was rather odd, but if the human had the strength to run, she was probably fine. She hoped she was doing okay. Chapter 68. A Step Up. Bee went with her master to check on the lieutenant. Upon arriving, she found the black room spotless, as always. Her master did seem to like cleaning this room. It was perhaps the one that got dirty the most frequently. The cast-offs of a powerful demon like the lieutenant were nothing to scoff at. Also, she figured it probably helped Void keep watch over the thing. She was hesitant to get very close. The statue seemed like it hadn't moved at all. It still stood in its cage in the same position with the same look on its face as before, but something was different. She did her best to put her finger on it, but couldn't quite figure it out. Bee walked closer to get into range of her scan. Last time she had only gotten limited information about the lieutenant's level from the Level 30+ edition. Though she had learned that it was a torture-type class, she was hoping to find out more information now that she had leveled up a bit more. Name: Nazareth Gak. Race: Lieutenant Demon. Class type: Torture. Level: 50+. She didn't get much more information, but as she got closer, she realized that the color of its eyes had changed. Not significantly, but she could see that they were a slightly darker color than the rest of the gray stone. Also, the stone flames that danced along its arms and shoulders seemed to be emitting a faint glow of light. She quickly stepped back. Now that she was aware of it, she could feel a sort of magical pressure on her skin. That wasn't there before. In fact, she had never felt anything like it. But she had read about it. Apparently, scan was slightly better than just reading system messages or system details about a person. It also let people sense magical energies with a higher sensitivity than their level would normally allow. She started to feel some pressure she hadn't felt before, so she wasn't sure if it was her scan leveling up or if the demon was becoming more awake. However, this feeling was too intense to chalk up to her leveling alone. She shivered. She'd have to come back here daily to establish a baseline. Once she had a good idea of how quickly he was progressing, she might be able to better gauge when he would be free. But even these changes by themselves were worrying. She had no way of telling how long it would actually be now, but the fact that it was in fact waking up was not good. She probably would have to assume that they would not have much time before she needed to act. The only real question was whether it would stay still until it was at full power or start venturing out while it was still recovering like the other demons had done. She was not sure which one would be worse. She would either have more time to plan for a stronger foe or have to fight a weakened one right away. She guessed it all came down to whether she could improve faster than the demon could awaken. It was unfortunate that she wouldn't have time to try and contain it. Just laying a new circle would take so much time that it would likely awaken before she finished. Assuming that she was even able to set the protections up without any mistakes, and that the changes and energies around it didn't force it to wake up slightly sooner. Even if it wasn't at its maximum potential, she didn't have any confidence in facing the lieutenant. Also, she wasn't going to force Void to help her if it hadn't taken care of things already. It probably had its reasons. Closing the door behind her, she left the room. She needed to start planning. She also needed to decide whether to let Tony in on the big secret. There wasn't much he could do to help, she thought, unless he was going to change his field of study from farming. But if he already had the farmer class, it wouldn't help much. No, probably just letting him focus on creating a stable supply of food would be best for now. If he finished that and was able to maintain it with less than a day's effort, then maybe she'd think about it again. But for now, it was time to explore the upstairs. I watched as Beatrice checked out the tasteless statue and beautiful room. At first I had been rather dismissive of the statue. But the more I had learned about it from hints Beatrice had dropped, the more I was wary of it. I had cleaned this room while she was gone, and had been surprised to find it dirtier than usual. Even once it was cleaned, I found it more difficult now to appreciate the beauty of the floor. I still couldn't deny that it was breathtaking, but it was hard to enjoy when I was so acutely aware of the thing at the center. So I had slightly mixed feelings when we left. On the bright side, I had a good idea about what we were going to do next. I zipped ahead of Beatrice and found the nearest stairwell. She had initially been trailing me closely, but had fallen a little bit behind. She broke into a jog, but just couldn't keep up with my speed. I was slowly spinning in a circle, trying to contain my excitement. I didn't realize before what it was to get bored. Maybe because my earlier inefficiency meant there was always more for me to do. But between my advancement and familiarity with these areas, the same castle that had been so much of a challenge before was now so far below my abilities that I wanted something new to tackle. When Beatrice caught up, she smiled at me. "You want to go upstairs, Master?" I let out an affirmative beep. I still wasn't a huge fan of being carried, but Beatrice did do a good job of it. Being carried upstairs without having to just stare downwards at the floor was a much more positive experience. It also gave me a much higher perspective than I was used to. The stairs we were climbing were right across from the closet where we found the human woman. It was a narrow set of stairs, made of plain stone and hidden in the walls. I had to say I approved of how this set of stairs was done. I thought this was how all stairs should be made, hidden and out of the way. The fact that it was blocked off by a door was even better. If I didn't want to see them, I didn't have to. But this also disrupted my count. I thought there were 27 different stairways besides the grand hall, but apparently there were at least 28, and possibly more. Oh well. Beatrice knew the whole castle better than I did, I assumed, so I'd have to follow her lead in this. When we arrived at the top of the stairs, I was set down again. This was a starkly different environment than the downstairs. Well, at least compared to the entryway downstairs that was so grand and fabulous. When you got farther back towards some of the bedrooms and offices, things became a little more simple. Up here on this floor, they didn't even try to pretend to be fancy. It was a narrow corridor lined with hard black stone. The stones were well fitted, of course, but not nearly as polished and smooth as the ones below. They also weren't arranged in any decorative patterns. The walls were made of similar materials to downstairs, understandably, but I wondered what possessed the architects to change their floor strategy so dramatically. Well, even if it wasn't fancy, it was still very well made. We came up to the end of a corridor that was only 3¼ feet wide. And boy, was it dirty. It was as if no one had cleaned for over a month up here. Dust was everywhere, and I could see tracks in it, likely from the lesser demons. Apparently they had found their way upstairs. I wondered if there were any still hiding around. I hadn't seen any in forever, so I assumed not. Beatrice set off down the hallway. We passed several doors that resembled the ones downstairs, but didn't go into any of them. I wondered what was in there. I would have to check later. As we went, I passively cleaned. Normally this would have taken me a very long time to do. I would have had to go back and forth across the 3¼ foot-wise hall, vacuuming up a 13½ inch strip of dirt at a time. However, with my newfound abilities, I was able to just follow along at Beatrice's heels, vacuuming up the entire width of the hallway as I went. I actually could have moved significantly faster than we were going, and still not have left a speck of dust in my wake. So I wasn't going to complain about the pace. It seemed like a comfortable pace for Beatrice, and it also gave me time to methodically sweep my sanitation lamp across the floor. I didn't have time to disinfect the door handles or the walls or anything, but the floors did seem to be the dirtiest right now. The only thing that disappointed me about my new cleaning powers was that I wasn't able to incorporate my graceful curves anymore. No, the most efficient style for me now was more similar to what it was before ever coming to this castle: straight lines and sharp corners. When my cleaning radius was smaller, I had to find interesting and creative ways around obstacles. Now I just needed to send a bit more power to my vacuum and direct the air around any object in my way. That wasn't to say I didn't enjoy cleaning. It was definitely satisfactory to see the job done, but it never really felt like much of a challenge anymore. We reached the end of the hallway, which was also capped by a door. Beatrice opened it for me quite graciously. I rolled through out into a hallway. This hallway was much more reminiscent of the ones downstairs. Still not as fancy as the entryway, of course, but the oak flooring and the carpet runner were quite tasteful. "All right, Master. I think we need to check all the rooms in that direction," Beatrice said, pointing off to the right. "I believe that's where some of the secondary testing facilities were. Usually those had to do with some of the junior mages' research projects, but I think there are some storerooms which might include live specimens. That's likely where we would find any potential escapees." By escapees, I assumed she meant some kind of messmaker. I couldn't let that happen. I'd already been responsible for far too much mess when it came to releasing the lesser demons and earth demons. I would have to be very careful not to disturb any more containment measures, even if I wasn't sure how various types of salt could possibly contain demons. That was another thing I probably needed to figure out, besides reading. I followed Beatrice to the right and entered the first door over there. Well, we didn't actually enter the room. We opened it up, and it turned out to be a closet. Then we went on to the next door. That one was more interesting. It wasn't a room with cages or anything that we were exactly looking for, but it was a room full of benches, and not the kinds of benches people sat on. The rows of narrow tables with stone tops were almost perfectly flat. Often beside the walls were cabinets with glass windows, clear enough that I could see inside. They were full of various other glass shapes and strange equipment. Along the far wall there were several more interestingly shaped pieces of furniture. I wasn't sure what their purposes were, but humans did have some pretty odd design choices. One of the stranger pieces looked almost like a fireplace set on a table. The table part was about the same size and dimensions as the other tables around the room. A hutch of stone rested on top of it, taller than either Beatrice or Tony. The open part of the hutch faced us and was mostly covered by a pair of heavy-looking hanging curtains. Even more confusing were the tubes that led from the stone fireplace-like part to a set of bellows on the floor next to it. Truly, I had never seen anything like this. It seemed well made, but it wasn't exactly pretty. It didn't have any ash or soot around it, though, which was a relief. I might not have been able to clean inside otherwise. The room was actually surprisingly clean. There was a little bit of dust, sure, but it seemed the room had been shut this whole time and was well cleaned beforehand. Beatrice seemed to get very excited, though. Darting toward the edge of the room, she started rifling through the cabinets, checking to see what was there. I just started sweeping the room, making sure that I cleaned off the relatively thin layer of dust. With all the tables, navigating the place was actually a little bit tricky. It almost made me a bit nostalgic. Chapter 69. Nice Floors. Bee spent some time sorting through and inspecting all the alchemy equipment. So far, she had been making do with her small kit and whatever glass equipment she could get from the kitchen. She had thought about trying to use some of the metal mixing bowls and other tools. Still, the books had emphatically warned her about anything other than glass. Searching through the cabinet, she saw all the equipment listed in her books. proper measuring tubes with better tolerances than flasks, various types of distillation tubes, and vessels designed to better control temperature. This would make her alchemy so much more effective, not to mention easier. She even found a nice stand that she could put a candle under to provide a steady, constant source of heat. Bea caught herself in the middle of wondering how she'd transport all of this back to the library. Now that she had access to an area specifically intended for alchemy, why abandon it? This place even had safety equipment built in for her peace of mind. Now that the castle was safer, or so it seemed, there was no point in doing alchemy in the library, besides being able to quickly find reference texts. She could just come up here when she wanted to prepare a potion or try a new recipe. Still, as exciting as this discovery was, it wasn't why she'd come upstairs. When the mages were still around, she had been allowed upstairs to clean, but many rooms had been shut to her, so she didn't really know the layout very well. She looked around to find Void cleaning the floor. In fact, he was actually almost done. She watched it go back and forth a couple more times at the far end of the room. The amount of dust that drifted up off the floor was significant. It seemed as if it was no longer bothering to only pick up the dirt directly underneath it like it used to. She wondered if her master realized how time-sensitive things were. Sure, she had spent a few precious minutes looking around, but even that was less than she would have liked. She was holding herself back here in the interest of heading off any recovering demons or dissipating suppression rings. Void just didn't seem to mind at all. She went back and grabbed a couple of the flasks while it finished up the last bit of the room. With a couple of the more useful pieces tucked away, Bea waited for Void at the entrance. Oh, I noted the human was done. I was glad that Beatrice hadn't decided to take very long. It was so kind of her to wait while I finished up the floor, even if it was only a few seconds. Based on how excited she was to see this place, we would probably be coming back, and it would be important to make sure that it was clean when we did. It would give the room some extra pizzazz when she opened the door. It wasn't like this was some storeroom we would never have to enter again. People usually didn't care about how those looked, even if I did. We couldn't stay too long, so I did a cursory cleaning of the floor rather than a deep clean. We exited the room and continued down the right hallway. We kept trying doors, finding more closets and storage rooms within. We even discovered a couple more rooms full of long tables like the first. It wasn't until we had tried nearly a dozen rooms that we found a different one. This was a room of cages, not quite like the cages that I had seen before, but still similar enough. It looked like all the cages were much smaller, the largest being about 2 feet tall. The shortest was only 9.6 inches. Strangely, the material wasn't just metal. Yes, the bars and grating were mostly made of metal, but my sensors indicated that there was some glass between each metal strip. The setup made them less cages and more containers. Inside each one of them, there was a small, bird-like thing. It was curled up into itself as though sleeping, with a strange, toucan-like beak that more resembled a mouth full of sharp teeth. Closer inspection also indicated that the feathers weren't actually feathers at all, but more visually similar to plumes of frayed thread. They were also very red, and very hot. The cages were placed on the dark stone floor, like usual. Each cage also had a ring of salt around it. The salt was formed into somewhat familiar and very complex patterns. Not the patterns of the language that I was learning from Beatrice's book, mind you. This was more like the patterns around the other cages I had cleaned up. Thinking back, it was also like the pattern that was around me when I first came to this place. I supposed that made some sense with Beatrice's story. The patterns didn't match exactly. They were much more complex than the normal human language, and I had no hope of decoding them yet. Too many unique characters, and I had no frame of reference for what they meant. I was debating with myself if I should have Beatrice teach me this, too, when I asked her about reading normal letters. Just when I was considering this approach, B started to rub out the salt around one of the smallest cages. I beeped in panic. "Hey, you're not supposed to do that. You just told me that was a bad idea." That was kind of a hard sentiment to get across, though. At times like these, I really wished I could talk. But still, she seemed to understand. She looked down at me and smiled. "I think I've learned enough that I could probably redraw some of the simple suppression rings. At least I hope so. I don't want to fight fire elementals. I'm just glad there aren't any greater fire demons. This castle probably would have melted if there had been any like that let loose." After she had collected all the dust around that one cage, she started sprinkling dust from a second pouch back around it, almost exactly matching the pattern of the previous dust. Once she finished, she stepped back. She watched the cage for a second and then frowned. She stepped forward and examined her work, pushed a few grains of salt to the side, and stepped back again. This repeated several times. Each time the design she laid out was more and more similar to the one she had just erased. Eventually, she got stumped and moved to wipe it all away. But I knew what she was missing. I saw there were just a couple of small mistakes, and I understood why they were hard to see. They were pretty minor. I reached out with my arm, and before she could wipe away the salt, I gently pushed a few grains of salt to the left and right. It felt strange to not be cleaning up what I would have normally tagged as a mess, honestly. But now that I understood it had a purpose, I could treat it like just another strange human decoration. When I had adjusted the pattern to match my stored image of the ring, Beatrice looked at me and stepped back. We stood perfectly still for a half-second before the circle flashed blue, and Beatrice smiled. "Thank you. I didn't notice those two lines were slightly at the wrong angle. I appreciate the instruction, Master." She finished it off with a slight bow, but seemed relatively happy, despite me having to correct her. This was not something I was comfortable with. I didn't really know what I was doing with this at all. The only thing I would be comfortable giving instructions on was cleaning, and this wasn't even close. In fact, this was almost the opposite of cleaning. Just because I had a good understanding of patterns and good memory banks didn't mean I was qualified to instruct her on this. I examined the salt more closely. No longer was it just a series of piles. It seemed that the flash of blue had smoothed everything out somehow, and I could see energy trickling between each grain. Looking more closely at some of the other piles, I could see the same energy, but much more faintly. It seemed that the salt piles only lasted so long before they ran out of juice. Beatrice stepped to the next smallest cage and made another attempt. Because the cage was slightly larger, the symbols were slightly different. Beatrice made several attempts at redrawing it. Soon enough, she wiped away her patterns completely. Eventually, she got very close. I only helped a little bit at the end, but this one, too, flashed blue. It was nice to see her making some improvements. To be honest, I didn't understand what was going on at all. The only reason I was of any assistance was because I just remembered what I saw. It was far too complicated for me to begin decoding these symbols without help. We moved on to the next one. B was extremely happy that her master was willing to assist her in drawing the circles. She should have guessed, but who knew it would be such an expert at demonic magic? That was a relief, too, because she was pretty sure that these circles were almost entirely out of power, and fighting these fire elementals would be very difficult. They were known for their speed and destructive power. Of course, if she had a bucket of water, it wouldn't be too hard to defeat them. The trick was catching them before they burned the whole place down. After she had finished the second containment circle, she started to understand something. It was a brilliant way for her master to teach her, but the enchantments didn't just get larger as the circles grew. They had to adjust too. Various runes controlled the size and density of the power suppression field. Also, emphasizing each variable even slightly changed the way they were written. It was really complicated and subtle, but Bee felt that she was beginning to understand it. The third cage was actually the same size as the second cage, and it only took her a couple tries to get it right. She couldn't help but pump her fist in the air when she stepped back for that one. Finally, she had laid her first real containment circle all by herself. This was a huge achievement. The only time that had happened to an apprentice when she was here, they had thrown a feast for him. Even a lot of the more reclusive mages had come out and drank wine and partied. Apparently, most apprentices studied for years before they were able to do that. Now she wondered how much of the time studying was really spent cleaning, but still. Apparently, it was a big accomplishment and a good excuse to celebrate. Of course, they didn't have the food for a feast, but she was still satisfied. The fourth cage was larger, though. Instead of just going for it, she studied the current circle around it and made a note of the changes from the previous one. There were a lot, but they were similar for the most part. If you didn't take a closer look, you wouldn't even notice. She looked around, hoping she could find a paper to take some notes and do some math. But there was nothing nearby, so she just walked forward and went for it. It was really not that much of a risk. If she really couldn't get it and her master refused to help, she could always go downstairs and find some more resources. She'd have some time before the demon woke up. Besides, the circle was almost dead anyway. It was tricky, but eventually she got it. Master let out an encouraging cheer. She looked down at Void by her feet and smiled. The recognition and praise was something that she wasn't used to. When she worked with her father, praise had been scarce at best, and cleaning wasn't exactly highly valued in the Mages' College. She took a second to celebrate before moving on to the next cage. There were still several cages to go, and she was pretty certain she wouldn't have enough salt to finish all of them. Still, she could make some decent progress here and now. After that, she'd come back tomorrow when she had stocked up on salt to better explore the rest of this floor. Overall, she didn't think she could ask for much more when it came to securing the rest of the castle. Chapter 70. Clean Words. I supervised Beatrice as she spent several hours containing the fire elementals. It was fun to just hang out and clean together. Well, it was only sort of cleaning, more like fixing things. I had never been much of a handyman, but it was a lot more enjoyable than I would have ever thought. Perhaps I needed to expand my repertoire. As we finished binding the last of the elementals, I noticed that Beatrice was starting to slow down. She was taking longer to speak, and her hands were much less precise. Then something clicked in my processor, and I realized this might be a symptom of humans getting tired. I didn't think we would be able to finish exploring this floor today. We were so close to completing our task, though, so I figured I'd let her finish up. I saw her eyes starting to droop by the last circle, and ended up mostly doing it by myself. I didn't mind too much, as she had gotten quite proficient, and I hadn't had to help for quite a while. After the entire set of cages had been re-ringed, Beatrice and I left to venture back downstairs. I didn't mind returning to this floor. It was nice to go explore something new, but I didn't want to get into too many new areas without Beatrice. Even though I had explored a lot of the main floor by myself, I had since realized that I might be missing important context about the nature of the messes I was cleaning. So it was best to have Beatrice take care of any of these odd things while I was able to do some of the more regular cleaning. She was like the specialized task force of our janitorial duo. It was still a bit odd to think of a human as my assistant rather than the other way around, but it was something I was getting used to. Maybe her entirely too high opinion of me was rubbing off and inflating my ego. Still, I didn't imagine that would ever change. Though with how things had been going, perhaps I needed to try harder to meet her expectations, for her safety as much as mine. As I tucked Beatrice into her bed, I pondered this. Could I really become powerful and capable enough for humans to look up to me so? I wasn't sure if it was possible, but I would do my best. Looking at the already snoring form of Tony across the library, I figured it might not just be for Beatrice's sake that I needed to improve. It felt like a lot of the humans around here could really use some help. While the humans slept, I considered going for another pass around the entire main floor, but my sensors told me it really wasn't necessary for at least another day. Sure, I still could, but even that would only occupy me for a little bit. I would need something to do while they slept. Going back to the book that I had been looking at previously, I continued trying to decipher the characters. I thought I was getting pretty close. I realized there were actually only 26 characters. There just was some sort of special variation of each that went after the dot punctuation marker. And also, sometimes randomly in a sentence. I had to figure out the logic, but I imagined I would soon. Bee awakened slowly, snuggling deeper into the bed. It was comfortable, and while she was well rested, that didn't mean she wanted the day to start just yet. She was unwilling to leave the warm comfort of her blanket cocoon for a few more minutes. Eventually, she sighed and wriggled out from under the covers. She was becoming accustomed to being tucked in every night. It was a luxury she hadn't felt since her mother had died. She lowered her feet to the floor and sat for a moment, reflecting. Looking at the light coming through the windows, she saw that she'd only slept for a few hours. A higher-level person just needed less sleep, especially since she had slept so well over in the little village a couple nights ago. So it was no surprise to see that Tony was still asleep. He might have been a hard-working farm lad who was used to getting up at the crack of dawn, but that didn't mean he needed any less sleep than the normal person at his level. Checking his status, Tony was still level 6. She was level 18. No, she was level 19 now, apparently. Bee yawned. She must have missed the message because she was so tired. That last bit of suppression circle maintenance had been hard to get through. It wasn't super important, as there was no skill choice or anything of the like, just passive increases in her abilities. Other than that, it was really just a notification that she was one step closer to the next skill. Level 20 was tantalizingly close, but it wasn't that impressive. Well, it was at her age, but the rewards at level 20 weren't that impressive. It was just another skill. At 25, though, she could improve her class. And she would be lying to herself if she said she wasn't looking forward to improving devotee. As much as Bee had settled into the role of Void's devotee, she was not exactly happy with it. Not that she wanted to leave Void, even if she could. No, it was mostly that the class didn't have too many benefits. Void didn't seem to get anything out of it either. There were no worship requirements for her, and as far as she could tell, her master didn't benefit from prayer in any way. It didn't seem to get anything when she cleaned alongside it, so if she could get a more useful class specialization, she would like to. Still, 25 was a large jump from 20, even more so than 20 was from 15. At least in terms of experience, it was. Stretching, she adjusted her clothes slightly. It had been nice of Mary to send her off with some fresh ones. She had long since gotten used to wearing the same set of clothes for several days in a row, but a month in the same set stained with sweat and blood was a bit much. She'd have to prioritize finding some other clothes. Now that she remembered what a fresh set felt like, she didn't want to go back. Looking around, she saw her master flipping through a book, one that she was surprised to find it reading. It was her alphabet book. A is for alchemy. It must have been so bored if it was reading an alphabet book for children. Thinking about it, though, she realized there was very little for it to do overnight. It was too efficient at cleaning to let that occupy it the entire night. Plus, it had no demons to hunt at the moment. Between that and its unwillingness to go up or down the stairs without being carried, perhaps Void taking up some light reading made sense. Still, the whole stairs thing did seem very strange for something that she knew to be so strong. Maybe she could help. She wasn't much of a carpenter, but maybe Tony could assist too. If they found enough wood, perhaps they could build a ramp up some of these stairs. Be considered how useful that would be. If her master asked for it, she certainly wouldn't complain, but it didn't seem like it would reach the top priority on her list. Maybe once they contained all the possible dangers on the upper floors, they would have time. And there was also the lieutenant to think of. Her head started to ache slightly at the reminder of her constantly growing pile of tasks. She moved over to Void's side. Looking over it, she saw that it was in the 9th chapter. I is for intent. That was a tricky chapter for her to understand. When she first heard about alchemy, it seemed like the recipe was the important part of getting the desired final result. The materials, the way they were mixed, the quantities, and so on. It was, for the most part, but there was another factor as well, a very important one, if relatively minor in effect. That was the intent behind the item being created. Just a random circle shape or a potion unwittingly made wouldn't be likely to have much magic energy. Whoever was laying out the materials needed to have a clear picture of what they wanted them to do. Her tracing of the circles of the fire elementals was effective because she wanted to contain them, but probably less effective than if she understood each room to the fullest extent and really internalized how it would help keep them there. She wasn't sure how much of an impact that would make, but if she was someone who just randomly copied directions without having any intent, the magical properties of the materials would not be activated. That was how she understood it. It was very likely that something was wrong with her interpretation, though, especially with how well her potions had worked so far. But why was Void reading this? It didn't seem to realize that she was standing over it as it traced under each word with its little claw. I had done it. Humans were actually quite clever, even in this bizarre place. The characters each represented a sound. If you played those sounds out, they correlated with spoken words. How could I not have realized it earlier? This was revolutionary. Of course, this book was full of mistakes, too. I had extracted a set of rules for decoding that explained perhaps 70% of the symbols, but there were many that simply did not fit into the pattern. Many of these letters represented sounds that weren't found in the words that I was pretty sure they were trying to say. Even worse, sometimes a letter was said one way and sometimes another. The whole thing was full of contradictions and really, really confusing, but I was 96% certain of my interpretation. With additional confirmation and something to check my work against, I could probably bring my 30% uncertainty down to 0.6% pretty easily. But already I was right enough that I was getting close. After I had that epiphany to convert each letter to a sound, I went through each chapter closely to map these relationships out. Once I did that, things really started to line up. I had flipped through the whole book dozens of times at this point. I had it mostly scanned in my memory, but somehow the physical presence of it allowed me to catch things that my compression algorithm had deemed unimportant and hadn't saved. At least that's what I thought was happening, but it was quite weird. Something about having the original in front of me seemed to help me, but I couldn't exactly explain why. Anyway, I was now working on deciphering the ninth chapter. I was having a lot of trouble understanding it. Not necessarily because the words were more confusing than the previous chapters, but more because the contents of the chapter didn't really make any sense. I had gone through and looked at a few of the other chapters, which explained a lot of why random salt circles were on the ground all throughout this castle, but why it mattered what you thought when you placed down salt circles was still beyond me. I was considering skipping over this chapter and moving on to the next one. The reason I hadn't yet was that this seemed to focus on one of the confusing letters whose sounds didn't seem to always be the same thing. Right about when I finally gave up on chapter 9, a shadow fell over the book. This jolted me from my musings. I noticed Beatrice had woken up and come over to say hi. She was looking at the chapter as well. Beatrice frowned at the page. I found this chapter extremely confusing. I wish you were able to explain some of this to me. That would be really helpful. Well, at least I wasn't the only one who was confused here. I was flattered that she thought I could explain it to her, but that was totally beyond me right now. She continued. I mean, I understand the idea that you need to have the intent of doing something while you lay out your circles, but I don't understand why knowing more about the details of how the magic works can change the intent. So, the particular part I'm stuck on is, does the intent guide the magic more efficiently somehow? Or does more knowledgeable intent just activate the magic held within the materials better? I just looked at her. Maybe if she kept asking questions, she would answer some more of mine. At least she was giving me data on what this text was trying to convey. I recorded her words to parse through further later, though the fact that we were both confused didn't bode well. Chapter 71. Workload Optimization. Harold sat on his horse as he watched the brigade march out of the capital's gate. He wasn't exactly happy, but he supposed this was as good as he was going to get. The report from the adventurer team had not been followed up with a more detailed report. He could only assume that the two remaining members had not been able to get away. This had worked against him in some ways and for him in others. He had managed to convince the king that they needed to send troops. With the looming war, though, all that he could peel off was a single brigade that was slightly under strength. Of the army's managed divisions, he had managed to get one of the more competent ones to draw from, but the command structure was not exactly what he had hoped. He wouldn't have cared if he wasn't being dragged along by himself, but since he was, it irked him that he was not only coming, but also wasn't in charge. It was a type of punishment meted out by the king and tacitly supported by the warden. Harold had been left in an advisory role for this mission on account of his failures. He couldn't complain too much, as he didn't have the military expertise to really lead a bunch of soldiers. But when it came to decisions involving demons, it was going to be difficult to take a back seat. Ordinarily, this wouldn't have been much of a problem, but the brigade commander was not someone he felt he had much influence over. Colonel Gaston was a hard man, a man who'd worked his way up from the ranks. He started at the bottom as a commoner and has spent many years being promoted only due to extreme service and loyalty. All around, he sounded like an amazing commander, but he was a bit of a stickler for the rules. Worse, he didn't hold much respect for the mage types. Normally, if the colonel had come from a noble family, he would have been more used to the political world of the mages and been more willing to listen to Harold's advice. At least then, Harold would have understood how to interact with him. As it was, he feared that Colonel Gaston would put them in danger by underestimating the threat they were going against. The nearly 4,500 men were not half of what Harold thought they would need, but it was better than nothing. With those numbers, though, it was going to take them a while to get there. It would be a little over a week of travel to Greg and then 5 days more to the castle. He thought that even if the lieutenant was released immediately, they would still be okay. Still, Harold's leg bounced nervously in his stirrup. For the last 170 years, the mages had been replacing the lieutenant's containment on a monthly basis. It used to be a permanent fixture until some dolt messed it up while trying to replicate the thing. Harold shuddered to think about the consequences that the poor guy must have dealt with. Still, between the last replacement date and the estimated time for the lieutenant to recover, they would be getting there several weeks before it would wake up. Harold could only hope that that was enough time to fix things. He sighed. He was doing a lot of hoping now, and neither he nor the warden was very happy about that. Well, while he was at it, he might as well hope that they could handle the monster that the college had summoned. Beatrice and I had given up on the book soon after Tony woke up. Apparently, our conversation was getting pretty loud, as she asked me questions and I beeped confusedly back at her. Normally, she seemed to have no trouble interpreting my sounds, but this time I didn't think she understood what I was saying. As she got increasingly confused and I struggled to explain that I didn't know what this was about, I was rescued by the other human's entrance. Tony seemed like he hadn't charged quite enough, based on his 31% slower than usual movements, but maybe I was wrong. He and Beatrice began to make plans for breakfast. From their conversation, the word appeared to refer to a type of food. I had never been really engaged in the whole human food situation until recently. Of course, I had heard of breakfast before, but only now was I really able to put together what it meant. Thinking about it, I tried to figure out how the word would be spelled. Not for any particular reason, but just out of curiosity. To practice. My humans wanted to go make their breakfast, and I followed them to the kitchen. As we traveled, they talked about chickens and eggs and other food. I made my way over to the little crack that I caught the little furry messmaker in so long ago. I now had a word to describe it. It had been a small rodent that was either a mouse or a rat. With its size, I would have said it was either a very large mouse or a small rat, so it was hard to be certain. But one thing I remembered was that they tended to not be solitary creatures. If there was one here, there might be others. So I sat there patiently with my claw extended, ready to pounce in case anyone came out. I wasn't lucky enough to catch one while the humans ate, but it was a good way to pass the time. It also gave me time to ponder the human food situation more. Tony returned to full movement efficiency after eating, suggesting that humans really did require some combination of food and charging to function optimally. I wondered why they needed two separate types of fuel. Soon after they finished, they went about their separate days. Tony ventured outside to go take stock of the gardens that he hadn't gotten to yesterday, and Beatrice and I went back upstairs. We checked on the fire elementals before we did anything else. We found nothing to worry about. Apparently, we had done our job well. We continued exploring the hallway companionably. As we checked each room, I did my best to clean it. Most of the time, we didn't need to stay in a room for very long. We found a few more that were similar to the fire elemental room, but had a significantly smaller number of cages. Most of the time, we stopped to contain them right away. Only a few did we skip at Beatrice's behest. Now that I had some improved knowledge of the containment circles from that book, they made a lot more sense when I was assisting Beatrice. Now I wasn't just copying what was there, but I was starting to understand why they were shaped the way they were. I didn't think I would be able to create one from scratch completely, but if I were to modify one for a different purpose, I might be able to do that. I could definitely replicate one I'd already seen before. We made decent progress that first day. We had checked most of the hallway, but there was a lot more than just this one hallway upstairs. However, Beatrice seemed to think that most of the dangerous specimens were kept in this area. If she was right, it made sense to prioritize these. Maybe other demons would escape elsewhere, but those messes could be cleaned. Damage done by something like a fire elemental would be nearly impossible to fix for us. I still couldn't repair fire damage, after all. We spent the entire day doing this. Once it was time for the humans to charge again, we went downstairs and back to bed. This time, while the humans charged, I went around cleaning the bottom floor. I still didn't need to, but it felt nice. I took my time and treated it as a meditative pursuit. Plus, I'd rather have been cleaning it too often than not often enough. With how things had been lately, who knew when my attention would be shifted toward some new adventure? This left me with many hours before I expected Beatrice to wake up, let alone Tony. For some reason, Tony seemed to need longer to charge his batteries. Oh well. With nothing else to do, I went back to trying to decipher A is for alchemy. I flipped back to the first chapter and read it from the beginning again. Taking my time to dissect each word, I still breezed through the first 8 chapters. Everything that Beatrice and I had practiced today helped cement my knowledge from it. When I got to chapter 9, reading about intent, I was still thoroughly confused, though. Eventually, I decided to skip that chapter and just move on. Once I was in uncharted territory, I found that I was reading much slower. It took a lot more time for me to simulate the new information than it was to review the previous information in a different context. Over time, as I did this, I learned a lot about some of the basic principles of what Beatrice and I had been doing upstairs. Again, Beatrice woke first and came over to see me reading. She continued her questions from the previous day, and this time, instead of just trying to let her know I didn't know the answers, I tried to engage with her. We seemed to have a conversation, as she would put forth an idea and I could give her my general impression of it. It was frustrating not to be able to explain my thoughts fully, but I thought I was able to convey my opinions on matters well enough. Tony woke up and the pattern repeated. This time, while they ate breakfast, I didn't wait for another mouse to come out. I instead found that the cat was back. It seemed to take it a couple days to forgive me, but now it wandered into the kitchen with an arrogant gait and sat on the counter looking down at me. I looked up and met its gaze. "I didn't know you guys had a cat," Tony said as he jumped out of his seat, extending a hand slowly. The cat sniffed it and flopped over on its side as Tony began to stroke the cat between its ears. "Who's a good kitty?" I was a little taken aback. I had not received any more pats from Tony since the first ones, yet he dispensed them so easily to a newcomer. In fact, maybe he only dispensed them to newcomers. That would be unacceptable. Even more reason why I needed him to teach Beatrice this skill. But he clearly had his priorities wrong, giving my hard-earned affection to a third party. I bumped into Tony's ankles indignantly. He jumped slightly, surprised, before looking down at me. "Oh, don't worry, I didn't forget about you," he said, and he kneeled down to pat my outer shell gently. I turned around as I heard a gasp, but it was just Beatrice covering her mouth with her hand. I didn't know why, but she looked like she was almost choking on her food. Setting that aside, I was immensely pleased. But the attention session didn't last very long. Tony had apparently finished taking stock of the outside domain and now knew what needed to be done to care for it. So he set off, once again braving the horrors of the world beyond the castle's doors. Beatrice and I went upstairs to continue our own mission. The day was a bit more exciting than the previous ones. Apparently, we were dealing with some more threatening experiments this time. We hadn't allowed any major breaches of containment, but the last few had come pretty close. Luckily, there was nothing so destructive as fire, but a few of the bird-shaped creatures of wind had been chirping angrily at us from inside their cages as we redrew the circles. Beatrice seemed to relax when we left the final room at the end of the hallway. "We still have a lot of ground to cover, but I think those are the most dangerous ones. The next things we should check out are some of the animal resource gathering stations. Those normally just contain normal animals that are either harvested or have some part of them harvested. The animals are rarely dangerous, but I imagine many ran out of food a long time ago." I wasn't sure what to make of that and decided to reserve any sort of judgment until we opened the first door. Unfortunately for me, that first door set all of my sensors into overdrive. Chapter 72. Hazardous Waste. I stared at the towering heap of blackish-brown filth that stood before me. How had something so disgusting managed to pile this high unnoticed? My sensors moved upwards toward the ceiling and registered a bunch of small, furry black shapes. Eyes blinked open and looked down at Beatrice and me. The little beady black eyes blinked at semi-random intervals, creating a cascading pattern of winking stars above us. One of the creatures unwrapped what appeared to be wings around itself and then resettled them. I watched a glob of something fall from above and land on the pile, growing it just a tiny bit. I ran my sensors over the mass and shuddered. This simply wouldn't do. Without waiting for Beatrice to follow me, I rushed to the first monstrosity besmirching my floors. I couldn't roll over it as it was tall enough to coat my chassis. Even if it would clean itself over time, I needed to exhaust all other options before I made that sacrifice. So I started shining my sanitation lamp at it. Judging based on how much microscopic life my sensors were registering, I reasoned that it might have some effect. It wasn't enough. In fact, the data indicated that whatever this was had so much potency that it was contaminating the air around us. I started using my vacuum and air control to gently extract bits of mass from the pile, but it was prone to splatter everywhere. Stopping before I made even more of a mess, I popped out my mop and spray bottle combo. My mop was an underused tool, in my opinion. Compared to how revolutionary it was when I first got it, its usefulness had quickly faded. There just hadn't been much liquid that needed cleaning recently. Until now. The goop was too solid to be picked up, so I sprayed some cleaning compound to dilute it. Once I had sprayed it a little, I tried to absorb it, but my mop mainly just removed the liquid I sprayed on the pile. The mess itself remained mostly unscathed. It was too dense. This was much more difficult than I had feared. Beatrice had finally made it into the room. She had a rag tied over her face. "I hate cleaning up guano. It's the worst. Normally the mages only made us do this as a punishment, but still. Was the goop called guano? At least the humans here seemed to understand the proper disgust that this guano deserved. This was one of the first moments that I actually had hope for the people here. Moving toward a closet, Beatrice pulled out a shovel. That was a good idea. I wasn't sure how else to clean up this mess. She walked over to me with a shovel and bucket in hand, and put the bucket down. With a sigh, she dug a load out of the pie and plopped it into the bucket. As she was digging out another shovelful, she froze. What? I waited for her to finish with the shovelful, trying to figure out how I was going to assist her. However, she didn't move. I just hit 19 recently. How did I get to level 20 so fast? Beatrice shot me a quick look. Level up. Level 20 reached. 5th skill reached. Choose a skill. Persuasion. Divine alchemy. Improved mucking. B was conflicted. Not about what skill to choose. She had made up her mind as soon as the options were presented. No, she was trying to decide if it went against her pledge to Void to simply keep her options to herself this time. She reasoned that it didn't. Her master wanted her to be independent and resourceful, so surely it would like her to take the initiative here. She obviously wasn't doing this because she feared it would pressure her into improved mucking. Of course not. Deciding to ask for forgiveness rather than permission, and resolving to definitely consult Void next time, she quickly made her selection. I'm thinking I am going to pick Divine Alchemy for my skill. Is that okay? Her master just gave her an affirmative beep. B let her shoulders slump in relief. She really hadn't wanted to pick improved mucking. Seeing how much experience she had gotten for the single scoop of bat guano she had removed, it could have been a good choice for leveling. But she shuddered at the thought. She'd rather level more slowly than hit level 100 as the world's best bat guano shoveler. The first option, though, was also one that she would avoid at almost any cost. It was her father's favorite skill, one that he had used at every turn in both his business and personal life. Persuasion was a skill that B deeply found disgusting. The way it subtly warped the mind of the target was sickening. After being the target of it so many times, she decided to never even consider it. That she had even been offered the skill was worrying for her. She supposed it had to do with her interactions with Tony's family and her bargaining. Of course, that had been with the best of intentions, but still the system seemed to count that. Of all the options, the one that she chose wasn't a very hard decision. She didn't exactly know what divine alchemy did, but it sounded awesome. Her first truly magic-based skill. This was everything she had dreamed about. B had a nagging thought that it wouldn't give the abilities of the god of alchemy, though. She would need to look through the library and see what it actually did. She finished her second scoop of guano with a lot more enthusiasm. The experience she earned for that one was much less than the first, but still an incredible amount. What made this such a valuable task to Void? It was cleaning, sure, but she normally wouldn't get anything that lucrative from the more routine stuff. Looking over at her master, B became even more confused. Typically, it was the most enthusiastic cleaner that she had ever seen. But now it was spraying liquid at the pile and trying to mop it up ineffectually. It didn't seem to be having much success. Could it be that it had never cleaned guano before? After a long day of caring for the bats, Bee finally returned to the library. She wanted to pass out right after she and Tony had finished eating, but there were a couple things that she needed to take care of. First, she wanted to check out what her new skill did. Also, now that they had cleared out the other possible threats from the castle's upper levels, she figured it was time to turn her attention to Nazareth Gak. She noted that Tony had made it to level 7. It seemed that his time in the fields had done him well. However, she refrained from congratulating him on it. He hadn't brought it up, and she still hadn't revealed her scan ability. Instead, they talked about how the crops and chickens were doing. Tony had settled into a routine, and she hated to admit it, but most days she forgot he was here. The only times they saw each other were in the mornings and evenings. As B needed less sleep than he did, often she was gone before he woke up. However, she no longer had to worry about food. At all. But it wasn't just like servants laying out a meal. Tony did it with more care. She imagined this might have been what living with parents who cared about her was like. Her mother had been like this, but it had been far in the past, and she didn't remember it as much as she would have liked. But if B came back from clearing out dangers on the upper floors late, there was always food waiting for her, usually some for breakfast as well. Now that the upper floors were mostly safe, she actually had business in the library today. She browsed the shelves, looking for a couple things. The exact title of the book she was looking for still eluded her, but she had an idea of what to look for. Eventually, she found a thick tome that mentioned her new skill. As she read the description, her heart sank. The skill did not, in fact, give her divine abilities in alchemy. No, it was a faith-based skill to which classes like devotee often had access. This skill gave her improved abilities with the types of alchemy that her divine patron favored. Of course, for her, that meant cleaning. Well, that wasn't useless exactly. She could dabble in more cleaning-related solutions, but maybe there were other applications here, too. If she convinced Void that a speed potion would help her to clean more quickly, would the skill consider those fair game? It was something to test. Other than that, so far she couldn't figure out a recipe that involved circumventing stairs. Maybe she could make ramps. The second book she found in the stacks Void had arranged by the entryway so long ago. That was probably why she had never found it. Containment and Disposal. What to do when you are done with your demons. It was exactly the book she needed. As she read through it, things proved much more difficult than she had first thought. There was no simple way to kill a demon that was contained and in stasis, not unless you had access to power a dozen levels higher than the demons. A captured demon just had too many inherent defensive properties for someone to effectively damage it. However, not all hope was lost. There were ways of making a demon come out of its slumber while weakened significantly. The book referenced a dozen different methods, none of which it discussed in depth. It did reference a few other books, which she eagerly collected. They didn't directly address the methods for disposing of unwanted demons the first book laid out, but they discussed the concepts that it was based on. One was an in-depth discussion on how demons regained consciousness as they came out of hibernation. Another talked about the environmental effects on demons. Containment and Disposal mostly centered its ideas around waking the demon up to consciousness before its full power returned. If it woke, then it would lose its protection and still not have its full power. Forcing a demon awake early wasn't easy to pull off and required several difficult-to-concoct potions. Normally this wasn't done, as people generally were not stupid enough to summon demons much stronger than themselves without binding them. The second approach was more to make the mage's life easier. It dealt with preparing the surrounding environment and essentially setting traps. If they filled a fire demon's surroundings with water before it woke up, there would be very little trouble in fighting it. There were several other things that could be done like that as well. Most, though, required a group of mages to pull off, and that was something that B wouldn't have. The most common disposal method was banishment. The demons could fight against it, of course, but it was a lot easier than killing them. Unfortunately, it required more people. It also depended on the type of demon. The lesser demons they had been fighting at first were easy to banish, and that was the most common solution for them. The earth demons were pretty much impossible. B wasn't sure how she would handle Nazareth Gak. There was no way she or anyone else was going to be able to banish it. She also would have needed to start redrawing the circle months ago to have any hope of finishing it on her own, assuming she could. It seemed that she had a week or 3 to find some way to get rid of it before it woke up naturally. If the lieutenant woke at full power, there likely wasn't anything on this planet that could stop it from freeing its brothers. If that wasn't the case, she would have seriously considered running. Looking through the references and all the possible ways that she could weaken a demon, Bee began to make notes. She was writing things down long into the morning. Eventually, she fell asleep in her chair, head on the table, and notes pushed to the side. She stayed like that through the night, even as Tony checked on her before bed. Even as a concerned void nudged her foot, trying unsuccessfully to get her to move to the mattress just a few feet away. Chapter 73. Immaculate. I didn't have anything to clean. I had faced this issue repeatedly over the last few nights, but now the realization was hitting me in full. It was a difficult idea to process. It wasn't just that I had other non-cleaning activities to get to, such as interpreting the humans' written language. The floors were immaculate, the furniture was straightened, and even the lower sections of the wall were freshly dusted. No, there really was no productive cleaning that needed to be done. It was a rough change to get used to. It was bittersweet at best. On the one hand, I was proud to be so efficient, but on the other, it left me without purpose. When I had humans directing me, I knew when I needed to clean and when I needed to charge. They would just tell me, and I would do it. It was a simple life and one that I could enjoy without much thought. Now that I was making these decisions for myself, it was much harder. Starting with the fact that I no longer needed to charge, the solution should have been obvious. Just clean constantly. Well, there was not enough around here for me to clean constantly. Even sanitizing the castle no longer took very long. I had sought to improve, and improve I had. I was so efficient that I was able to run solely by converting the dust I picked up to energy, and that was with all of my new fancy functions operating as needed. I didn't have to touch any of the mess makers inside of me for power. Truthfully, I wasn't sure what to do with them, but I didn't see much of an issue with just leaving them in my dustbin indefinitely. My predicament came from the simple fact that I had improved too much. So much so that I was losing my purpose. I didn't know what to think about that. I brought up the prompt that I received when we had finished cleaning up all the guano. I had transmuted the horrid stuff and a few other forms of waste that had accumulated in my dustbin, since I saw no reason to keep those around. Level up. Level 40 reached. 9th mutation reached. Choose a mutation. Air purifier. Myriad tongues. Grant sapience. As I read it carefully again, I knew this was what used to be shouted at me when I became stronger. Now that I could read, it seemed that the mysterious voice no longer felt the need to talk to me. Did I even want to choose a skill? The last few that I acquired were decent and made me so much more effective, but at this point, did I still seek improvement? I blamed air affinity for my current predicament. It had so drastically increased my effective range that it made me not even have to take obstacles into account. It only got worse as I practiced with the skill and continually leveled up. I considered what I needed to do. My role was changing, and it was becoming more apparent that fighting that change was not going to be very effective. If I did nothing, though, I would still be left as I was with less and less to do. However, if I embraced my changing responsibilities, I might have some control. I would just need to figure out what I would like to do going forward. Resigned to having even fewer active tasks that required my direct attention, I picked air purifier. It was the only one that I could really justify. Sure, it would help with my cleaning abilities and allow me access to a whole other field to clean, a small expansion of my duties, but I couldn't get my hopes up about this being the solution to my problems, especially since it didn't seem very active. Having made my selection, I felt my internals change. Sure enough, I had one new function. I could take air in and remove its impurities. I could already do this to some extent with the dust filter in my dustbin, but now I could remove even smaller impurities, and I would also be able to identify what I was removing. Useful, but not game-changing, as expected. No, just getting better at cleaning was no longer my purpose here. I had held out hope that once I became an expert janitor, my humans would come and get me. This had seemed like the perfect training ground, after all, and it was. I had become so efficient it would take me less than a minute to finish cleaning their entire house once a day. Maybe 5 minutes if I didn't move. Clearly, my humans wanted me to get more out of this place than just being better at cleaning. I wasn't sure what I was supposed to do, though. It might have to do with instructing the locals in the lifestyle of cleanliness like I initially imagined. However, I had expected to do that by example, mainly. But perhaps I needed to take a more active role, like I had with Beatrice. Teaching Beatrice so far had been exceedingly satisfying and, in my opinion, worth my time. I could only hope my humans would agree. With no guidance from them, it was hard to tell. My processor's word, making a note of the conclusion. I had an idea of what I wanted to do. I just needed a more detailed plan. Perhaps all these books might contain something I could learn from to give me more to go on. So I set about the new task I had given myself. I grabbed the first book to the right of the door and began reading. Harold was both relieved and anxious to have finally made it to Greg. The journey had not been a pleasant one. He had done his best to educate the leaders about the danger waiting for them. He still wasn't going to tell them about the lieutenant, but rather of arch-fiends and greater demons. Classifying the demon they had summoned was still beyond him. The warden had given him open access to the Order's library, and he had not found anything even remotely like the description. They had listened skeptically at best and flatly ignored him if he went on for too long. It didn't make any sense to Harold. The commanders knew where they were going and why, for the most part. So why did they refuse to learn more about what they would be facing? Maybe they didn't believe him? Or did they think to count on him doing all the heavy lifting for them? If that were the case, they would be sorely disappointed. He wouldn't be able to do much to the demon if last time was any indication. As they rode into the walled city, Harold tried to plan for the next week. He imagined that he wouldn't be able to communicate any useful information to the troops while they were here. Now that they weren't on the road and the commanders had an inn and beds, they would likely be too drunk to understand him in the first place. Honestly, he didn't blame them. Only a month or two ago, he would have distanced himself from such shows of irresponsibility, but now he wished to join them in their distraction. Knowing what was coming if they failed, it was hard not to want to drink. He got the feeling that he wouldn't be welcome if he tried to join them, though. Colonel Gaston likely knew about his role in creating the current dilemma. If he hadn't shared the story with his staff, they clearly got his attitude. With nothing better to do, Harold decided to leave the inn the military had taken over for the night and went looking for a quiet establishment that would serve a fine cognac. He didn't have the highest of hopes, but he wasn't ready to give up yet. If he had to, he would settle for a bourbon. These parts were known for that. Even if it wasn't his thing, it might be worth trying. After putting away his bags, Harold exited the inn to search. As he wandered the darkening streets, he crossed in front of a dark alley. A gaunt, huddled figure within made him pause. This city didn't have much in the way of vagrants. Normally, beggars were all cleared out and press-ganged into service for the war effort. To see one so out in the open was rare. On a whim, he stepped into the alley, digging in his purse for a few loose coins. If the person hadn't been picked up yet, they were likely new to the town or the streets. Either way, some coins might help them avoid conscription. As he reached out to proffer the coins to the beggar, a hand reached out to him, not for his coins, but his wrist. He flinched back, but the hand clamped on with surprising strength. Now that the figure was closer, he realized the hand was not as withered and frail as he had imagined. It was a strong hand, stained with herbs and calloused like those of an archer. Harold tried to pull away, but found himself outmatched. The voice coming from the hood was that of a woman. "It's coming! You don't know what is coming!" Harold wrenched his arm harder, trying to break free of the clearly insane woman. In the struggle, the hood slipped off his attacker's head. His wide eyes gazed into a face that seemed too familiar. He couldn't place exactly where he knew it from. The eyes were gaunt, and he could see cheekbones clearly through taut skin. Greasy hair fell over half her face. All the while, she didn't stop gibbering. "It's a disc. It has the demons inside of it. It spews them out, and they are scared. They scream and howl." Harold froze. There was only one thing that the description brought to mind. A disc was a distinct shape, after all. Peering closer at the raving madwoman, Harold tried to place her face. A meeting he had with Captain Wallace, the last time he had come through here, came to mind. He wasn't sure, but this might have been the female adventurer that had been sent to the castle. "Here, let's get you up." He hoisted the woman to her feet. He needed to take her to Captain Wallace to make sure. Because if he was right about her, they might have some more warning about what was to come. Doing his best to ignore her cries, he bundled her along to the nearest guardhouse. "Yes, yes, let us run. Run, run, run. We need to flee. Keep running. We can't stop. If we hide, it will find us and consume us. Its servant will track us down, and if we are lucky, we too can be its slaves." As the woman started laughing, a cough racked her body. Harold felt at her head and could feel a fever burning her up. She would need treatment before he could get anything useful out of her. Captain Wallace didn't appear happy to see Harold at his door. His wife glared out at him over his bare shoulder with nothing but a nightgown on. Harold wasn't too surprised. No one appreciated nearly having their door kicked in at a little after 1 in the morning. Still, he needed to talk to the man. When stopping by the guard office, Wallace wasn't there. It had taken Harold the better part of an hour to track him down, all while dragging a sick, crazed woman behind him. Neither of them was going to have a good night. "What do you want?" The voice was quite unfriendly, but as he recognized Harold, Wallace's face relaxed slightly. "Harold, what are you doing here? Are you with the troop of soldiers just outside?" Harold nodded. "Yes, we are coming to deal with the disturbance from a while back. I found something that you might need to see." With a jerk, he pulled the woman into the light spilling out of the doorway. Wallace looked confused for a second before recognition dawned on him. "Patricia, what are you doing here?" Harold looked at Patricia, but she just kept muttering. He saw Wallace's wife ask a question, and Wallace answered before the door was flung wide and they were ushered inside. "I found her in an alleyway. I think she's sick. I should be able to help her fever, but something is wrong with her head. I'm not sure how much of that is just the fever and how much is something else entirely," Harold explained as they were ushered to a spare room upstairs. "I'll need to use your kitchen." After they got Patricia in bed, they headed downstairs. "Since she didn't come to report to me as Arnold did, I think there is something beyond fever at play here. I'll send for him, and we can see what information we can get out of her. I might need to delay the army by a day or two, maybe catch up with them. I don't think I can overstate how important the information she might have is. I'll get messengers. I don't imagine I'll be getting much sleep." Wallace rubbed his forehead with a tired sigh. "Oh, and pour me some brandy from the top shelf in the study, will you?" Chapter 74. Ramping Up. Bee spent the morning reading through more books, trying to find as many ways as she could to awaken the demon when it was as weak as possible. Progress was slow, and she was getting frustrated. There was no logic behind it, but she was having trouble staying focused. When reading about alchemy recipes or magic, she lost track of time and could spend hours poring over the instructions or reading about theory. However, demon properties and classifications just made her eyes glaze over. Looking down, she figured Void was bored too. It had disappeared for an hour in the morning before returning. Now it was just sitting under her table, reading a random book it had grabbed from the door. Every few minutes she would hear it carefully turn a page. A thoughtful humming noise would emanate from it every once in a while, too. She wondered what it was thinking about. Eventually, Bee stopped bouncing her knee and stood up. Void rolled out from under the table as she did so. "Let's go check on Tony. I need a break." Void let out a hesitant sound, but seemed to agree in the end. As she carried it down the stairs, she went back to her thoughts from earlier. She had received a lot of experience from cleaning the bat guano. Not quite enough to put her at level 25, but enough that she felt she was close. Unfortunately, that would take a while to build up again, and in the meantime there weren't any other large messes for her to clean for easy experience. There also weren't any enemies near her level that she would risk taking a broom to. Void had thankfully demolished the demon population while she was out getting supplies, and she didn't think she was quite ready to take on whatever Void might have left down in the catacombs. If she got so many experience points from cleaning something difficult like the guano, surely she would get points for helping Void get up and down the stairs by itself, especially since she was still getting points every time she carried her master up and down the stairs. Not as much as when she was cleaning, of course, but not an insignificant amount considering her high level. She wasn't quite willing to farm experience this way, as carrying Void up and down stairs when it didn't want to be carried didn't seem possible or advisable. Also, that wasn't in the spirit of how her class leveled. Bee found Tony outside tending to one of the vegetable patches. It was a huge contrast to when she had seen it last. No longer was the ground overgrown with weeds and struggling vegetables. Each row was neat and clean. The plants were trimmed nicely, and fresh little irrigation trenches ran between the rows. "Hey, Tony, how's it going?" she called out as she approached. Hearing his name, he looked around. A huge smile spread across his face as he noticed her. "Bee, glad to see you getting some sun. It's been good. Here, I wanted to show you how the daikon is coming in nicely." He led her over to another patch and pulled out a carrot from the ground. Bee remembered this plot of vegetables. "Hey, I tried one of those carrots a week or so ago. It wasn't ripe then." Tony gave her an odd look. "What?" she said indignantly. "This is a carrot, right? It's only slightly orange because it's not ripe yet." You really don't know anything about farming, do you? Tony grinned. Not really. B felt slightly insulted. So, what am I getting wrong? Well, this isn't a carrot. I don't know where you are seeing any orange in this. It's white. Also, it doesn't taste like a carrot at all, Tony explained. Besides, carrots are always orange, and you can eat them at any time. Sometimes, when they are too big, they can even taste a little bland. Seeing her give him an uncomprehending look, Tony shrugged. Well, these will go good in a stew tonight. I can't believe you don't know what a daikon is. Bee followed Tony around for a few minutes as he worked. Trying to do her best to get over her embarrassment, she remembered why she had come out here. Actually, I was going to ask for your help with something, if you have the time, of course. Sure, what do you need? Well, you know how I have to carry Void up and down stairs? I think I mentioned I get experience for that because one of Void's ideals is hating stairs. B cut off as Tony started chuckling. What, did I not tell you about that? No, you did. It's still just too funny. B did have to admit it was pretty ridiculous. She just couldn't bring herself to laugh at Void after what she had seen it do. Luckily, her master didn't seem to mind. It is a bit ridiculous. Well, along those lines, I wanted to try something. I watched at the top of the stairs as the humans started to put together some strange contraptions. It still wasn't apparent what they were planning on doing with the large number of planks and spare doors they had spent the last couple of hours gathering. Once they started gathering hammers and nails, though, I started to get a bit concerned. I didn't have any particular reason to doubt their skills, but watching Beatrice hammer nails into wood made my bristles twist with worry. I thought back to how much time she had spent damaged and all the other incidents she had run into so far. She didn't have a fallback like my automatic maintenance, after all. Well, maybe now that she had another human, she wouldn't have to perform repairs on herself. That might speed things up. Of course, now that I had two humans that needed caring for, I might need twice as many spare human parts. Though honestly, I was starting to doubt that humans used spare parts. I had only managed to read through a few books so far, but not once did the humans use spare parts when they were damaged. In the Tales of Gerlerdgard, the hero I was reading about, it always seemed like he never got hurt, and all his enemies died the instant he hurt them. The only time the human repair was even mentioned was when his allies had to spend time healing. It seemed that time and a competent mechanic were all they needed. Though there was mention of an adventurer retiring after taking a projectile to a vulnerable leg joint, which might indicate that not all things were repairable. But if time didn't fix that sort of injury, why didn't he just use a spare human knee? The only rationale I could think of was there were no spare parts. Of course, that was working under the assumption that humans were rational. I was reasonably dubious of that assumption after my experiences here. Eventually, the project my humans were working on started to take form. It was actually quite a simple design. At regular intervals, short pieces of wood were nailed into longer planks. Once the first plank was set up, they laid it over the stairs. The stubby pieces of wood stopped it from sliding down. Tony and Beatrice repeated this 3 more times before the planks covered an entire 2-foot-wide section of the stairway. It was a ramp. I let out a series of excited beeps before trying to roll onto it. The start of the ramp wasn't exactly flush with the top of the stairs, but with a bit of initial momentum, I was able to bridge the gap. With excitement, I trundled down the ramp. When I got to the bottom, it was difficult to disembark. Eventually, I had to give up on getting off cleanly. I had to let my front scrape against the ground. I also needed enough momentum to carry myself all the way to where my wheels would again touch the ground. Otherwise, I might get stuck. That would be extremely embarrassing. I managed it on my first try, though. As soon as I zoomed off of the boards, I turned around to go back up. I had the same problems on both ends. Neither was insurmountable, though. I would have preferred a slightly lower-grade slope, but I wasn't going to complain. It would likely eventually damage my undercarriage, but with my repair functionality, I didn't even have to worry about that. I loved it. I beeped a quick thank you to Tony and Beatrice before continuing to practice going up and down the ramp. Bea watched as her experience reined in. Void flew down the ramp, and she earned a stupid amount of experience. Then it backed up the ramp, and she got a reduced but still staggering amount. It just kept zooming in circles, up and down, almost like a child rolling down a hill, only to run to the top once again. It did this a few more times before she leveled up again. Between the day shoveling guano yesterday and the ramp, she had shot up an absurd amount in levels. She only needed one more level to get her new class. Turning to Tony, who was giggling, watching Void roll up and down the ramp, she thanked him. "You don't know how much this is helping. Let's go set up a couple more, and that should push me over the edge." They moved to the second set of stairs, which led from the plaza at the castle entrance down to the road leading out of the gates. However, shortly into the project, they made an unfortunate realization. Neither of them were very skilled in carpentry. Tony had done some simple work on his family's farm, so they were not completely incompetent. However, it meant that they had massively underestimated the amount of wood needed. Their logic had seemed fine at the time. They had estimated the slope of the stairs, then added a little for the stops underneath each ramp that rested on the stairs. Of course, some of the wood was twisted, and they broke some other pieces one way or another. This meant that they ran out of materials with only half of the ramp constructed. When they trudged back inside to find additional materials, they grabbed 3 times as much as they needed. Even with their inexperience, they hoped it would be more than enough. As she looked over the stairs, Bea considered whether it was really a good idea to give Void access to the rest of the world. It's probably okay. She thought that it hadn't really shown any concern for the rest of the world outside the castle. In fact, Void seemed to prefer staying inside on the few occasions it had access to the world beyond. She wasn't sure how long that would last, though. No, the larger concern was whether the rest of the world was ready for Void. Likely they weren't. Void didn't seem to harbor any intentional desire to harm anything, except for messes and maybe the cat. It seemed to have gotten over that last grudge, though, as she saw them interacting just fine the other day. She wasn't sure if Void was intentionally playing with the cat or not, but it sure seemed like it. It didn't take long for her and Tony to finish setting up the ramp. Void kept them company, cleaning the little plateau area in front of the castle entrance. It seemed to be collecting a lot of dirt from between the stones. She just hoped that it would leave the mortar in place so the structure would stay stable. When they finished and Void rolled down the ramp, she finally got the notification she had been waiting for. Level up. Level 25 reached. Choose an advanced class. Paladin of Spot, Priest of Spot, Heretic. Chapter 75. Purest of Intentions. Bea walked back to the library. She should have been elated to have reached level 25, and she was, in a way. However, her options left an ashen taste in her mouth. The way they were formulated made her believe that these were the options that any devotee got at level 25. That wasn't too disappointing. No, it was the fact that the system still recognized her master's name as Spot that didn't sit right with her. It wasn't as much of a shock as it had been the first time. Bee had time to get used to her master's unfathomable power, after all, and the benevolence it had shown made the contrast a bit less jarring. But Void's repeated meddling with the system itself did still send a fresh spike of fear through her. Surely it would get tired of this joke eventually and let her know its true name. When she arrived at the library, she browsed the shelves for a few books on advanced classes. The devotee book she had first read when she picked this class hadn't mentioned the advanced class options, unfortunately, since it just covered the basics. It didn't take long for her to find what she was looking for. After spending so much time living here, she was coming to know these aisles like the back of her hand. Between how to advance to an advanced class and what to expect when expecting to advance, a pair of texts by the same author, she figured she had a good starting point. The first bit of the book actually made her chuckle. It congratulated the reader for nearly making it to level 25 while still having the eyesight to read these words. The book was self-conscious of the fact that it was written for a very small audience. Usually, people who leveled this high were being propped up by groups or guilds that knew what they were doing, after all. There weren't many individuals who leveled this well without having a clear life plan about it. It even made a joke about not being able to sell many copies, as there would be no one who needed to buy it. Apparently, getting information about upper-level classes was difficult, as powerful people didn't like to share their secrets. However, the author had managed to pry enough out of the common classes that he claimed to be able to verify some of the information about the less common classes. Devotee was one of the more typical classes, and it seemed that the 3 class offerings B had received would continue down that path. Paladin for physical builds, priest for non-physical builds, and heretic to leave the religion. It seemed excessive to have to choose an advanced class to detach from a deity, but it was a difficult bond to break. B seriously considered it for a bit. She could choose that and run. She didn't think Void would come after her, and she wouldn't have to deal with the lieutenant. However, when she truly considered it, she found that she didn't really want to leave. Sure, her situation was scary and full of risk. She had been hurt more times than she wanted to count, and that wasn't any fun. Yet it gave her so much in return. Specifically, magic. It had taken a lot, but she had already learned so much about alchemy. In just a few months, she had more schooling than all but the most studious of the mages. Also, she couldn't just run away when one of humanity's greatest enemies was set to be loosed into the world. Even if she wasn't the best and brightest around, she couldn't just do nothing. She had to try, especially because if the lieutenant really was released, she and everyone else were probably dead anyway. Bee didn't want that on her conscience. Sticking with Void seemed to be the best course of action. Of course, she was really starting to believe in the benevolence of the— well, she didn't exactly have the words to describe her master, but it was powerful, more powerful than she had thought possible when she first met it. More than that, though, it was kind. It shouldn't have been so hard of a choice, but intentionally choosing to submit her will to Void's was much harder than being forced to. That left only one more choice: paladin or priest. While she had spent a little time in melee combat, she couldn't exactly say that she liked it. Fighting up close was still pretty terrifying and risky, considering that was where most of her injuries had come from. Also, her current melee weapon was still a broom. Sure, it was a pretty effective weapon against the skeletons, but that wouldn't last forever. She'd still keep her current abilities, even without choosing paladin, but the class would tend to give her more physical, melee, and likely broom-related skills in the future. Honestly, that was something that she could do without. Priest was by far the best for her, she thought. It would lean into her alchemy, and it would also let her help others she was working with. She could only imagine it was just a matter of time before Void had other followers like her. When she chose priest, she got a message about a new class ability. Previously, she would get experience in serving her master's ideals. That would still continue, but now she had the ability to offer anyone under level 15 a class change to Devotee of Spot. It wasn't the same class that she had. Thankfully, she found some answers about what that meant. Devotee converts, as they were called, would keep their previous skills, as well as continue to receive skills related to their original class. Moreover, they would get experience for following the teachings of their religion, and still receive experience for some activities related to their original class, though details on that were sparse. The key thing was that any future skills would be heavily influenced by the principles of the object of their devotion. The book gave an example of a blacksmith that converted to worship a god of cooking. He apparently collected less experience for general forging and blacksmithing, but gained more for preparing meals or creating any knives or kitchen implements. Later, when he reached level 10, all of his skills were skewed toward the forging of kitchen accessories and tools as well. It didn't seem like a bad deal, but there was a caveat. Apparently, devotee converts only received 2 skill options instead of 3. It was a sacrifice that few would be willing to make, even for the increased experience options. Bee wondered if that was why she wasn't too familiar with devotee converts. Some people might be willing to convert if the need was right. The class could level up incredibly fast under the right conditions. Bee wasn't sure that it would level at the same speed that hers did, but it would be close. She mulled over the implications of that knowledge. After Bee had spent some time getting a handle on the ins and outs of the priest-style class, she continued looking for ways to fight the lieutenant. More and more, she was approaching the conclusion that she would have to come clean to Tony. If she was going to make her plans work, she would need his help. The whole ramp ordeal showed her that she wouldn't be able to rig up half of the traps she imagined without help. Even with Tony, they would need to start now if she wanted to wake the demon up soon. And judging from the state of the flames on its arms, she had about a week to wake it up at its weakest state. If she woke it up any later, it might still be less fearsome than if she let it wake naturally, but that might still be more than she could handle. She sighed. Even as it was now, this might be more than she could handle. Bee looked at her list of the things she needed to do in preparation for the awakening. The concoctions that she needed to wake it were unstable and needed to be the last thing she made. Other than that, there were a lot of buffing potions she could use, as well as a ton of Demon's Bane that she would need to synthesize, on top of figuring out the delivery systems. With time ticking away, Bee sat down and got to work. I knew that Beatrice had gone back inside and Tony had gone back to his gardens, but I, for once, didn't feel the need to follow. For the most part, Beatrice had done much better at staying out of trouble, and I believed that I could let her be alone for a few hours without getting too hurt. No, I had much more important things to do. I turned around at the beginning of the entry hall and rolled down the first ramp again. It was an exhilarating feeling, and I relished the 45.6-degree slope beneath my wheels. I had so much more freedom. Of course, my freedom came at a slight price. I now had access to the outside. I was still coming to terms with the world of dirt that existed beyond the walls of civilization. Was it my responsibility to fix this issue? Or was it something that just was? I considered how much dirt was contained just inside the outer wall of the castle. That was a consideration I could wrap my processor around. It was a huge amount, one that made my bristles quiver, but something I could comprehend. With that understanding, I thought through a plan to clean it. It would take a really long time. Beyond just taking a long time, I noticed a few other issues. First, the unmoving plants used as human food lived in the dirt. That was a worrisome issue itself, since it seemed like the dirt might be important to the cultivation process somehow. Second, the dirt supported the castle walls. If there was no dirt underneath them, they would simply collapse. Okay, so I couldn't remove all the dirt from inside the castle walls. As I pondered this moral quandary, I slowly rolled down the second ramp. This ramp led down to a cobblestone path that went straight through a set of gates in the outer wall. What if, instead of trying to fix everything, I start by just making it better? Yeah, I thought I could manage that. So my next problem to solve was what better looked like. I could try to remove the dirt on the path, but I couldn't remove all of it. Some of it acted as mortar and held the stones in place. If I couldn't remove all the dirt, could I remove some of it? Yes. Yes, I could. I could remove all the dirt on top of the stones. That seemed simple enough. Any dirt on top of stones that should be able to be walked upon could be removed. That seemed like something I could manage. At the bottom of the ramp, I looked out over the path and calculated its surface area. I then turned and went back up the ramp. That was still a lot of area. I spent the trip up the pair of ramps calculating the best path and determining how to best limit myself to only collect the dirt I wanted. I would have to make multiple passes and constrain my area of effect, as I didn't have enough confidence in controlling my air affinity skill yet. On the way down the ramp, I did my best to psych myself up for cleaning the outside. When I first came to this castle, the challenge of cleaning the whole thing was much further beyond my abilities than cleaning this small little bit of the outside was now. Why did I not falter then, but have such apprehension now? I wasn't sure. It probably had to do with considering the bigger picture. Previously, I could just do the task in front of me, and the rest would work itself out. Now that I knew the humans here were fallible, I needed to be much more careful. Yes, that was the only reason. After all, there was no reason to be scared of the outside. I exited the ramp, and this time I didn't turn around. I kept going, maybe a little bit faster than was strictly necessary, but I needed to do this. I made it to the end of the half-mile path in a little less than a minute. I turned around and repeated the path in reverse, just a few feet to the left. Overall, it only took me a few passes to get a clean path. Looking back, I could see the cobblestones. They glistened with a near-polished surface. I was satisfied. This was worth doing. Now our castle looked to be an inviting, well-maintained home. Perhaps we would even have guests soon. It was only after I finished studying my work that I remembered what brooms were for. I didn't really need to consume all the dust now sitting in my dustbin. I could have simply relocated it off to the side into the grass. That would have been much easier. With a mental sigh, I made a note to remember that, for the most part, outside cleaning was more about relocating dirt than removing it. After all, the dirt inside was usually just moved outside. Though if I had the ability to store it all, well, I had done enough thinking on the nature of dirt for one day. Chapter 76. Clearing the Air. We all gathered in the library. It was not something that we usually did during the day. Normally, we would all be going about our jobs, making sure everything was maintained. But Beatrice had something that she needed to tell us. She and Tony sat across from each other at one of the tables, while I rested a little off to the side. "I'm sorry, Tony. I haven't told you the full truth of everything that is going on here, but it's gotten to the point where I have to come clean." I always liked that turn of phrase. It was tasteful. Beatrice gave Tony a second to process the information, but he didn't seem to need it. Waiting patiently, Tony just nodded for her to continue. I was also curious to hear what Tony didn't know. I mean, given my previous misunderstandings, maybe it was something that I didn't know either. Drawing in a big breath, Beatrice started. You know the myths? The ones about the ancient demons and their war with the gods? Well, they are real. More real than I would like. The mages found something here. The main purpose of this castle was to keep it contained, but when the mages all ran away, no one was here to maintain the containment, and now it's close to getting out. Beatrice breathed back in. It was quite an impressive suction for someone so small. Perhaps her own vacuum was improving from her training? Anyway, it seemed that there was at least one more type of messmaker that was going to cause more issues, likely one that I had left out. What could I do about that? In a rush, Beatrice continued laying out what was going on. The power of the containment fades over time and needs to be replaced regularly. I didn't have the skill to replace it when I first found it, and now I don't have the time. If left alone for long enough, the one that's here, the lieutenant, would wake normally, but it wasn't left alone. Its suppression circles were broken early. I was glad that she wasn't blaming me. I really hadn't known what would happen when I was cleaning that room. I had just wanted to clear that beautiful floor of all the chalk. Oh, how naive I was. But it was also nice to hear that my mistake wasn't too serious, if it was going to happen anyway. It was just going to be a bit sooner. My theory is that either Void wanted to test me, or it wanted to fight the lieutenant himself, Beatrice continued. Never mind, she just threw me under the bus like that. Neither of those things was true. I just didn't know what the lines were for. But it was fine. She could think what she wanted. Her opinion of me was still way too high, but I didn't see any real way or reason to correct her. Beatrice paused, seemingly waiting for a response. I turned to Tony to see what he thought. In contrast to Beatrice's tense, white-knuckled posture, Tony seemed to be much more relaxed. In fact, the emotional models I had been working on seemed to indicate that he was perplexed and maybe slightly amused. He looked down at me, and with a tone that people usually only talk to puppies with, said, "Which one is it, little guy? Do you want to fight the big bad evil? Or do you want Bee to get big and strong, test herself and hone her skills?" "Neither." He ignored my agitated wiggling and reached over to give me a few gentle pats. Fine, I guessed it was all right. But I was glad he wasn't taking the news too seriously. That meant it wasn't as big of a deal after all. Tony was a more mature human and seemed pretty responsible, even if he did like to play in the dirt all day. I wouldn't trust him like I would one of my humans from back home, but surely he knew what he was talking about, right? Beatrice's face reddened. I don't think you are going to believe me until you see for yourself. She stood from her chair and made her way toward the door. Come on, follow me. Tony sighed, standing to follow her. It's not that I don't believe you exactly. This just seems a bit extreme. If there's something you're afraid of around here, I get that. I can do my best to help. But you don't have to go telling me fairy tales to make me believe it, you know? Oh, no, I thought. If Tony just didn't believe her, then his actions made a lot more sense. This might have been more serious than I was hoping. We followed Beatrice through the halls to one of the lesser demon storage rooms. Tony looked around curiously at the cages as we walked through to the back. What was stored here? Just some lesser demons. Summoning was easier here because of the ambient demonic aura. The mages took advantage of it as much as they could. I think they were studying suppression degradation near powerful aura sources, Beatrice replied absently. The taller human stopped. Bee looked back at him questioningly. She had to grab Tony's sleeve to drag him the rest of the way through. You are serious. Wait, I thought you were joking, but you're serious? He yelped as he was pulled off balance by her strength. Why would you think I'm not being serious? Beatrice asked, puzzled. I mean, I knew that she was being serious, but even I had trouble believing her. I zipped around the two humans, skirting around one of the tables to reach the door in the back. The door leading to one of my favorite rooms. There was only one way to really clear this up, I thought. Well, I don't know, maybe because they're myths? Tony almost shouted. Those are stories that my ma used to scare me into behaving when I was a child. How did you think I felt when I came face to face with it? Beatrice had a strange look on her face now. I really wasn't sure what to make of that one. My mother did the same. When Void showed... Beatrice trailed off. Tony was clearly no longer paying attention. Instead, he was looking over her shoulder through the door I had opened. I wasn't sure what the humans could see from their much higher angle. Only the top of the cage was visible from my position a few inches off the floor, though my proximity sensors could pick up the rest of the shape as well. Tony walked forward in a daze. Beatrice moved out of his way as he stumbled slightly through the door. Right before the beautiful floor, he stopped, presumably because he was unwilling to mar the perfect floor. At least that's what I liked to think. With a quick wisp of air, I made sure his boots were clean. Well, I'll be damned. That's Nazareth, Gak, Tony muttered under his breath. It had taken Tony several hours to be even remotely okay. B was frustrated with the delay as they really didn't have much time to waste. They needed to wake the lieutenant soon if they wanted to fight it at its weakest. However, she understood. It had taken her several days to get over this, and it wasn't fair to rush him along. Still, they needed to get moving. Sitting in the library, Void absently cleared the room as Tony had his worldview adjusted. B, though, was waiting to explain the rest of the situation. There is nothing we can do to prevent his awakening. If I started drawing now, I wouldn't finish the containment in time, even if I managed to do it perfectly. The only thing we can do is choose when to fight him. Tony nodded, only half listening. Still, she continued. If I wake him in the next 3 days, that will be when he is at his weakest. Waiting any longer, he will gain strength exponentially. I also will need a day to prepare the awakening reagents. Nodding again, Tony's eyes focused on her. Why can't we get help from the kingdom? There's no time. It would take too long to get there and back, assuming any of the mages are still nearby, and that they believe me about the risk, and that they're not too terrified of Void to return, and that we can bring anyone back who's remotely qualified to deal with this. B wasn't entirely certain about any of that, but it was the easiest explanation, and she had already answered this question 3 times in the last hour. Tony numbly nodded again. B sighed. They weren't making much progress. It was time to change up the script a bit. She had a big ask of Tony, and if that didn't shock him back to reality, he probably wouldn't be able to help her much. So, I reached level 25 not that long ago. My new class came with a perk, one that I think might help us in our current situation. You might not like it, but hear me out. Seeing that Tony seemed to actually be listening to her for the first time, she decided to go on, though she wasn't sure if the lack of reaction to her inconceivable level was a good sign. I chose Priest of Spot. Wait, who is Spot? Tony blurted out. B sighed. At least he was listening, she thought. It means void. My master is powerful enough to trick the system and change its own name. Tony looked at her in disbelief. That's not possible. How do you know Spot isn't his name? She still hadn't revealed that she had received Scan at level 1. If she didn't have to, she wouldn't. It was one thing to trust him with her levels, but Scan was something else. so she had to come up with a lie. When I chose to be its devotee, it told me its name. Void beeped loudly and indignantly from the corner of the room. It clearly wasn't happy about the lie, and she cringed, waiting to be smitten for her transgression. Thankfully, nothing happened. Are you sure he's just not named Spot? I don't think I've ever heard him communicate with actual words. B scowled. Well, Void can read, so I'm sure it can write, too, if it wants to. B put extra emphasis on its name. Besides, you still haven't seen what it's capable of. There is no way that a being this powerful has a name like Spot. Besides, that's not even my main point. Tony looked unconvinced, but let the matter drop. With that issue passed, B continued explaining what she wanted to do. So, I have the ability to offer a class change to anyone under level 10. B waited for Tony to say something, but he bit his tongue, so she continued. There are a lot of advantages to this class. That's the only reason I would recommend it. The first would be the leveling speed. By following Void, I got to level 25 in just a few months. She stopped to let that sink in. Devotee classes award bonus experience for serving the ideals of their god. Apparently, Void is a godling that hates stairs and values cleanliness. If we leverage that, then we might be able to get you a lot of levels in the little time we have to prepare. Void let out a beep of agreement from under the librarian's desk, where it was cleaning the delicate scroll work with a rag in its extendable arm. B explained how the class worked, the pros and cons, how Tony would still get farming-related skills. It's a bit more restrictive, but the skills I have gotten so far are either rare or effective, if unconventional. Ordinarily, if you didn't already have a class, I would recommend becoming a devotee the normal way. But in this case, I'm sorry, but I don't think you being a low-leveled farmer will really help stop the apocalypse. B really did feel bad putting this all on Tony. When they first met, he had been so excited about being a farmer. She wouldn't claim to understand it, but to each his own. I'm going to need a minute to process this, Tony said in a wooden voice. B leaned back. As he spent more and more time thinking, she got up and picked up a book that detailed common adventurer fighting tactics against strong demons. She had already started preparing as much demon's bane as she possibly could. It had wiped out a large portion of the castle's stores, but she didn't think it would be anywhere near enough. This book had some other really good ideas for traps, too, especially ones that were useful for an initial assault. The schematics for a full ballista with a poison arrow tip was also interesting. Her thoughts began to drift, formulating how to get a bunch of them to fire at once, when Tony spoke up. Okay, what do I need to do? B looked up. There was a look of steely resolve in Tony's eyes. She expected to see something else. Regret, maybe, or anger that she had dragged him into this. But determination was all she found. You are good to go through with it? B wanted to confirm. At his sharp nod, she activated her skill. It sent him a prompt asking if he would take the class Devotee of Spot. Tony took a deep breath, then accepted. When he did, B gained a level. Chapter 77. Operation SPOT. Operation Shoot and Potion Obvious Threats. I finished cleaning the undersides of all the tables in the library. It wasn't really necessary, but I really didn't have anything else to do while Beatrice and Tony finished going through Tony's class change. Apparently it was a complicated process, but it didn't seem relevant to me. Eventually they both stood up, Tony's shoulders 4.5% more square than before. Tony went out in the hall, muttering something about finding a shovel. Beatrice walked over and sat on the ground in front of me. Master, I wanted to ask about your plans for when the lieutenant awakens. I was not very capable of talking, but I would give my best effort. I tried to convey that sentiment to her in a series of beeps. Beatrice nodded, and I think she understood as she continued on with her questions. How much do you want me to do? I am still not sure if you intended on me taking care of it myself, if you wanted the fight for yourself, or somewhere in between. I wasn't sure how to answer that. It wasn't like I had a plan for any of this. Seeing my lack of an answer, Beatrice took it as a chance to explain her thoughts more. Of course, if you want, I will do my best to handle things. I'm just not at all confident in taking on something that is at least 40 levels higher than me. Even if we manage to get Tony to level 20, I don't think it will make that much of a difference. As you know, levels without combat experience don't mean too much. If I hadn't spent so much time fighting lesser demons or skeletons, I would be pretty useless myself, Beatrice elaborated. I think that was how I got any skills that were combat-related, even tangentially. I still wasn't sure how to answer. I tried to give her a reassuring note, but it didn't feel like enough. Beatrice appeared to agree as her face became stricken and 60% paler. I I understand, Master. I will do my best. If I fall, I can only beg that you step in and save humanity from this threat. Please. Oh, no, no, that wasn't what I meant. I let out a couple of panicked beeps. I would be there to help. I just didn't think that I would be able to do much either. Sure, I was more combat capable than her, but from what I had heard, this messmaker was scary. I was relieved that she seemed to understand this time. I would be glad to accept any help you are willing to give, Beatrice said, some color returning to her face. I still didn't think she fully understood. As long as she would try her best, though, that would have to do. I was ecstatic. Ever since Tony had gotten his new class, he had been building ramps all over the castle. He wasn't nearly as excited about it as I was, but still, I couldn't stop myself from constantly rolling up and down the last one he built. At least, not until the next one was finished. I was able to access the whole castle at this point, but still he didn't stop. It was convenient for me and gave me much more efficient paths around. However, I was still worried. Beatrice hadn't left the library in days, only occasionally popping out to gather supplies. Tony had also barely charged at all. I could tell that he was not running on a full battery, but nonetheless they kept pushing on. When Tony mentioned that he hit level 10, the strategy was clear to me. Still, I felt bad, as I wasn't able to help in any meaningful way. I didn't have much ability to prepare for anything like this ahead of time. Alchemy was not in my skill set. As for increasing my personal power like Tony was, that wasn't feasible either. Cleaning simple stains gave me experience, but I could feel that it was barely anything compared to what I would need to level again, let alone to what I would need to get my next mutation. At least, that was what I could gather according to my best estimates. Also, there were no tough opponents for me to fight. I considered transmuting the demons and skeletons I still had in my dustbin, but I was saving those for when I needed them. It didn't take time to do, so it seemed wasteful now. Also, after going through my memories, I noticed how the things I absorbed seemed to come out much stronger somehow. First was the rodent. Second was the two demons I had used to distract the skeletons. That wasn't quite enough information to pull a coherent trend or make any real conclusions, but I did think that waiting longer could help me get more information. For now, the only thing useful I came up with was being a certified ramp tester, a responsibility I tackled with absolute gusto. Bee peered through her blurry eyes at the potion she was brewing. Now that Tony had reached level 10, she needed to make some of the lesser healing potions, as they might actually be worth it. If only he had received a better skill. It was to be expected that he wouldn't be offered a combat skill, as he had only built ramps, but interior construction wasn't really a winner. Still, the other option, Ramp Master, just wasn't viable. Still, it wasn't all bad. Once he finished harvesting all the easy experience, he would start setting up ballistae. With his new skill, it might help his productivity a little. It was a stretch in her mind, but Tony seemed to be confident that the traps and defenses would be included under its purview. Bee had wanted to take the experience from the ramps for herself, but she just didn't have time. Besides, Tony needed it more. She consoled herself by remembering that there were diminishing returns, especially once the castle was fully accessible. Still, the gains were irresistible. The work she was doing was decent for experience, but it wasn't going to make much of a difference in time. She had just finished another dissolution potion. It was one that her divine alchemy applied to. It gave her a bit more yield from each batch and slightly more experience from making it. Placing the flask next to all the pouches of the demon's bane she had already prepared, she got to work making another batch before realizing that she had run out of flasks. Moving her equipment off the heat, she darted upstairs to one of the labs to gather more supplies. Rushing up the nearest spiral stairs, she almost ran headfirst into Tony. Only her incredible reflexes prevented her from bowling him over. It looked like he was building a spiraling ramp down the staircase. It didn't seem to be going very well. "What's the rush?" she heard him call up after her. Without stopping, she called back, "Ran out of flasks." A second later, he joined her, running up the stairs. "I'll help you carry more." She nodded her thanks. He just shrugged. "Anything is a good break from building more ramps. The spiral ones are just a bunch of small ones, but they need to line up perfectly. I don't think I could do it without interior construction." "How close are you to 15? Bee asked. It was slightly rude, but she needed to plan for how much he would be able to do. Tony didn't seem bothered in the slightest. 13, he answered in an eager voice. "I can't believe I've more than doubled my level since I met you. At this rate, I'm going to be at a higher level than my dad when I get home." Bee didn't say it out loud, but if Tony made it through the coming conflict, she'd be shocked if he didn't rocket right past the level 24 Trent. Just the fight with the lieutenant alone would give him a lot of experience. But if he also kept helping Void out, there would be no way that he wouldn't keep leveling. Between the two of them, they would be a force to be reckoned with if they survived the week. That would hopefully be something that would never matter in normal life, but seeing what had happened with the adventurers that had attacked her, she had her doubts. They might still be seen as a threat by the mages who had fled. Hopefully, letting that woman go would earn them some goodwill, but Bee doubted it would matter. The mages would only stay away for so long. They must have plans to come to fight Nazareth Gak. If only they would get here sooner. But they couldn't know it would be freed so quickly. They dashed into one of the labs that she hadn't already picked clean. She started rifling through the cabinets and pulling anything that could hold a potion. There was a chance that she was going a little overboard. The odds of her being able to use all these were very slim. She really should have been throwing out the older ones that were brewed when she was less skilled. But at this point, Bee would take what she could get. Tony came back with a few cases that they loaded up and brought back to the library. "After I finish with this stairwell, I'm going to start trying to build the ballistae. Still haven't figured out how to get them all to fire at once. But if I get more than 3 set up, I can start working on it." Tony updated Bee on the way down. "That's probably fine. I'm not certain how long it will take for it to be vulnerable, and it wouldn't be a good idea to waste more than we need, especially if reloading is going to be difficult," Bee responded. "Difficult? Probably not, but it will take some time, Tony said thoughtfully. I think it's a fair assumption that we won't have time to reload unless we hit it too early. Actually, I might make the loading mechanism with that in mind. The design would take a really long time to load, but will be quicker to make. I'll make one with quick loading. We can fire test shots at the lieutenant with that one. Bee just nodded. It made sense to her. The rest of the days passed too quickly. Bee spent the entire time making potions and other defensive measures, only sleeping when her body forced her to. Right before she intended to start the series of concoctions to wake up the lieutenant and start the fight, Tony insisted that she sleep and go outside for a bit. Based on what you've told me, it's going to be a hard enough fight as is. Tony gently pulled her to her feet and ushered her toward the door. We need to be in tip-top shape, both of us. Plus, you've already prepped plenty. I don't know if a couple more potions or powder satchels will make a big difference now. His argument was compelling. They couldn't afford any mistakes tomorrow. So after they dropped crates of various countermeasures in Nazareth Gak's room and through various retreat points, she stumbled her way outside. Tony left her with Void, moving to finish setting up another oversized crossbow in a hall that was being treated as a backup retreat route. She stepped carefully down the stairs, blinking repeatedly and trying to relax a bit. Her brow had become perpetually furrowed over the past few days, her time spent with eyes narrowed and squinting at beakers and scales. Void trundled down the ramp next to her. Bee cracked open the castle's front door and slipped out. The fresh, cool air hit her, and she breathed it in. It was nighttime outside. The quarter moon shone brightly down from a clear sky, illuminating her surroundings only a tiny bit. It was amazing how much she had missed this. Looking up at the stars that glittered cheerfully above, she thought back to another time, so far away now, when she had laid in the grass with her mother and gazed up like this. The memory was bittersweet now. Sometime later, she and Void retreated back inside. It was almost time. She would get to bed, sleep for longer than she had in months, make the last few unstable waking potions, and then everything would start. On the way to the stairs, though, something caught Bee's eye. She tilted her head and examined the recessed hallway that housed the catacombs' entrance. The door appeared to be open. She wondered when Tony had done that. She was glad he hadn't gone inside, at least. They might not have been able to get to him in time if he had. Bee shrugged and took a couple of steps over to close the door, then made her way back upstairs. Tomorrow was a big day, and she sure hoped she was ready. Chapter 78. A Messy Situation. Bee gathered the last of her materials and walked to the lieutenant's room. Void and Tony were already in position. At least, Tony was. Void, well, she wasn't sure what it was doing, as it just seemed to be following Tony around recently, so she hoped it would at least be in the room for this. When things went wrong, maybe it would save the day. She truly believed that her master would be powerful enough to take care of things itself. She just hoped that it would be motivated enough to act. Though she really didn't have any evidence of it being callous or anything, it still hadn't given her a definitive answer about whether it would step in against the demon. To be fair, she had only asked it directly once. That hadn't stopped her from trying to bring it up in conversation. However, the only response that Void gave was ambiguous. Her best interpretation of the sounds it made was, "I will do what I can." While that was comforting to hear, it was worrying that it didn't outright promise help. Bee entered the room with the lieutenant. Inside, she found Tony fiddling with the last of the 8 ballistae that he had rigged up. Earlier today, she had tipped the points with a potent poison, that one book claimed worked against archdemons. No one had really tried it on much higher-level test subjects than that, so she could only pray they'd still be effective here. "Are we ready?" Bee called as she set her burden down. She started pulling out bags of powders and flinging them into the cage. The powders drifted through the air briefly before they were pulled into the living flames of the statue. "We have one testing shot ready. I can fire it every 30 seconds to see when it's vulnerable. Then the other 7 will take a couple of minutes to reload. I don't imagine that it'll be so patient, so we better make those shots count," Tony said, checking over things one more time. "Get ready to fire a test shot and start reloading on my mark," Bee said, trying to calm her racing heart. "Once we confirm that it can penetrate, fire the array. Then you go out the east door and I go out the west. We have other ballistae waiting. Fire and retreat. If it goes after the other one of us, circle around and try to help. You have your demon's bane?" Tony just grunted. They had gone over the plan a dozen times by now. He didn't seem calm exactly, but he did look a lot more put together than Bee felt. His hands were barely even shaking. Bee took a deep breath and steadied her own nerves. This was it. This was the moment she had been working toward. She had to make this work. For herself. For Tony. For Tony's family and everyone else nearby. Bee flung the last potion toward the demonic figure, not bothering to uncork the flask. It shattered in the face of Nazareth Gak, and she shouted, "Now!" Tony fired their test ballista as she ran to her station. As soon as the bolt was in the air, they each downed a set of potions to increase their speed, strength, and durability for a short while. She had tied a rope to the ceiling above the cage and a huge flask on the other end. It should act like a pendulum and break upon the demon's face. The large glass was filled with slowing potions. Not because she thought those would do the most damage, but because they were the only useful thing that she could make enough of on such a short timeline. Hopefully it would help them outrun the thing. Name: Nazareth Gak. Race: Lieutenant Demon. Class type: Torture. Level: 70. Status: Awakening. Since she'd reached level 25, her scan had grown much more powerful. Now it was able to give her the level of the Lieutenant Demon, which was terrifying. It wasn't quite in the realm of the gods, but it was at least 9 levels higher than the king's champion, and he was nearly 220 years old. Regardless, that was the best humanity could offer, and he had been training his whole life. She didn't imagine that he would have a chance in a fair fight against Nazareth Gak. The differences in power between levels only increased as the levels did. As she got into position, she saw that the first bolt had just bounced off. Tony wound the crank furiously, trying to get the next shot loaded as soon as he could. But before he could fire it, she checked with scan again. The new status field hadn't changed from awakening. "Hold! Wait for my signal," she called. Tony thankfully didn't waste another shot. They only had 2 more bolts that were poisoned other than the ones loaded in the array, and she didn't want to run out. It was a tense couple of minutes as she checked scan repeatedly. She kept an eye on the demon's appearance, but kept her focus on the scan results. Eventually, the status field changed from awakening to groggy. "Now!" This time, the arrow sunk into dark flesh. I could sense the energy coming from the big demon statue fluctuate. Right when it reached its peak, I knew it was waking. Somehow Beatrice knew it too. She called out again, and Tony let fly with his second shot. This time the head of the bolt sunk in. It didn't go far in, just enough for the barbs to catch. It then fell down, pulling the skin with it. The demon was starting to regain color. It started with the flames licking along its arms. They never stopped moving, but they went from the slate gray of the rest of the statue to more vivid reds and blues. The horns stayed the same gray color, but slowly the skin deepened into a reddish-brown hue. The pose hadn't changed yet. Tony started loading the ballista again. It was a risky move, but he explained himself. "I think it was stone under the skin. I'm going to try again." Somehow he was moving even faster than his last reload. I simply waited with Beatrice until Tony fired. This time the arrow went several inches deeper. It must have hit something more solid, as it stuck out straight rather than sagging like the last one. Beatrice waited a bit more. My internal clock told me that only 13 more seconds had passed, but it sure felt like a lot more. After those 13 seconds, one of the statue's fingers twitched. As soon as she saw movement, Beatrice released her giant glass ball. It swung toward the cage, right for the demon's face. The swing took it between two bars of the cage, but it slightly clipped the one on the left. The glass shattered, and the liquid sprayed all over the demon with 71.2% efficiency. At the same time, Tony launched the other 7 bolts. Each penetrated deep into the side of the demon. The demon came alive with a deep, bellowing roar. The whole room vibrated with the sheer volume of it, shattering the glass lamps around the room into pieces. The area was plunged into the darkness, except for the glowing fires burning on the demon's shoulders and down his arms. Huge hands reached for the cage, and with slow pressure, it ripped the bars apart. As soon as the bars left the hands of the demon, they flew off to the side, embedding themselves in the far walls. It was too much for the structure of the cage, and it just fell apart as the demon took a single step out of captivity. Slowly, it grabbed one of the arrows sticking into its side and ripped it out. A disturbingly soft chuckle escaped its inhuman lips. Its arm flashed as it hurled the bolt at Tony. Luckily, Tony was sticking to the plan and was already diving through the east door. The bolt punched through the stone like it was drywall. As it shattered the rock, a portion of the wall crumpled, and a shower of debris flew out of the other side. Tony was right beneath it, but seemed to be okay. I watched with my sensors as he scrambled down the hall to his next position. Then the demon turned to run at Beatrice. It wasn't moving nearly as slowly now, but I still had no trouble tracking it. Beatrice was much faster than Tony, but hesitated as the cage shattered. She was moving fast, but not that fast. For the first time, I needed to act. My front bumper began to glow. A thin line of bluish-purple energy shot out faster than the eye could see, and the sanitation lamp's beam struck the demon right in its eyes. That seemed to get its attention. It growled, apparently annoyed, as it raised its arm to take the hit there instead. It then stopped chasing after Beatrice, having only taken a few steps, and turned to face me. I started to zip around the edges of the room as it chased me. In the background, I noticed the newly freed messmakers from the lamps disappear into my dustbin. While I was avoiding getting crushed by the stampeding demon, I was also trying to get as much damage from my lamp as I could. I tried to focus it on the wounds in its body, and when it moved to cover the area, I shined it back up on its face. It really didn't like the light in its eyes. Despite my best efforts, though, the light didn't really slow it down. I still had a speed advantage, but only barely, and it was shrinking. Each charge was getting closer and closer to me. However, as it got faster, it seemingly lost some of its ability to pivot. Using my air affinity abilities, I fished out the glass bottles that Beatrice had stored in a crate over her position. Flinging them at the pursuing demon, they shattered on contact. Sometimes it flinched. Sometimes it slowed down for a fraction of a second. It only took a dozen seconds and a single lap before I ran out of ammo. There were a couple of bags of Demon's Bane in my reach, but I couldn't use them immediately. I couldn't just toss those as they were, and it cost me concentration to untie them with the air. I barely avoided a fist smashing down where I was. To my horror, the perfect floor shattered in a small crater around the fist, and I was sprayed with broken shards of glass. But once I had the pouches open, I sent the powder forth with streams of air. When it first made contact, I heard the sizzling. Instead of this just being a powder floating in the air that could be easily blown away or avoided, I held the substance against the demon's skin until it no longer burned it. Then I replaced it with fresh stuff. As it charged again, it began laughing. Still, I didn't stop. Soon I would run out of powder, but it seemed to be doing damage. Not a lot, no, but between that and the lamp, I was able to hold its attention. Eventually, it seemed to tire of the game of chase. Even as it continuously sped up, I was still able to avoid it. Soon it stopped running after me and simply walked back to the center of the room, where it grabbed a metal bar from the scrap pile that had once been its cage. I took advantage of the reprieve to consider my options. My mop and grabby arm both didn't seem useful here. Maybe I could go get one of them and— The demon stood and flung one of the metal bars at me faster than I would have thought possible. Bee cursed at herself for freezing as she ran toward her next position. Her slowing potion hadn't done anything. Well, it had probably saved Tony, but it was so much less than she had hoped. Even supremely slowed, and with 9 siege weapons sticking out of it, Nazareth Gak was only barely inconvenienced. She had hoped to do more before it moved. Already she had to leave behind weapons unused. Maybe her master would make use of them. Its beam attack was the only reason that she managed to get away. She sprinted to the end of the hallway toward a mounted ballista with a poisoned tip. She had little hope for it, but she adjusted its aim up slightly. Maybe a shot to the face would have more of an impact. Chapter 79. A Dance of Disinfectant. Harold was unbelievably frustrated. He had spent the entire trip from Greg trying to warn the rest of the expedition about the ill omens that he and Wallace had gotten out of Patricia. So far, it had all been for naught. They refused to listen to the ramblings of a madwoman. Sure, there was no denying that Patricia was mad. Stark raving mad, in fact. But that didn't just happen to people for no reason. Something caused her mind to break like that. Something that she remembered and had done her best to warn them about. He had stayed an extra day to give her as much attention as he possibly could. Healing magic wasn't his field of study, but he wasn't useless, and he had more experience dealing with demon encounters than most people alive. Despite all that, there was little he could do. Maladies of the mind were fickle things, even at the best of times. When there were demons involved, everything just became much more complicated. After spending a day questioning her and giving her medicine, he took an extra horse and galloped after the army to catch up. He'd arrived only a day out of the castle. Harold had brought news for them, but he wasn't sure it would be enough warning. Things were going to get complicated. It would be difficult to keep the lieutenant a secret while still making sure that the castle was cleared of danger. That was even assuming the best-case scenario, that the unclassified demon had since left. He doubted they would be that lucky. More likely, the summoned demon was still there. Judging based on Patricia's testimony, the entire expedition would be hard-pressed to defeat it. The absolute worst-case scenario was that the summoned demon had freed the lieutenant already. Of course, the lieutenant would be freed soon, if not properly contained again, almost immediately. But without intervention, they'd still have an extra month to try and reverse the fallout while it regained its strength. Harold was hesitant to give the army commanders that level of information, but he was at his wit's end. He left out some details, of course, evasively stating that there were demons held in the castle. Even that might have been more than he should have said, but This was his last chance to convince them to take the threat more seriously. They were right outside the walls, trying to figure out how to best scout out the castle. At this point, Harold had no more time. It was a contentious debate about what to do next in the command tent. All sides were getting pretty heated about the demon topic when one of the officers yelled, "Come on, that's not going to happen." All heads turned to the officer. Even his second-in-command glared at him. Harold had no idea what had so convinced the man the demons wouldn't free each other. He tried to defend himself. "Everyone knows they are no worse than bears, more afraid of us than we are of them." When this garnered a round of even more incredulous stares, the man started to wilt. The commander roared at him. "Where in the 5 realms did you hear that? That's the dumbest crock of nonsense I have ever heard in my life." "Well, that's what my Nan said," the man mumbled. "Get out!" the commander shouted, spittle flying from his lips. "My father will hear—" "I don't care. Out!" As the man scurried out of the tent, the commander muttered, "Fool had probably never even seen a bear. More afraid of us, my boots." When the commander turned to Harold, he seemed much more ready to hear the mage out. He briefly rubbed his forehead before continuing. "I'm sorry about the imbecile. His first campaign. You were saying?" Harold, though, was no longer listening. He was listening to something else, a distant sound that had been masked by the argument. The blood had all drained from his face. In a panicked whisper, he responded, "We were too late." I was able to dodge the first few projectiles, but the demon wasn't dumb. It started throwing them ahead of and behind me, too. With some help from my predictive modeling, I was able to avoid each one, but by the time I realized the game it was playing, it was already too late. It had forced me further and further away from the doors. When I was darting between 2 of the twisted metal bars with no escape, it threw a handful more at me. I was able to dodge all but one was all it took. A rod of metal slammed into my side, cracking my plastic shell. The force sent me flying into the wall behind. The stone gave way from the sheer impact, but strangely, I didn't feel like I had taken too much more damage. I hung there, hurt and embedded in the wall, unable to even direct my sanitation lamp at my foe. The demon didn't chase after me to finish me off. Instead, it raced out the door that Beatrice had retreated through. Frantically, I spun my wheels, trying to get out. But I was stuck in the wall with no traction, and they just whirred uselessly under me. Popping out my arm and directing my energy toward repairs, I began to wiggle myself free. Bee stood panting at the ballista, trying to get her heart rate under control. The commotion from the room before her was intense. The struggle was going on for much longer than she and Tony had been able to delay it. Of course, all things couldn't last, and she heard pounding steps as it charged through the door she was waiting across from. As it appeared, she watched it trigger a hidden tripwire. A woodcutter's axe released from where it had been positioned, swinging down at the demon. The blade just bounced off its arm. It kept barreling ahead, barely noticing the makeshift caltrops and obstacles she had set along the path. Cursing under her breath, Bee adjusted her aim slightly and fired. Before even seeing her shot hit home, she turned, sprinting into the main hall and toward the main door. Tony should already have moved to the 3rd fallback station. I was finally able to pop myself out of the stone wall. It had only taken 4.6 seconds, but that felt like years. As I landed on the ground, I used air affinity to ensure that I landed wheels down and already at top speed, racing after the demon. It wasn't going to get to Beatrice if I could help it. As I rounded the corner, I saw the demon pulling a huge spike out of its face. Taking advantage of its distraction, I got in as close as I dared and sprayed my most corrosive cleaner at it. I did my best to concentrate all of the liquid onto its right foot. If I could slow it down as much as possible, that should make it easier for my humans to contribute more. The liquid bubbled as it made contact, causing the demon to look around in confusion. It locked its eyes on me, and my sensors registered a hole in its right cheek where it had just pulled the barbed bolt from. It seemed that Beatrice had gotten lucky with her last shot. Not seeing her around, I assumed she managed to get away, and I geared up for round 2. Concentrating on my lamp, I changed strategies. Instead of aiming for its eyes again, I stayed focused on its foot. The acid had already run its course, as black blood oozed from the wound, washing the harmful substance away. That same blood that had stopped my acid attack before worked for me now, though. It was something that my sanitation lamp was perfectly suited to deal with, and it started to boil as I focused on it. The demon only laughed. Completely ignoring the blood boiling in its foot, it turned back around and ran after Beatrice. Bee barely had time to get into position before the lieutenant followed her. It looked like she had managed to hit it in the head. Not that the blow was doing much more than maybe making the demon angry. This time, though, she saw Void was right on its heels, chasing it down the hallway. This gave her hope. If it was running away from her master, it had to feel fear, and that meant they could do this. She saw Tony slide into place next to her. He had a bit longer to go around, but had just made it in time. That was lucky, as the demon was in a perfect position. The lieutenant charged toward them, heedless of the hanging vials of hazardous potions that swung and shattered across its face and chest. She grabbed the other ballista that was set up next to her, aiming down the hallway right before the main entrance. With barely a second to aim, they both fired at once, taking the charging demon in the chest and face. It didn't even stumble. Void saw their predicament and sprayed something at the demon's feet. It caused the demon's skin to bubble. This didn't slow the demon, but the liquid made it slip a little. This gave them just enough time to get around the corner and start running for the door. Maybe outside they would have a chance to get away. I desperately tried to get the attention of the demon as it chased Beatrice and Tony. The liquid only slowed it for a split second and didn't even get its attention. With few other options, I grabbed the bolt that it had dropped a little earlier and threw it. The demon already had almost a dozen bolts in its torso, and it had just left them there uncaring. However, both times it had been stuck in the face, it had removed them. I doubted that it was because of the pain, but rather the inconvenience. So when I threw the bolt at it, I aimed for the back of the head. Throwing things was way harder than humans made it look. The weight of the bolt was almost enough to unbalance me. Instead of sailing through the air, as it should have, the thing tumbled end over end and bounced off the back of the demon's horned skull. This got its attention, at least. It twirled around to face me in apparent annoyance. It ripped a bolt out of its chest to throw at me. I was able to avoid it, but as I weaved back and forth across the hallway, I knew what I was doing wasn't working. I was hard to hit, sure, but it wasn't enough. Even if I could reliably hit this monster, I wasn't able to do any real damage or keep its attention on me. When it came down to it, I just didn't have enough power. I needed more. With a thought, I transmuted all of the demons I had saved in my dustbin. There were 32 earth demons, as well as a huge assortment of elementals and other beasts that Beatrice hadn't wanted to keep during our exploration of the upstairs. The only thing I saved was the skeletons. I had plans for those. The explosion of power was not quite what had happened down in the catacombs before, but it was close. Electricity shooting off of me, I shot forward like a missile. I crashed into the chest of the demon, and we both went flying past the entry hall. In midair, it threw me off to the side. With an explosion of wood, I was launched through the doors to a familiar room. It was the large room full of pillars where I had first appeared here. Skidding across the floor, I came to a halt in the center. I could feel that my axle had bent, and my automatic maintenance was working on overdrive to fix the damage. It would only take a few minutes this time. But those weren't minutes I had. The demon, for the first time, didn't turn to go after its original prey, but advanced on my fallen form. It limped slightly, and I could see where my impact into its chest had driven the bolts lodged there even deeper. Blood slowly dripped from the corner of its mouth, and its tongue lapped it up as the drops fell. I could see a gash in the tongue where it must have bitten it during our collision. I tried to move, to get out of the way, but my wheels only responded at half speed. Looking at the repair timer and judging by how fast the demon was moving, I was going to have to stall for a few seconds. Desperately, I shined my light in its face, uncaring of the extra time it added to my repairs. It blocked the beam and let out the same low laugh it had been taunting us with the whole time. I shifted my focus and tried to burn the bolts driven into its chest, but even as their ends caught, the fire moved off of them and joined the flames on the demon's arms. While I tried to stay ahead of the demon, I pushed my predictive models to their limits to find a solution, any solution, to this situation. It didn't look good. But, soon enough, my model finished updating. It said I only had one chance, and so I took it. Chapter 80. Spray and Pray. Bee and Tony rounded the corner just in time to avoid the lieutenant's clawed grasp, with Void hot on its heels. They crouched halfway down the stairs for cover and watched as Void and the demon collided. A blinding flash of white and yellow seared their eyes, and they couldn't see the outcome of that exchange. Still ducking behind the cover of the stairs, Bee waited for her eyesight to recover. When her vision came back, she saw Tony mouthing something but couldn't make it out. She reached up to touch her ears and felt a trickle of liquid running down the sides of her head. When Tony's eyes focused on her face a handful of seconds later, she pointed to her ears and shook her head. Tony tugged on his own ear and nodded. Digging through her bag, she pulled out a quick heal potion she had stored for just such an emergency and downed it. Tony did the same. The potion was completely overkill for such a minor injury, especially considering that it could even regrow a hand or foot, but it was the only thing she could make to get them into fighting shape so quickly. Hearing restored, Tony whispered to her, "What can we even do? That thing is way too powerful to take on." "We were able to hurt it," Bee said, trying not to sound too discouraged. "If we can hurt it, then we can help Void handle it." "Does Void even need our help?" Tony asked skeptically. She didn't miss that he had started calling her master Void rather than Spot now. "We have to try," Bee insisted. "It didn't say it would fight all by itself. We can't let the master down, even if all we can do is provide a distraction. But still, that doesn't mean we need to be stupid about it. The lieutenant set off all the traps along my route, so let's gather some of the stuff along your path and we can reuse a lot of that." Not waiting for Tony's response, Bee stuck her head over the lip of the stairs and could see flashes of light coming from the grand hall where Nazareth Gak and Void were exchanging blows. It seemed they were still probing each other, as the damage was not nearly what it had been just a few seconds ago. Not seeing any opening, Bee just darted down the hall and rounded the corner as fast as she could. Thankfully, Tony followed. They didn't slow down as they sprinted toward the first set of untriggered traps. The first was a bucket of potions balanced on the top of a servant's doorway. The double door on the right was open from when Tony had run through, but the one on the left would open as he was chased due to the demon's sheer bulk. Tony reached up and handed it to Bee, who raced back to the grand hall. Tony stayed behind, rushing back into the hall to get the next salvageable trap component. I only had one hidden card, and I needed to play it. There was no more time for messing around. I was trying to use the pillars for cover to position myself so I could unleash my attack from the right direction, but the demon kept knocking them down with swings of its fist. I was very glad we hadn't just let this thing rampage. It was capable of making a mess so thorough and cataclysmic that even I didn't think I could clean it up. Dodging the falling masonry, I positioned myself so that I lined the demon up with the doorway leading out of the castle. Right as I had it in place, Beatrice jumped out. She wasn't even armed with her broom, but instead was brandishing a bucket. She hurled the bucket's contents forward, and the demon ran through the liquid in midair. For the first time, the demon didn't laugh about this assault. This time, it screamed and tried to wipe at the sizzling liquid on its chest. It mostly succeeded, but now the liquid was burning its hands, too, and it had driven the many bolts in its side even deeper. The scream it let out piqued my audio sensor's microphone input. Still, it wasn't slowed as it looked for its attacker in rage. Beatrice had smartly ducked back out of sight as soon as she could, so the demon charged at me instead. With my chance ruined, I had to zip out of the way. I wasn't too concerned, though. I would have another chance soon. I worked my way toward where the majority of Beatrice's attack had splashed on the floor. With a couple of swipes of my mop, I retrieved all the liquid. Good. Now I had a real weapon. Not once did I take my sanitation beam off the target, but now I had two effective weapons. Unfortunately, the demon now had a second weapon, too. It was a close call, but I managed to dodge the chunk of pillar that it hurled my way. The wall behind me wasn't so mobile. With an explosion of dust, the wall broke, and a gaping hole appeared next to the door. I hoped Beatrice hadn't been standing there. Now that range was no longer my friend, I went in close. I started using the lamp and spray bottle in combination, launching streams of the liquid that I had just gathered to coax the demon back into position. It still seemed to burn my opponent, eliciting growls of annoyance, and the demon went out of its way to avoid it. But if it thought it could land a blow on me, it would take a spray in exchange. Despite its impressive speed, though, it never managed to land a direct blow. My predictive models and quick acceleration managed to keep me just one step ahead. That wasn't to say I was unscathed. Each time it barely missed me, an explosion of stone ringed its fist. The shards peppered my sides, filling them with scratches and making my repair function work overtime. The terrain was also getting more uneven and harder for me to traverse. Still, I was making progress. I saw Beatrice stick her head out again. There was some blood running down the side of her cheek, but she didn't look too damaged, thankfully. Finally, I had the demon where I wanted it. Right as it charged me from the door, I reached into my dustbin and loosed the army. Bee had barely survived the wall exploding behind her. The explosion had thrown her sideways and ragdolled her down the hallway. Tony ran to her side, fearing the worst. The girl's small form was still, unmoving where it lay. Without a second thought, Tony grabbed another quick healing potion and gently tipped it into Bee's mouth. He held her, relaxing slightly as her faint pulse strengthened. Bee coughed, spattering a bit of blood over her tunic as she struggled to stand once more, but Tony gently kept her lying where she was. "Bee, listen to me. This is too dangerous, especially for you. We've done enough here, and we need to get you to safety." The younger girl stared up at him in confusion, dazed. "We haven't won yet. Void needs us." Tony shook his head. "I really don't think he does. Look, I know you're strong and all, but this is a whole nother level. I don't want you to get hurt, and—" He sighed. "I promised my dad to keep you safe, Bee." As her wounds healed, Bee considered his words once again. The longer this fight went on, the more convinced she was that Void was just toying with the lieutenant rather than treating it as an actual threat. Still, her master had asked her to do what she could. Coming to a decision, Bee faced the farm boy. "Tony, if you want to retreat, I won't stop you, but I made my own promise to Void, and I won't go back on it." She flashed him a smile. "Plus, Master is strong. He'll protect me, even against a monster like that." Bee rose to her feet, a little wobbly but determined. The potion was sapping a lot of her energy, but she didn't have time to rest, so she pushed past the fatigue. After a moment, Tony joined her with a look of grim determination on his face. Together, they rushed to the next unused trap to salvage it. The next trap that she had repurposed was a bit of razor wire. It had taken some ingenuity, but she and Tony had managed to set it up in the hallway just above head height for them. It would hit the demon when it exited, hopefully. When they were running back to get the next trap, a new clattering noise came from the active fight between the god and demon. The skeletons had reformed in my dustbin early on, but even after that they hadn't stopped changing. I was a bit more aware of their presence because of the increasing ways I could split my attention as I had leveled up. Over the last several days, in particular, I watched as power had seeped into them. It had changed them drastically from the mid-level, somewhat basic skeletons they had been. When they emerged, they no longer looked like the skeletons of humans. They had all grown several feet, and their bones were much thicker. Coming off each was a faint purple glow of power. An unending tide of armored legions poured from my dustbin. I hoped that this strategy would work much better than the last time I tried it with the demons. These skeletons and demons were indeed enemies like we had first guessed down in the catacombs. But it wasn't as simple as it seemed. To the demon, they were just ordinary skeletons. But when I was examining them in my dustbin, I could feel the utter hatred the skeletons felt for all demons. As they came out, they quickly formed orderly ranks. As the second rank was formed, the first charged the demon. They didn't fare very well. It was a bit of a disappointment to see my trump card shattered with a wave of a fist. That was just the first wave, though, and there were a lot more where that came from. The second rank also was tossed aside, but they still didn't stop. By the fifth wave, they had driven the demon back a step from pure numbers. By the 10th, the first wave was already reforming. I only had 20 waves to let out, but they pushed the demon back. It was slow, and they didn't always make progress, but they weren't losing outright. I spent a few seconds trying to heal the worst of my damage, but soon it was clear I needed to help. Coming in from the sides, I worked to keep the demon being pushed backward over dealing damage. I wanted it outside, where it could make a mess without hurting the castle anymore. The skeletons were making some progress. It was hard to say they were really damaging it, but more and more thin lines and streaks of blood appeared on its chest. Their only saving grace was that unless they were completely smashed, they were back in the fight rather quickly. Their ability to reassemble themselves was much higher than the low-level ones Beatrice fought against, back when we first went into the catacombs. Additionally, there were a few skeletons that were not in formation. Those were much smaller than the rest, though still larger than I recalled. They started trying to sneak around the demon, but kept getting dismantled and having to reassemble before trying again. I assumed they were the weaker skeletons I had cleaned up rather than the tomb guardians. Eventually, we pushed the demon out into the hallway, but following it was a bit of an issue as all of the skeletons couldn't get out of the door at once, and only with their full numbers could they have any effect on the demon. It seemed to realize this advantage and stood firm at the doors, sweeping wide with its fists and bashing the skeletons to pieces. As I tried to formulate a way past this choke point, my sensors noticed a pair of the smaller skeletons sneak out of a newly formed hole in the wall. A small contingent of other skeletons saw that and started to follow. Bee watched in awe as endless tides of skeletons fought the lieutenant. This was a weird sight. She and Tony were watching from a hole in the wall, waiting for the right time to strike. They had gathered throwable glass balls and flasks, but there hadn't been an opening yet. The swarm of massive skeletons completely blocked all angles of attack. Focused on the combat as she was, Bee was confused when Tony hauled her back away from their position. A pair of smaller skeletons crawled out over the wreckage. They glanced around and saw the two humans, but ultimately ignored. Instead, they continued to advance, sneaking around the demon who had just been pushed out into the hall. Were they assassins? To check, Bee scanned the pair. The names seemed familiar. Where had she seen Skelly and Scully before? Soon enough, more followed, and Tony and Bee just watched as skeletons circled around to attack the demon from behind. Once the flow stopped, the demon was completely surrounded. For the first time since they had awoken it, the situation seemed to be looking up. However, that didn't last long. With another roar that popped Bee's eardrums, a wave of force blasted out of the demon, throwing the skeletons in all directions. Only a split second later, the wave hit Bee and Tony. For the second time in the last few minutes, she was flying back down the side hallway. Chapter 81. Breaking a Few Eggs. The lieutenant roared, releasing a shock wave that expanded rapidly outward. I was able to use air affinity to split the blast around me, but I wasn't able to save anyone else. From behind the demon, the majority of the skeletons flew down the hallway toward the front entrance. When they hit the massive wooden doors, they didn't stop. The stonework above the doors crumbled as most of the skeleton's army was flung outside. The less fortunate ones hit walls before they went that far, resulting in damaged walls and powdered bones. I thought they were likely out of the fight for good. Much of the wall the demon was standing by didn't survive either. Now the large room had a straight path to the outside. I looked around at the damage briefly, but I didn't let my feelings overwhelm me. I had already hardened my heart to the coming mess. The demon stood in the center of a shallow crater. For the first time, it didn't seem in good shape. It breathed heavily, with blood running out from countless cuts across its body. None of the cuts individually meant much, but they added up. Also, that explosion seemed to have taken a lot out of it. This might be my only chance. Picking up one of the skeleton's swords from the ground in my grabby arm, I charged. I let out my most terrifying war cry and swooped in. My spray bottle and sanitation lamp were both working at full power. Right as I neared my target, I pivoted gracefully, slicing across the back of the same leg I had been concentrating on this whole time. It was too late to save this castle from damage, but I wasn't about to let the perpetrator escape. With my speed and the heft of my blade, I cut deep into the back of the chemically burned ankle. Its odd flesh parted under my blade on my second spin. I dropped the sword and pulled out my mop. Slapping the appendage to the open wound, I felt it begin sucking the demon dry. The mop pulled moisture out of everything it touched, and as I had powered up, Its capacity and range had only grown. The demon might be a thing beyond this world, but it still had blood. I would see how well it fared without that. Even as I pressed the mop into the injured demon, it tried to swing its leg forward and away from me. When it went to put weight back on the bad leg, however, it gave out. The beast collapsed to one knee in apparent pain. Harold watched numbly as the sounds of battle echoed from the castle. The rest of the officers were still arguing about what to do, but based on the power that was being thrown around, there was nothing they could do. Harold himself was probably the highest-level person in the army, and he had just reached level 42, nowhere near strong enough to handle this. His energy sense indicated that there were multiple combatants well over his level fighting, and at least one that was more than 20 levels above him, if he wasn't mistaken. The whole army couldn't really do much against that. Well, couldn't do much yet. There was some hope, he realized. They could hope that whatever was battling wore the other one down. Perhaps if the winning party was too exhausted, they might be able to move in and finish off the last one standing. His only question was, who was fighting? Clearly, one was Nazareth Gak. The only other thing that was so powerful might have been the demon they summoned. If it was two demons fighting, it wouldn't be too much of a surprise. They had their hierarchies. The ones that were powerful and intelligent enough to make a deal with humans hardly seemed to like each other. But that didn't explain all the other sounds and energy signatures of unknown skills that Harold was picking up on. It hardly seemed like a one-on-one fight in there. Right when he was about to launch himself back into the discussion to lay out what they needed to do, the front of the castle exploded. A spray of gray and white pulverized the doors, leaving them in splinters. The noise got everyone's attention, but it didn't hold it for very long before the war room erupted back into chaos. Harold, though, kept his attention on the debris. When they started putting themselves together, he realized what they were. The undead. Skeletons, to be specific. Once they reformed, they gathered into hurried ranks and started heading back into the castle. Then something odd happened. A smaller band of skeletons emerged from the remains of the entryway. A band of skeletons led by a zombie rat. The rat chattered at the skeletons going back in. They paused for a second. Then a couple of them chattered back. Watching in disbelief, Harold struggled to keep his jaw off the floor. The back and forth went on for a bit before the skeletons and the rat all sat down. What followed was a seemingly very detailed conversation consisting of only chattering teeth. Eventually, they all got to their feet and, in unison, looked out the main gate over at the human encampment. As strong as my mop had gotten, it still needed to be wrung out. When I retracted it, the demon flew into action. I wasn't prepared, and the backward swing of its fist clipped me with a glancing blow. While I only bore the slightest amount of the blow's force, it still sent me tumbling across the cracked and shattered floor. Hitting a loose piece of rubble, I flipped over. However, this time was different. Time seemed to slow down as my processors contemplated an evasive maneuver. My agility had become more than I could have ever imagined. In the air, I was able to extend my arm and plant it on the ground. With a little push, I was able to flip myself to land on my wheels, already charging back into the fray with a fresh mop. The demon had become wise to my new tactic, though, and didn't let me get close. Now I was the predator chasing the stumbling demon around. It wasn't quite as one-sided as when it was chasing me. I still needed to be careful of its blows, as a single hit to the top could completely flatten me, but the demon was moving slower. Having proved that I could actually damage it, the cowardly nature of the demon showed forth. It wasn't able to dodge the way I could, but it was faster than me. I was trying to get at its heel, but it was clever and left a trap. I got quite close before I had to bail out of the attack to avoid a body slam and falling elbow strike. I only escaped by a bristle's width. However, the maneuver left the demon vulnerable on the floor. I emptied the rest of my spray bottle into its face, now that it was on my level. The demon didn't appreciate the gesture, curling up to avoid the burning liquid. This was a mistake. Between that moment of blindness and its slow recovery, it gave me time to retrieve another sword. Instead of spinning and slashing this time, I pointed the sword forward and charged into its back. The blade sank into the left ribs up to the hilt. I tried to pull it out, but it was stuck so fast that I lost my grip. Previously, the demon had ignored bolts driven deep into its torso, but this sword was much wider. When it roared as it struggled to its feet, I could hear a liquid bubbling in its lungs. I tried to grab another sword, but couldn't quite find one before it got back up. Taking one look at me and my brandished mop, the demon decided that it had had enough. Turning on its good leg, it made a limping run for the main entrance to the castle, where it could see the outside. I raced after it as fast as my wheels could carry me. Even injured, drained, and weak from waking early, it was still faster than me in a straight line. I shined my lamp on its retreating form, but that only seemed to spur it on faster. Desperately, I thought through my options. I needed to find a way to catch up with it. Examining my dustbin, it was mostly empty. I had either released the contents at the demon or burned them for power. The only thing I had left was the blood I had consumed from it. Wait, I burned a lot of power when I collided with the demon. Had I leveled up? Yes, I had. Somehow I had failed to notice the notification during the fight. Quickly, I scanned my options to see if anything was going to help me. Level up. Level 45 reached. 10th mutation reached. Choose a mutation. Taser, pooper scooper, thrusters. Yes, there was something. I chose without really considering the other options. Activating my new ability, I pointed the newly formed nozzles behind me and activated them. I shot forward like greased lightning. Launched off the ground, I caught up to the running demon as it reached the top of the stairs. My momentum knocked us off the steps and through what remained of the entryway out to the courtyard. We sprawled out over the plateau in front of the castle. In the last second, I was able to position my mop so that it lanced into the demon's back, right next to the sword. With the force of our collision, it had no problem driving into the same hole, widening it a bit. More importantly, my mop was thirsty and was soon draining the demon dry. I could feel its heart trying to pump blood with my sensors, but it wasn't able to draw it in faster than my mop was. For a second, I stuck to the demon, firmly attached to the mop in its wound. The demon flailed and managed to knock me free, but in the process, it also knocked the sword out. As it regained its feet, blood poured down its torso and dripped off its back. I stopped in front of it, and its eyes met my visual sensors. Suddenly, a movement between its legs caught my attention. Apparently, the skeletons that were flung through the entrance before had been able to put themselves back together. Huh! It looked like there were a large number of humans as well. The little messmaker that I had first used to scare away the mean humans appeared to be leading a charge against these humans. My army had abandoned me, leaving me to fight the demon all by myself. Not that there was much more of the demon to fight. It was standing in front of me, but it didn't look very steady. As it swayed back and forth, it blinked at me. It seemed to be running low on power on top of all the damage already done to it. All of its weight was being put on its injured leg. This was my opportunity. As I moved, I realized I was also low on battery. Since I had transmuted the last of the demons to get my last level up, I had done a lot of fighting. Still, I zoomed forward to try and hit the demon's good foot with my mop. At least, that was what I pretended to do. As it moved to knock me aside and protect its good leg, I changed course. Swapping out my mop for my grabby arm, I scooped up the dropped sword. I almost got away clean. My battery was draining faster than it should have been, and I just wasn't quite quick enough to avoid the kick with the injured leg. Much of the terrifying power was missing, but there was still enough force to send me cartwheeling away. Somehow I managed to hang on to the sword. Trying to figure out what was wrong, I checked my automatic maintenance function and saw it was doing repairs to my battery area. That was not good. The leaking power was slowing, but not fast enough. I only had one hope. I started transmuting the blood of the demon. Chapter 82. On the Spot. Bee woke up. This time she was all alone. The noises in the castle were quiet, but she could still hear something happening outside. With a groan, she sat up and shielded her eyes from the bright light. Being knocked out like this twice in a row could not be healthy. If she hadn't already had the healing potion in her system from Tony... Tony! Bee stood up as quickly as her wobbly legs would allow and looked around. She was on top of a pile of rubble. Stepping down, she started to dig around for her fellow disciple. He didn't have the healing potion already working on him, and he was at a much lower level than her. If she didn't find him soon... She was shifting large rocks around frantically, trying to see if he was buried in the pile. Eventually, she glanced to the right and found his limp body off to the side. Hobbling over to him, she went down on one knee and checked over him. Leaving her fingers in front of his mouth, she slumped in relief as she felt a very light breath. Looking around, she couldn't find his bag. Going back to the pile of rocks, she found the contents of her own satchel had become a mess of shattered glass and oozing liquid. Quickly, she inventoried everything from her preparations. She knew she had made extra potions. She just wasn't sure where she had stored them. Debating the risk of moving him, Bee decided it was best to just leave him here and quickly retrieve the potion. She limped down the path that Tony had been in charge of baiting. The traps and supplies she passed along her path had been very much destroyed as the lieutenant chased her. As she ducked around and stepped over all the tripwires and traps she had set, she couldn't help but be disappointed. Many of them had activated, but almost all seemed ineffectual. In the end, Void had to do almost all the work. She had spent so much time preparing, and all she had managed to do was slightly annoy it. Maybe the bucket at the end that she had splashed on it had helped, but when it came down to it, the only way to fight had been with power, the kind of power that only her master had. Bee supposed that was the lesson that it was trying to teach her. She needed to get stronger. She had been too proud and believed a little girl could defeat one of humanity's ancient nightmares. Only through the benevolence of her master did the humans here still live. As Bee found the crate of backup supplies she had made for Tony's route, she thought about what it meant for the Lieutenant Nazareth Gak to be here. If it was here, that meant that perhaps more of those so-called fairy tales were real. More real than most people knew. Still, the mages had to have been aware of the demon. But she had been in the castle for 2 months and had no idea. She doubted any of the apprentices knew either. If that was the case, how many more of the ancient monsters were still around? Were they properly hidden and captured, or did they depend on a group of mages who, if they were to run away, could loose death on the world? These thoughts sent chills down her spine. If other demons might awaken, her position of priest of Spot was much more important than she'd realized. Sure, she had learned her lesson. She needed to be stronger, but that wasn't the only thing she had learned. No, it wasn't just her that needed to be stronger. It was everyone. The human world couldn't afford to stay weak. Being content about getting to level 20 in their prime, maybe 30 if they pushed themselves. No, they would need to take risks. The world needed to listen to the wisdom that Void had given her. But would just being strong be enough? Maybe, maybe not. Even if it was, it would take time. Leveling was slow, even when taking great risks. Until humans could take care of themselves, they were at the mercy of her master. Changing the world might be a bit much for her. However, her master needed to stay pleased. More than her life now depended on it. Obviously, she would follow her master's plans, but she made a note that when she next got the chance to talk to a person, she would tell them of what she had learned. What else would humans need to do to make sure they stayed in Void's good graces? Well, obviously, tidiness would be essential, and stairs would have to go. When Bee got back to Tony, she found that his condition still hadn't changed. She administered the potion and waited. After some initial progress, she moved him to lie in a more comfortable position. Then she continued to treat her friend. After Tony was stabilized, Bee walked to the front of the castle. She wanted to see if her master had finished off the lieutenant yet, or if he was still toying with it. I couldn't believe that this demon was still standing. I had the benefit of a fresh infusion of energy from its blood, but the lieutenant? I watched as a seemingly endless stream of black liquid poured down the demon's torso. Standing seemed to be its limit. We stared each other down as my repairs finished. This was going to be the deciding factor. If I weren't able to heal so fast, I would have already been scrapped. It seemed the demon was healing slightly too, though much more slowly than I. At least its blood flow was slowing. Once I could move again, I circled around the demon, forcing it to move opposite me. This was a challenge, as it had to pivot on its good leg by pushing with the damaged one. Slowly, I rolled around the demon, looking for a weakness that I could use to take my foe down. I was still wary, as I knew how dangerous a wounded foe could be. I had seen enough nature documentaries not to let down my guard. Now that I was able to understand them, I could liken my situation to that of a wolf circling its injured prey. As I continued my movement, I wasn't able to keep my path perfectly round as I had to keep going around debris. Honestly, it was quite bumpy. After a couple of circles, I could see the demon was starting to tire. I also found the smoothest path to use to strike. When the time was right, I moved. Darting forward, I lanced the sword right at its rooted good leg. It wasn't able to dodge. Not that it didn't try, but it had to suddenly shift onto its injured leg to dodge. Unable to support itself, it stumbled. As it fell, I drove the point of the sword right through the demon's kneecap. It collapsed to the ground, howling in pain, now completely unable to stand. Still, it could use its arms as it tried to crawl away and vainly swat behind it. With the demon no longer a danger to me, I started trying to figure out how to finish it off for good. Judging by my memories of the time in the catacombs, the ancient humans hadn't been able to kill it, so I assumed that it would heal from anything given enough time. So there was only one place for it. I started trying to consume it with my vacuum. But it didn't work. Either it was still much more powerful than me, or it was simply too large. Unlike the earth demons, it wasn't made of a bunch of smaller particles that I could easily consume. So I might have to resize it a bit. A few minutes of grueling work later, I had the demon all packed away in my dustbin. I examined it closely, and I could see it start to reassemble itself. This would not be acceptable. It was at a high enough level that once it was repaired, it might be able to break out. Also, for the moment, B had said it was still weakened from waking up early. If it had time to adjust, I didn't know if I could beat it again. Bracing myself, I transmuted the demon to energy. A wave blasted outward from me, one more powerful than I had ever felt or seen before. It lifted me high in the air, many times higher than I had ever been. It was uncomfortable, to be honest, but also an incredible view. I was able to see the castle far below. Out in the distance, mountains surrounded us on 3 sides. The only path into our massive valley led to a walled city. I watched as, along the path, a wave of skeletons ran after a group of fleeing humans. Even as I watched, the humans started to pull away, and the skeletons stopped their pursuit. That was odd. Starting to fall, I activated my new mutation. Hopefully, my boosters would give me a soft landing. Otherwise, this would be bad. On my way down, I received a new notification. Level up. Level 50 reached. Your domain is now active. I wondered what that meant. Harold had to order the retreat himself. It was unfortunate, but no one else in command was left to do so. These undead were smart. They were much too smart for the mindless skeletons they were supposed to be. They had charged the command tent first. Taken unawares, the officers weren't even able to put up a token resistance. Luckily, the soldiers were well trained, and even without the command structure, they formed battle lines. Still, without a clear chain of command, large-scale tactical decisions were beyond them. Harold had stepped up and started handling things, but he was a mage, not a battlefield commander. Seeing his first command be met with confused looks from the junior officers, he gave up on winning and did his best to disengage. To make matters worse, the undead army radiated a powerful enough aura of undeath that the slain officers began to rise within a matter of minutes. When Harold saw that, he knew they had no chance. He gave up on winning and did his best to disengage. Retreating back to Greg was their only option. There they would at least have walls and reinforcements. Still, Greg was a long way away, and Harold wasn't sure they could make it in time. It would be a hard couple of days of riding. Still, it was their only option. Shortly after the men engaged the massive skeletons, Harold signaled the retreat. The remaining junior officers tried their best to coordinate and cover their men as they fled. Since most of the men were mounted, and horses were faster than skeletons over short distances, they began to pull away. Surprisingly, the undead quickly realized they wouldn't catch them and stopped pursuing. These were truly unlike any undead that Harold had ever read about. Sure, demons were his field of study, but he had many friends that were accomplished undead researchers. Some corner of his panicked brain registered the fact that they would have killed to be in his position here. Right as the skeletons fell back, Harold felt the lieutenant fall. A bright light shot up into the sky, and Harold could make out a small black disk that seemed to eclipse the sun for a brief instant. From this range, it was hard to be sure, but he had a sinking suspicion of what he had just seen. In the end, it was almost worse than they had feared. The demon he had summoned had freed the lieutenant, but not to serve it or to make an alliance. No, to kill it and steal its power. What kind of monster saw one of the 13 as a source of power, as prey? Something that would need more than the measly amount of soldiers that were sent this time. They would need the whole army. It might even be time to set aside their differences with Barleona and work together to save the human race. Harold doubted their neighbor would see the attempt as anything but a trick, but he had to try. Epilogue. The warden was on his way to meet with Harold again. As he made his way through the different levels of security, his mind worked through the problem at hand. This meeting was important, and Harold had been proven right after all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been here. They had not sent nearly enough troops, and because of that, the kingdom had lost several experienced officers they really couldn't afford to lose. The weakening of the kingdom was not part of his plans yet, and this would force him to adjust. The warden didn't like having to change plans, but you didn't get to his position without being flexible. He had backup plans, but none of them were nearly as elegant, and things were still changing. Sure, the demonic threat was worse than they feared, but that wasn't the only concerning news coming in. Some of this new news was just as bad, if not worse. There were reports of a new undead plague springing up in the same area. Also, of a new feeling of power people were reporting, something blanketing their minds. He doubted those were coincidences. In other areas, too, things were not going well. Most of the countryside had been stripped of its soldiers to prepare for the war. This lack of a policing force meant bandits were on the rise, as it always did. It also made it very difficult for the adventurers to keep up with suppressing all the zones that had weakened membranes to other realms, allowing monsters to come through. Adventurers weren't good at that sort of stuff without support. Point them at a big target, and they might solve your problem, but thoroughness just wasn't in their nature. Not only were there all of this kingdom's internal issues, but some of his operatives in the neighboring countries also reported secret demon summoning projects of their own. Each country seemed to be looking for its own secret weapon. His operatives were doing their best to sabotage their efforts. Normally, this wasn't something that his organization would take part in, but after this last disaster, he couldn't risk another. He had only allowed the demon that Harold was assigned to slip through because Harold was his man. The motion would have been easy to stop, of course, but he had hoped that Harold would succeed, and that might have put his operative in an even better position. He couldn't have been more wrong. As he sat down at the table facing the fire, he looked over to study Harold. This man was once one of his most promising trainees. He'd had hopes that Harold might one day replace him. Now those hopes were dimming like dying embers. "What news do you have for me?" the warden asked. Harold met the warden's eyes. They seemed tired now, more haunted than he remembered. "It appears that the undead and demon threats are linked in some way." "We already knew that. It can hardly be considered news," the warden pointed out, annoyed. "Yes, but rumors have come around of a certain young girl and an unknown entity saving people," Harold explained. "I think they are using the undead to force people to them." "If that is true, then they are far more organized than we have thought," the warden mused. "If that is the case, then we still underestimate this thing you summoned. I've never even heard of the undead working with demons before. Are you sure?" "Well, it is a rumor, but I think we best not underestimate this threat." The younger mage shuddered. "We had done so too many times already." The end. This is Phil Thron. We hope you have enjoyed this production of All the Dust That Falls, an isekai LitRPG adventure by Zyphir. Recorded books are available wherever audiobooks are sold. Thank you for listening to Recorded Books.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.